Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Thursday, August 7th. We are live, folks. We have a pretty nice pre-market, and we've got some green in this pre-market. We've got some companies that are adding to that green because so far this earnings season has been, quite frankly, pretty damn good. I mean, you got some outliers and some companies. We have some companies this morning that either beat expectations or came in line with expectations. Maybe their beat wasn't that strong, so their stocks are down. A couple companies that missed, like Eli Lilly. We'll talk about those. But you do have some other companies, particularly some retail favorites like Nbis, that are exploding in the pre-markets right now. And the reason they are getting their gains is because these companies absolutely smashed it. Nbis right here, $63, up 15% in the pre-markets. We'll talk about why. But we're seeing some green. Or you've got something like a Celsius that is up 24% in the pre-markets. We haven't talked about Celsius that much in the past couple of weeks, to be honest. This one has been the best performing stock all year. It's outperformed all of the Max 7s. Now, year to date, I think it was up 70% going into the print. Year to date, it is now up almost 80% based on the moves in the pre-market. And you're just seeing a lot of momentum. You're seeing a lot of momentum. And then my favorite stock in the market. I mean, my favorite stock, the Green Owl, Duolingo, up 27% in the pre-markets. We will talk about Duolingo and what that is doing in the pre-markets and why they're going green. Duolingo and Nbis I don't personally own, but I do own them in my fantasy draft. So we're going to see today if we make some progress on that fantasy draft when the market opens and if we can get into that second spot. I don't think we're going to beat Matt Money yet, but we'll see what we can do. And Rocket Lab is today on the market close. So we'll be looking at Rocket Lab and see how they do as well. But speaking of Matt Money, Dutch Bros last night also crushed it, up 15%, 19% in the pre-market right here because they had a good earnings. The point is, we're going to go through all the earnings. A lot of these companies are hitting it out of the park. It is August 7th. We're only 7 days into August, but so far we are seeing a pretty healthy August across the board in a lot of different metrics. We also have some macro data that we'll look at in a second. We got a major Apple deal last night. Apple finally participating in this bull market rally is very important because a lot of funds own Apple. And if Apple goes up, it helps the broader S&P. I think Apple's about 7.3% of the S&P 500. So there's just a lot of bullish tailwinds that we're seeing. And obviously all of that is also pointing to the inevitable rate cut that we're going to get hopefully in September as well. Now, real quick, before we get into all the earnings data, jobless claims came in at 226,000 versus 221. It's not a crazy beat, 226 versus 221, but that does mean that more people filed for unemployment than expected, and the September rate cut probabilities are now at 91%. The average rating on rate cuts going into the end of 2025 are 3 cuts. The probabilities are now favoring 3 cuts. 2 weeks ago, it was barely 1 cut. So you are seeing a little bit of weakness in the broader job market, which is not weakness to the point where the economy is collapsing or the labor market is structurally impaired. And we'll see if we get more data in the next couple of weeks, if that is a reality. But there is some weakness, and it's enough for J-Pow to say, all right, it's time to cut rates. And that is not the worst thing for the broader markets as well. So that's what we got in terms of jobs. All right, we're going to go through earnings. We're going to go through earnings. We'll get everything we got. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We got a lot of other headlines. Yes, I see BMNR. That one's running as well. Tom Lee was on some pretty big podcasts yesterday along with CNBC explaining his Ethereum thesis. Ethereum also is up. The reason BMNR is up 7% right here and Ethereum and Bitcoin are up is because Trump will be signing an executive order, Ethereum pushing 3,900, after the bell, which will allow 401ks to have private investments, including crypto. There you go. That's the headline right there on the screen. So that is the main reason why we're seeing momentum in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and obviously all the Bitcoin Ethereum proxy plays like a Robinhood, which is up nicely in the pre-market, is almost 2%, 107.41. That is getting some benefit as well. Palantir, new all-time highs in the pre-market, 181.63. So that one's doing well. That's up 1.18%. Tesla, 320. NVIDIA, 181.85. Again, we got some data center semiconductor stuff that we'll talk about it, but NVIDIA didn't hit 180, or it hit 185 after Microsoft earnings, and then it came all the way back down to like 172. So it really hasn't been at this 180 level for a long time. It would be very nice to see if we can sustain 180 and kind of make our way up to 185. But that's what you got in NVIDIA. And then the S&P, couple bucks away from 640. We were at 640 very briefly 2 weeks ago. Then we lost all of it, came right down to 618. We're right back to 636. I mean, it is pretty incredible to see some of this momentum. And as a result, so far, looks like August is turning out to be okay. It's only 7 days in, so we got a lot more time left, but a lot of the earnings are helping August maintain some of its momentum and helping the broader stock market maintain its momentum as well. All right, earnings, let's get into it. So let's start off with Nbis. I know this is the one everyone's thinking about. I know a lot of people own this in the retail community. I own this in my fantasy stock draft. They beat by 10% on EPS, 38 cents versus 42 cents, and they beat by 4% on revenue. But the guidance right here is really what matters, and the year-over-year growth rates. So the beats are modest on the top and the bottom, but when you look at the year-over-year growth rates, that is what gets very exciting. 625% year-over-year on revenue. That's pretty nice. 106% quarter-over-quarter on revenue. So when you talk about a company that's growing, right, you're paying for growth. I mean, you are getting some pretty damn good growth out of Nbis, which is very exciting. Now, remember, Nbis, we did a deep dive on this with Sam about a month ago when it was trading at around 35. And it's a tech company specializing in building full stack infrastructure for AI data centers, which includes scaling GPU clusters, cloud platforms, and tools and services for AI developers. So you've got it kind of pegged with the CoreWeaves of the world. Obviously, NVIDIA CapEx trade is very good for them. And they're capitalizing on that moment. The year-end ARR guidance was raised to 900 to 1.1 billion. Core business achieves positive adjusted EBITDA ahead of plan, and they're in the process of securing more than 1 gigawatt of power. Zux is trying to get 5 gigawatts of power by the end of 2026. I mean, they are trying to get 20% of what Zux is trying to do, and this is a company that is nowhere near the size of Meta, which just goes to show how strong their ambitions are as well. And that's very, very exciting. That's why that stock right here is up. We'll go a little deeper into their numbers in a bit, but Nbis right here, 16%. I mean, the market cap on this bad boy, 13, 14 billion. It's going to open at around 18 billion. I mean, not the most expensive company in the world when it comes to market cap in terms of all the different players that are out there. I don't know their exact metrics. We'll try to see how crazy they are on a price sales or PE basis, but I don't think it's that insane, especially if they're growing at these levels. Again, you can kind of overlook some of these higher multiples if there's a massive TAM and they're growing. Yeah, their PE is 77. All right, that's aggressive, but it's also like, hey, when you're growing 600% year over year, you're going to pay a high priced earnings. And that is why the markets are getting excited about this one right now, and we're getting some momentum. So that was Nbis. Let's talk about Celsius. They beat on the top and the bottom as well. The Alani acquisition, I guess, was pretty damn bullish for them. Again, they bought them for about 1.8 billion a year ago, and as a result, they are getting some momentum. Celsius right here up 24% in the pre-markets, their top line numbers. I will pull that up in a second. But as you can see right here, they did have a beat on the top and the bottom. And that's why that one is also up 24% as well. Now, the thing about Celsius that's also really important is, again, this stock was at $99 at one point, and then it kind of got crushed, fell from 99 to like 20. And that's when a lot of people stepped in and got some momentum. They beat by 96% on EPS, 47 cents versus 24 cents expected. And then revenue beat by 13%, 739 versus 654. It's not bad. Not bad. You got a lot of momentum, 96% on the EPS. EPS is now up 70% year over year. Revenue's up 84% year over year. And that's why you're also getting some momentum for Celsius. So for those that own Celsius and Nbis, I mean, congrats. These are big retail names. A lot of retail DD has been done on these names, and they crushed earnings. Both of them, one in AI data center and the overall tech stack for compute. The other one is a consumer play. And a lot of these consumer brands, outside of some of the brands that are kind of crappy, you've been seeing some really good reports from these consumer companies leading me to, I mean, DoorDash yesterday crushed it. Are they up in the pre-markets? They had a great earnings. DoorDash is up 6%. DoorDash is up 50% for the year. I mean, more people are ordering things on their phones for food. More people are clicking on advertisements. When it comes to Meta, it seems like the consumer is not in the worst situation. And a lot of these earnings are kind of proving that these consumers are okay. Now, some of the companies that had kind of crappy earnings, we had Crocs, another consumer play. They beat by 5% on EPS. They beat by 1% on revenue. Unfortunately, their stock is not really doing the best. So that stock right here down 19%. Not sure exactly what the street hated about that. But again, if that's isolated to Crocs, the brand, and not a problem with consumers because they can't afford Crocs or something like that, then I think that's okay. You can handle some of those earnings in the midst of the overall aggregate demand that we're seeing from consumers. Datadog, newly introduced to the S&P 500 a couple weeks ago, 46 cents versus 41 cents expected. They beat by 12% on EPS. EPS is up 7% year over year. Revenue, they beat by 5%. That's up 28% year over year, 826 versus 790. Datadog as well is up in the pre-markets by 7%. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. You're seeing a lot of momentum in regards to the companies that are putting up earnings. And as a result, we are getting a pre-market that is pretty green. We got oh my goodness, I was about to say Nut. Like, we got Lutnick who's live. Let's switch to him real quick, and then we'll keep going from there.
Let's stop this nonsense of sending it through other countries. So that's the idea, which is if it's your country, you pay your tariff. And if it actually has significant content, like 30% from any other country, then it should be taxed at that other country's tariff. Yeah. And that's a higher tariff, obviously. And so that's the idea. And it's going to raise hundreds of billions of dollars for America.
It's incredible. And that's what I was just saying. What's the plan for stopping China? There you have it, the 40% transshipment levy. Secretary, it's great to see you. We so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir.
Right, great to see you.
I blame you guys for that. I blame you guys for that. I don't think we got anything new from Lutnick. He's probably just talking about all the necessities for why Trump is imposing all these different tariffs. The reciprocal tariffs went into effect at midnight last night. So you got a lot more reciprocal tariffs going in place. I think we're going to get some deals pretty soon to get rid of those reciprocal tariffs. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I don't think we got anything that new from him in terms of statements this morning. But I blame you guys for spamming Nutlick in the chat, and that's why I ended up saying it. Speaking of deals that Trump's making, Apple, big deal yesterday. Here's a minute of what Trump had to say for Apple investing another $100 billion into the United States.
Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life. Today,
Apple did what it had to do. They kissed the ring. They announced another $600 billion or $100 billion added to the $500 billion they committed. Remember in 2018, they committed $350 billion. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if that $350 billion was actually ever spent. We never got an update on that $350 billion commitment they made in Trump 1.0. So to me, I mean, look, I hope Apple invests $600 billion over the next 4 years. I'm a little skeptical they actually will, but if they are saying that they're going to do it, then hopefully they do. And as a result, they're not going to have to deal with tariffs. So this will create 20,000 new jobs, a 250,000 square foot facility in Texas, and a manufacturing academy in Detroit. Tim Cook said a lot of the new Apple products will be made with glass that is created through Kentucky. So you're going to get some actual manufacturing theoretically happening in the United States for Apple. And more importantly, what matters about this is Apple stock is starting to make a comeback. Again, the biggest knock against Apple is that Siri has been dead. They haven't really invested in AI. There hasn't been a momentous narrative to get excited about. There's no real super cycle for Apple either. But if they don't have to deal with tariffs and they're on the administration's good side, and then you give them any premium on doing something in AI, which their CFO and CTO has kind of promised by mid-2026, we're going to see something real. Maybe the street pulls that forward, given Apple is one of the largest held stocks in the entire world. So Apple right here up 3%. That is going to be beneficial for the Qs, going to be beneficial for the NASDAQ, for the S&P 500. And I think no one should be upset with Apple participating in the broader market. So, yeah, if they didn't pay the $100 billion, they would have to pay the tariffs as well. The 25% tariffs on India now excludes iPhones. And I think it's ironic that they announced the 25% tariffs and the exemptions on the tariffs the day that Apple announced the $100 billion investment. Obviously, there was a little bit of a deal between Cook and the administration to make sure that if Apple invests, they wouldn't have to be hit with tariffs, because Apple can't afford tariffs right now. They already took a $2 billion hit between Q2 and Q3. It's about like $1.85 billion with tariffs. So India, 17% of their phones are created there. They cannot afford to do that again. And it seems like that's why they made this deal. Now, Trump also said yesterday, this made some headlines, we will be putting a tariff on approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors unless you build them in the USA. A lot of the companies we care about are not going to be dealing with that. NVIDIA has committed to investing. AMD is committed to investing. TSMC is committed to investing. Micron, the Senate said today they're going to be allocating $200 billion of investments in the United States. Micron's market cap is $120 billion and their free cash flow is $350 million. So I don't really know how they're going to invest $200 billion. But the point is, the nuance to that headline that you guys saw last night is if you are investing something in the United States, not just if you're building all your chips, because obviously NVIDIA is not building all their chips in the USA, but if you've committed to some form of investment, you're exempt from it. And TSM clarified last night officially that they are exempt from these tariffs. SK Hynix and Samsung are also exempt from these tariffs. So yeah, that headline's not going to be affecting the broader market too much. And NVIDIA right here, as you can see, not affected as well, up about 1.23%. Now, Intel, that actually technically is good for Intel because they are making their stuff in the United States. However, President Trump did put out a little bit of a tweet this morning around Intel. I have no idea why, but he said the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. So for whatever reason, he feels that, like, I don't know what beef he has with Intel or the CEO of Intel, but it seems like he has some beef. And as a result, that's why Intel is down 3%. Otherwise, Intel would be up because American manufacturing is what Intel is trying to go for. So that headline would be bullish for them. But then this tweet, not that bullish. So the fact that this tweet itself, right, like could cause Intel to, this is why Tim Cook did what he did yesterday. Like, you do not want Donald Trump saying the CEO of Apple must resign. It's like, it's good for nobody. And although Tim Cook kissed the ring, you got to give him credit because as a CEO, sometimes you just have to play the game. And he played the game pretty well. And as a result, he was able to maintain some momentum. So there you go. That's what we got on the earnings outlook. And that's also what we got in the context of Apple. Now, some other companies that earnings that didn't really do the best. So Eli Lilly, although they had some beats, their stock is getting a bit clobbered in the pre-markets, down about 7%. And it seems like the main issue from my understanding is their pipeline is concerning investors along with their guidance for Q3. And that is what's at least getting people to think twice. Now, they beat by 13% on EPS, beat by 6% on revenue. Revenue's up 38% year over year. Again, tech company type of numbers. EPS up 60% year over year. Guidance was a bit low, and that's why that one was taking a hit. Now, Novo, I think, was going a little bit of the opposite of, Novo right there up 9% based on Eli Lilly being down 7%. So obviously the competition between their weight loss drugs are going back and forth. And that's why you're getting some momentum on Novo versus some of the weakness on Eli Lilly. Honest, they are down 8% because they reported guidance of 4 to 6% revenue growth. So I don't know if people are buying this because it's a growth stock, but 4 to 6% is just not a ton of growth. The actual quarter was fine. They beat on the top and the bottom, but from my understanding, I don't think the street was that impressed with the guidance. And so it looks like the lack of guidance is why that one is down 8%. Hims, I did not check in the pre-market. Hims right here is up 2%. I mean, I don't think that Eli Lilly news is bad for Hims. I think it's probably a tailwind for Hims, but given all the Novo lawsuits that came out, that is what the street's trying to struggle with in terms of figuring out what's going to go on with Hims. I think that's why that one is struggling. Nbis right here, 17% up in the pre-markets. Markets really loving that one. And then Celsius up 23%. Both of them getting that momentum. Yes, this headline also came out. Novo's oral weight loss pill is better compared to the newly released data from Eli Lilly. Again, the oral weight loss stuff is what a lot of these companies are now going after because instead of having to inject a needle, if you can just like take a pill, it's a lot easier for the consumer. And that is another reason why Novo's up and Eli Lilly is down. MicroStrategy right here, 389. That's up 1.62%. ASTS, that's up a little bit. Tesla, 320. Palantir, 180, 130. Hoodie, 107.60. AMD, 166. Up a little bit from yesterday. Again, we had Jose on the show yesterday, and he talked about why the growth in data centers were just not that good, and that's why you're seeing some pain in AMD. But overall, stock has done well over the past couple months. SoFi has been kind of stuck between 2050 and 2150 for a while. So ever since that dilution news, it's kind of been consolidating, which I think is not the worst thing for investors. But rate cuts are, I believe, what unlocks this. And I think 25 by the end of the year is still not crazy to expect if we get those rate cuts. Google right here, 197, grabs at 42. That's up a little bit in the pre-markets, up about 1%. Reddit's up 1.28. Amazon's down a little bit. And then Meta, 775, basically at the levels where it was at from the last earnings that they put up. Redwire, nasty day, down 22%. Not the most bullish for Rocket Lab. They're not exactly the same company, but they operate in the same space, no pun intended. So Redwire right there is down 22%. And then you had another company that got hit pretty bad yesterday after their earnings, Fortinet. I don't know what the street hated about Fortinet. I saw one analyst downgrade that basically said this was Fortinet's make it or break it quarter. And unfortunately, they weren't able to make it. Yeah, so Piper Sandler said, in many ways, we view this as a make or break quarter, given our thesis of a refresh cycle beginning the second half of 2025. While results appear to be a step in the right direction, the disclosure of Fortinet being 40 to 50% of the way through the 2026 renewal cohort will likely do much to shake investor confidence. In our view, this newer and challenged narrative will result in multi-quarter show-me situations, especially as product comparisons get more difficult. AKA, they don't think guidance is going to be strong because they're not getting the same annual recurring revenue growth that they were getting in the prior years. And that's based on cohort analysis showing that most customers are not renewing at the level they were renewing at before. Which it is what it is. I mean, Fortinet's not like the major cybersecurity player in the market. And this thing was like down at $40 a year and a half ago. So it has returned very well. It's just not necessarily growing as strong as it was before. So they lowered their price target from 135 to 90. You're seeing that across the board. And that's why that stock right here down about 22%. Yes, we cover this news as well. Trump will be signing an executive order to allow crypto in 401ks today. That is going to be very exciting. And that's probably why Hood is up right now. I mean, again, Hood will thrive on cryptocurrencies doing well. Obviously, Bitcoin, Ethereum do well. Coinbase should be up in the pre-markets as well. And all of that, Coinbase up 3%, all of that. I mean, the crypto revolution is a tailwind for Robinhood and Coinbase because they're so integral to that revolution. Coinbase is down from 440 last week, so Coinbase has taken a bit of a hit. But Robinhood right here, 107.74, up about 2%. So, I mean, Trump's opening it up. He's opening it up. And that's why it's getting very excited for the crypto industry. Now, AppLovin, this thing was down 15%. It is now finally breaking even. I have no idea why they took it down 15%. Their revenue growth is 77% year over year. Massively beat on EPS. I mean, this is an expensive stock, but they put up a pretty incredible quarter. Don't know what exactly the street is not happy about. I mean, I feel like this thing should be a minimum 5%. It's barely up 1%. So we'll see when the market opens. But it was down 15% last night. And whoever bought that dip, you had like about, call it 10 minutes to buy that dip. You are up 15% since then. But AppLovin, they put up an incredible quarter. By the way, I read an article last night from Barron's. It looks very unlikely that we are going to get a S&P inclusion on Friday for any company. It looks like they're going to be keeping Paramount in the S&P 500 and rebalancing in September. So I would not expect this Friday to be the exit of the S&P of Paramount from the S&P. They will be getting acquired in a majority stake by Skydance, but they're not going to be leaving the S&P. And so, yeah, we're going to have to wait until September. But AppLovin and Robinhood are the core candidates to get in. Just a question of like, will they get into the September rebalance? But likely not on Friday. That's okay. You know, it'll take a little bit more time, but that will be all right. Now, in terms of Ethereum, you had another company yesterday, Cosmos Health, COSM. They've secured a significant financing facility of up to $300 million through senior secured convertible promissory notes to launch an Ethereum treasury strategy. You had Tom Lee go on CNBC yesterday talking about why Ethereum will be $16,000 a coin. You're just seeing a lot more momentum in the Ethereum world. Again, SBET right here. That one seems like it's down 3%. BMNR is going the opposite direction. I think SBET bought a little bit more Ethereum, but BMNR right here, since yesterday, is up almost 20%. That's up 6.5%. They now own about $1 billion of Ethereum, which is very nice to see about them. Oh, they did a direct offering? Okay, well, this is, you know, we've been talking about this for a while, but BMNR will do it eventually as well, right? They will have to dilute to be able to get more money to buy ETH. 200 million direct offering. 200 million direct offering. Yeah, look, again, this is stuff you just can't care about if you're investing in the treasuries, because at the end of the day, if you believe Ethereum is going to 16,000, you want these companies to dilute as much as possible to get as much Ethereum as cheap as possible. And then you get the leverage as Ethereum actually goes up. So, I mean, you never know. BMNR, they have $2 billion on a shelf offering. They could dump today at $45 if it gets there, $40 if they want to raise more money to buy more Ethereum. So it's just one of those things where you have to hold on for the ride if you believe in Ethereum more than anything. And it should reward you over the long term. But it happens. And I think that's kind of the structure of these companies at the end of the day. PayPal right here, 70. Apple at 218. You got Tesla at 320. And then NVIDIA right here at 181.76. Let's get a little bit more of an update on some of the tariff news that Trump announced last night. And then we will keep going from there.
For the first time, the president offering us last night a preview of just how high he's looking to lift those tariffs on all imports of semiconductors as soon as sometime this month. Take a listen.
We'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge.
So potentially significant exemptions there, guys, especially if any companies even making commitments to build in the U.S., as he later said, will also be excluded. So we do have to see how this is ultimately written. But the list of companies with at least commitments to build here is long, especially after that CHIPS Act rollout last year. That includes Intel, TSMC, IBM, NVIDIA, many, many other big names, all potentially shielded from this move. So a couple notes on these tariffs in the meantime. These would be imposed under Section 232. That requires the Commerce Department to find that semiconductor imports represent a threat to U.S. national security. So I've been told that investigation is expected to wrap up as soon as sometime this month, and tariffs could come very shortly after. So that leaves the big questions now being just how significant any exemptions would be. And then on the other hand, how broadly the tariffs are going to be written and whether, as they could, ultimately include any derivative products such as smartphones or other devices that include semiconductors as well. Guys?
It looks like Trump is doing this to negotiate as well, because none of the companies that we all care about are affected by these based on some of the notices we got last night. But Trump is in a spat with India right now. I mean, there's a lot of different tariffs being imposed from India back and forth. He's mad that they're buying Russian oil. I mean, there's a lot of different things. It feels like Trump is trying to throw out the wall to see if he can get companies to come to the negotiating table. He got South Korea in the past couple of weeks. He got Japan. Obviously, he got a big EU deal. And so there might be some hidden messaging around these semiconductor tariffs versus just, hey, we want to build them in the United States. More so, hey, we need other companies to pay attention to us and get these deals done in semiconductors, which is our greatest asset as the United States right now, is the way to convince them. Black Sky right here. This stock is down 10% in the pre-markets based on their earnings. They missed by 3% on revenue, 22 versus 23 expected, and they lost $1.27 a share versus 44 cents a share. They missed by 200% on EPS. Black Sky uses geospatial intelligence with satellite imaging. They were actually a Palantir SPAC investment at one point. I don't think Palantir owns any more of their stock, but I do think Palantir still works with them in certain deals, but they don't have an equity stake in them anymore. And the other thing about Black Sky is they were actually one of the main companies in Russia, Ukraine in 2022 when that started going down. And that's kind of where a lot of people started learning more about them. So this company, relatively small company, $700 million, down 10%. I mean, if you own it, you're kind of owning it for a long-term vision around defense contracting and overall geospatial intelligence mattering more to global defense. But that stock right there is down about 10%. So that's what we got on Black Sky. Okay, so the Fly IPO, I don't think that's happening today. Is that Firefly? That's another aerospace company. Let me check. I believe they're priced at $45 a share. They're going to raise $868 million. That is ahead of expectations. And it looks like I think that's going public soon. Firefly. Yeah, I think that's going public very soon. All right. Yeah, I know the CEO was live this morning. So it is today. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's today. All right. So I have not asked for an allocation of this one. I don't know much about this company. If you have, then we'll see how that one turns out. But that is another IPO that we'll have today as well. S&P 500 right here, 636. SoFi, 2184. Google, 197. And then you got Palantir, 180.91. Palantir almost hit 182 last night in the pre-markets. I mean, we are going to see today if Palantir can continue the momentum. It has been obviously an incredible week for all Palantir investors, and we've seen a lot of momentum in the stock. This is one of the most highly traded and liquid stocks in the options market as well. I mean, look, the street liked the quarter, and they are continuing to give momentum to this quarter, or to the share price based on the quarter. I mean, it's just one of those things where I think people are piling in, retail, street, everyone, based on the quarter, and that's why it is getting very excited. Obviously, market cap is up there, valuation is up there, but at the end of the day, people see that quarter, they see that growth, and they are getting really excited about where the trajectory of Palantir can go. Reddit right here is at 215 as well. That one's breaking above 200, up about 1.3%. Then Amazon, 221 in the pre-markets as well. Did you see Dumb Money's video yesterday on indirectly investing in OpenAI backdoor through Microsoft? Love to hear your thoughts. I think, yeah, I mean, yeah, like obviously Microsoft owns 50% of OpenAI. Did I say Opendoor? OpenAI. The problem is, like, Sam Altman has been really shady on how much Microsoft gets access to OpenAI. Like he's publicly talked about, he's gotten into spats with Satya Nadella on what they have access to versus what they don't have access to, what future equity opportunities they have access to. This is the guy who got rid of Elon from the cap table and turned a nonprofit into a profitable company. So I'm very confused exactly how much Microsoft owns of OpenAI. And if OpenAI goes to $1 trillion and Microsoft owns half of it, does Microsoft have a $500 billion equity stake in OpenAI? Like, is that exactly true? If so, then yeah, I mean, one of the ways to get exposure to OpenAI is through Microsoft because they own 50% of it. But the question exactly is, what is the structure of that deal? And I think no one has really gone through their paperwork and seen like how exactly does Microsoft own this asset. So that would be something to look at before using it as a proxy. Opendoor itself, again, not having the best week. It's up 2% of the pre-markets, well below $2. The Opendoor bulls that I'm seeing on Twitter are they want like a Palantir type of earnings call. They, this is the, when people say Palantir's all retail frenzy and all this stuff, it's like the Opendoor bulls are calling for a video earnings call and for the CEO to be as passionate as Alex Karp to get the stock to move up. I mean, I don't hear retail investors saying, oh, Alex Karp has to be passionate. We have to do a video call. We're just very appreciative that we have a CEO who's passionate and they do a video call because that's just like a cool way to do earnings. Whereas the Opendoor people are like, hey, to get the stock to pump, you got to do what Palantir's doing. And like, the company is in a tough situation. It's not really about no matter how many video calls you do, if you don't have the right numbers, it's not going to work. So in terms of Opendoor and some of these other meme stocks, they have their kind of 15 minutes of fame over the past couple of weeks. Krispy Kreme, Kohl's, Krispy Kreme down 14% in the pre-markets. A lot of these names are losing steam, which is a good thing because in my opinion, you really want a healthy market and you don't want nonsense names getting momentum if they're getting momentum for the pure sake of people being bored. What is getting momentum is corporate buybacks. Take a look at this. In July, U.S. companies announced $165 billion of buybacks. $165 billion of buybacks. This is what really helped us in the month of July create another bid for a lot of the stocks that we all benefited from. And that is because companies have bought back their stock. And so far, it has not been a bad move to buy back your stock, which is nice to see in regards to how companies have decided to allocate capital. So from that perspective, you are seeing a broader emphasis on buybacks. And not only that, I shared this chart a couple of days ago on the market close, but for those that didn't see it, we are seeing a dramatic amount of inflows in large cap tech companies. 14 billion last week came into large cap stocks. Talk about your, $700 billion to $1 trillion companies. Small caps actually got 4.5 billion, although small caps are losing 80 billion for the year in net outflows. Large caps are on pace for 420 billion in annual inflows, which is the second highest on record. And overall, U.S. equities year to date have achieved $286 billion of net inflows, which is the third largest on record. I mean, we're just not seeing the type of pain that you should see in August. I know it's early, and that's probably because we're getting a lot of this momentum. And a lot of people are saying, hey, where else do we go? It's either crypto, stocks, or real estate. Real estate, housing market's frozen. Crypto is very risky, even though Bitcoin and Ethereum have done very well this year and some of these other altcoins. And so then you look at the stock market and say, are stocks expensive? It's like, yeah, there are expensive names out there. But then there's also gems like a Nbis that retail finds. And it's up 16% because the CEO executes and they have a monster quarter. And it gives you the hope and potential to think, okay, there are opportunities in this market outside of the large cap tech names, even though the large cap tech names have done very well based on the earnings growth that we've seen, and they probably deserve to get a premium. But these other names like a Celsius, like a Nbis can continue to put up earnings. And if the underlying health of the economy is strong, along with the inflows that are coming in to the tune of 420 billion, it's just going to be hard to see the S&P 500 go down 10, 15%. I mean, it is impossible, yes, but trade deals on the way, labor market means we're getting rate cuts, and then you've got inflows coming into the market, and then you have earnings that are crushing. I mean, like the bear case has to be, you got to do a lot of work, I feel like, to stretch to find that bear case. And I'm sure they're out there, but if the bear case is S&P 618 because Trump tweets something, like people buy that dip. And at this point, the more and more people buy the dip, the more and more people will continue to buy the dip because now there's going to be less opportunities to get access to any of these names. And as a result, I think that's more money that ultimately comes into the market. So yeah, Datadog, they crushed earnings. That's up 5%. Take-Two, I didn't even know they had earnings today. These are the creators of Grand Theft Auto. Let me pull them up right here. Take-Two is flat. So we'll look at their earnings, but I mean, realistically, until GTA comes out, their earnings are not going to matter. Their earnings are going to be rather inconsequential. Yeah, GTA 6 is kind of the main story here, but we'll try to get their numbers and see what they've got going on as well. Warner Brothers also had earnings as well. Now, they had a good beat on the top and the bottom. They are up 3.2%. Warner Brothers does have about $40 billion in debt, but nonetheless, they were able to put up some good numbers. HBO Max is one of the main assets that they own. They beat by 374% on EPS, 63 cents a share. They're now profitable versus losing 23 cents a share. The street thought they would lose 23 cents at $9.81 billion in revenue versus 9.83. Revenue is only up 1% year over year, but EPS is up 115% year over year. Duolingo crushed it. Take a look at these numbers. Daily active users up 40% year over year. MAUs up 24% year over year. Paid subscribers up 37% year over year. Paid subscriber retention is 9% of their overall users. Revenues up 41% year over year. Bookings up 41% year over year. Net income's up 84% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA 31.2% margin. I mean, they crushed it. They absolutely crushed it. One of the reasons I picked this in my stock draft was because of these types of numbers. I mean, these numbers have been consistent for the past really year and a half. They've really started to grow. I just kind of picked it at a very high price. Granted, I picked it at 474. It was down from 550. So I thought 474 was a deal. Ended up going to 330. Now it's up to 440. So at 330, I guess some of the risk was mitigated because it got sold off from 550. You put up any good numbers, and they put up some pretty damn good numbers. The only red flag was their monthly active users were down quarter over quarter. And apparently that was because of a boycott. People were boycotting Duolingo because the CEO said we're going to be replacing some of our workers with AI. And there was like some TikTok viral campaign to boycott the app because of people losing their jobs because of the company saying we're going to embrace more of AI. I wonder if those same people are going to like eventually boycott Amazon because like Amazon's going to be, Amazon has already started replacing people with robots. But, you know, those people like getting their items in 2 days or less. And so it will make their life very inconvenient if they had to boycott Amazon. So they're not going to do anything because, you know, a lot of them are full of shit. It just is the way it is, right? You know, you got a lot of virtue signaling going on. But that seems to be the only reason why the monthly active users came down. And if people are really that bored that they boycotted Duolingo because of that, then I'll take that as if that's my bear case. So this one right here up 30% on the day. Very nice to see solid execution getting rewarded. And yeah, I love Duolingo. I love it so much. I think language learning is very important. I think, quite frankly, when it comes to financial literacy versus Spanish, there is a world in which Spanish matters more than language learning. And, you know, you got to be able to, when someone says, ¿Cómo estás? You got to be able to answer it. And if you say, hey, well, did you see the price to earnings of Duolingo? They want to know how you are. They want to know about your soul, about you as a human. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? Not how is the PE of Duolingo. And so sometimes you really need to learn how to answer those questions over just, you know, financial literacy and how to do your taxes. And, you know, so I think from that perspective, you do have a lot of momentum in the context of Duolingo. So we're going to see how this market opens up. We got about 7 minutes and then we'll see what numbers we got. Here's the update on Intel and Trump. Because it seems like Trump is mad at him. Don't exactly know why, but let's take a look at what's going on here.
Problem. Thank you for your attention to this problem. The stock had been down as much as 4% pre-market, now off by 2.5%. Of course, this follows a letter sent to Intel's board head, Frank Yeary, from Senator Tom Cotton, wanting some more information about Lip Bhutan, the CEO of Intel's, his investments made in China when he was the CEO of Cadence Designs. He was head of that company for about a decade. Andrew, as you know, the company just pled guilty in July to selling some technology to a Chinese military university. So there's that issue there. But it's fascinating that the stock will move. Of course, this puts in question the nascent turnaround that Intel started on with the replacement of Pat Gelsinger with Lip Bhutan, and also raises the question of how much can President Trump extend his arm into the private sector.
Well, look, the truth is, I don't know how you feel about this. Well, the first part is say, unless we find out he's a spy, and I have no reason to believe that.
Wait, did Trump tweet this because the Intel CEO is Chinese? Is that why he said he needs to resign? He's mad that he's Chinese? Huh. That is why he's calling for the resignation for the Intel CEO.
It's hard to understand, you know, what the position of the administration can be on this. Having said that, at this point, I think you guys were talking about Tim Cook earlier. I think at this point, when the administration says jump, corporate America says how high. And so if you're the board of Intel, almost by default, you are going to have to, you're going to have to jump and figure out how high, and how high might be forcing the CEO out. Isn't that what's happening here?
I don't know what will turn out of this, but I do think that Liv Bhutan deserves the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, I don't think we should assume anything about anybody.
I think today will be very interesting for Intel. Some of you guys think it's because he has connections to the Chinese military, and that's why. Yeah, Trump didn't give a lot of context in that tweet. He just said he needs to resign. So I think throughout the day, we'll get some better updates on figuring out what exactly is going on with the Intel CEO. I mean, Intel board is probably going to take it seriously. If the president of the United States is saying, I don't like the CEO like that, we saw what Tim Cook did yesterday. I mean, this is a world where the president has a lot of power in regards to the stock market. So we're going to see what Intel ends up saying. That stock right here down about 2%, down about 2.6% in the pre-markets. Apple set to have one of its best two-day runs since May. It was up 5% yesterday, up 2% today. It would not surprise me if this one gets over 220. It was at 220 last night, which was very nice to see for Apple. 218.71. Again, Nbis right here up 16%. I will look at the stock draft once the market opens. It doesn't update with the after-hour prices. So we don't have any updates on it. Right now, Matt's at 13%, Tanner's at 9%, I'm at 8.7%, Steve's at negative 0.06%, and Chris is at negative 1.85%. So it'll be a pretty big day for my portfolio. We got Nbis and Apple and Duolingo. Duolingo recovering, Apple going higher, and then Nbis getting a pretty big move. My Nbis average is 50, my Apple average is 198, my Duolingo average is 474. So I won't be break even on Duolingo yet, but that should help. And then we'll see an update on the entire portfolio. Peloton, they also had a good earnings. If you guys remember Peloton, that company that like sells the bikes, they're up 5%. So I think David Einhorn has a position in this company, and he started buying it like $3 a while ago. But yeah, this one did have good earnings. DoorDash right here up 7%. The companies from yesterday, just going real quick through their earnings. Airbnb, this one's like Snapchat. They fall every time on earnings, yeah, even if they crush it. Airbnb down 7%. TSSI down 19%. Zillow's up 2%. Dutch Bros, shout out to Matt Money. Absolutely phenomenal quarter, growing like a tech company, up 30% year over year. That's up 21%. Honest down 11% on low guidance. IONQ down 5%. Redwire down 19% on misses on the top and the bottom. Fortinet, just not good guidance, down 23%. Joby, this thing was up like 40% over the past month. They did 15,000 in revenue last quarter. Again, you're not buying it for the revenue, you're buying it for the potential. That one down 6.5. Lyft was down 15, now it's down 1. Lyft grew EPS 900% year over year. I don't know what the street's upset about. So there's got to be something deeper there, but that stock not really getting a move. Symbotic, they missed badly on EPS. That's down 20%. DraftKings up 2%. Oxy's up 3%. Duolingo up 30% now in the pre-markets. And then AppLovin, great quarter. That is also up 1.5%. Do you think Duolingo will hold that upside? You know, I mean, I don't know. It was a great quarter. I think some people will take profits, but again, Duolingo's been sold off aggressively from the highs of February. So for it to hold these levels, it's still down a lot from its all-time highs. It was at 544 back in, and I was actually in March. So, I mean, for it to come back down, it's not that crazy. But I don't think it's going to lose all 30%. I mean, I could see it losing 15% of that, and that would be reasonable. But if they can hold on to it, then that will be very good for Duolingo. And then Palantir, we got about a minute until the market opens. We are going to see how Palantir opens today. Again, it has been an incredible week for Palantir. They have kept their momentum going. They have captured the imagination of Wall Street in regards to how much this company really could grow into the future. And they've been rewarded this entire week. Palantir now $425 billion market cap, 181 in the pre-markets when it opens. If it holds this level, it will be opening officially at an all-time high. So there you go. All right, everybody. Thank you all for being here. It is Thursday, August 7th. Big day for earnings. Earnings are showing some strong momentum. 9:30 a.m. Thank you all for being here. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Palantir 180.4. 180.4. That's up about 0.5%. That is a new all-time high for Palantir, excluding what happened in the pre-markets, which pre-markets don't really count for. 52-week highs are all-time highs. Palantir is up. There you go. 180.32. That is green. Celsius up 20%. 51.68. That is also green, 51.58. That's up 19.92%. Datadog up 7.2%. That had a great earnings as well. Peloton's up 3.4%. Nvidia really holding its levels at 180. Nvidia and Palantir kind of twinning, both at the 180 levels, which is not too bad. Oh, Robinhood, are we smashing in the pre-market? Well, we were smashing in the pre-market. Now we're smashing on the market open. 109.40. Market seems to like the crypto stuff that Trump announced today in regards to 401ks getting crypto. Robinhood being obviously a main beneficiary of that. And that's green. Look at that. 109 on Hoodie. I'll check 110 resistance in a second. Palantir still holding 180. Very strong on Palantir. S&P 500 is 635, just below all-time highs. Amazon at 222. Upwork, they had a good earnings as well. That's up 9%. Open Doors up 2%. HubSpot, great earnings as well. That's up 5%. DraftKings goes red. They beat on the top and the bottom, but they are red. Tesla also goes red. MicroStrategy is green at 388. SMCI 4739. They're still down from the 2 days ago when they fell 16%. Uber's at $90. Where is Duolingo? Are we holding 30%? Wow, 33% on the owl. 33% on the owl. And Nbis, congratulations to everyone in this bad boy. $69. That's about to hit 70. That just hit $70. 27% on Nbis. Shout out to Dexter in the chat. A lot of you guys don't know this. I told Dexter privately, but you know, Dexter and I go way back a couple years ago, and he loves Duolingo. So he was one of the reasons I also picked Duolingo, because like he's been preaching the Duolingo thesis for a while, and Dexter's one of my boys from Singapore. I can't wait to meet him next year when I go there. And I'm so happy for him because he's been on the Duolingo bandwagon for a long time, and he's getting a monster quarter, up 30%. And then Nbis, 24% on the day. CoreWeave, is that getting any momentum as well from Nbis? CoreWeave is up 7% as well. That's because of Nbis. Usually it's Nbis that follows CoreWeave. Now it's the opposite today. And you're getting some momentum. Robinhood, 108.55. Celsius, where's that one? That one is at 21%. Palantir still holding 180, 180.5. Apple, 217. That's up 2%. Nvidia is trying to go for 182. I think Nvidia never hit 182 when the market was open, because it hit 185 in the pre-markets after Microsoft earnings. I don't know if we actually hit 182, but we're 5 cents away from 182. Bitmine, baby. That's up 8%. Shout out to Mr. Tom Lee. That's getting some momentum. AppLovin, they crushed earnings up 77%. That one's up 1%. They did get to 408. Then they got rejected right at 408. They were up about 4%. Now it looks like they're going flat, but they had an incredible quarter. I mean, AppLovin had an absolutely incredible quarter. I think the stock should be up a lot more than what it is right now, but Street's not really giving it that much more of a multiple. It is an expensive stock, but it was a hell of a quarter. Wow, NVIDIA 182. Is that all-time highs? I think that's all-time highs. Let me confirm. Is that all-time highs? NVIDIA, 52-week high on NVIDIA is no, 183.30. 183.30 is all-time highs. Okay. So 183.30 is what we got to see. Intel actually going green, or about to go green, even though Trump said the CEO needs to be fired. So that one's getting some momentum. SoFi, are we back above 22? SoFi, finally, we are back above 22. It's been a couple days, but now you're getting some momentum right there, up 2.9%. SoFi getting some love. Robinhood, let me check 110 resistance. And let's see, I did buy more Robinhood at 104 2 days ago. So did add to the position. 110 is 36,000 shares. 36,000 shares for Hoodie to get 110. AMD, how is that one doing? That one took a nasty 9% day. AMD is up 3%, recovering a little bit. Recovering a little bit of those losses. Duolingo still holding 30%. Nbis up 20%. CoreWeave up 6%. Celsius up 21%. Apple trying to go for 219. NVIDIA, let's see if we can break 183. Bitmine 41. That's up 7%. Grab right there is up about 1%. Ethereum itself is at 3,900 or about to be. Ethereum 3838. Very close. Figma's down 7%. So you got Figma that's getting a little bit of a hit. Uber's up a little bit after those earnings, and Disney up 0.5% as well. AppLovin goes red. I don't know what the street's upset about, but they don't like it. AppLovin right here, 390. That one's red. SoFi still holding 22. Ethereum 3838, and then AMD right here, 168. 168 on Ethereum. ASML, maybe Nbis is helping ASML. I mean, I don't know if there's a direct correlation right there, but overall, Nbis just showed as a small company the amount of progress they're making on data centers and AI compute, especially with the projections of potentially getting a gigawatt of energy by the end of 2026. I mean, if the small guys are doing that, Nbis is less than a $20 billion company. Well, today, yeah, still 15.7 billion. I mean, what do we expect Zucks and all these other guys to do? So very, very exciting momentum for Nbis, and that one is getting properly rewarded right here, up 20%. Datadog up 5%. Vistra up 1.8%. They had earnings as well. Not a bad earnings. Crocs, that one going down the gutter, down 27%. Down 27%. Galaxy. Okay, so Galaxy today, I saw some headlines around what they're doing in regards to hyperscalers with AI compute in their data center business as well. Very similar to Iren Energy, Bitcoin miners that are now kind of focused on a bit more of the data center space because a lot of their infrastructure can help with data centers. So Galaxy Digital right there, that's up 10% as well in the day. And that's getting some momentum. HIMS is up 3%. So HIMS getting a little bit of love. Celsius up 23%. CoreWeave up 5%. Nbis again still up 20%. And then Hoodie getting rejected at 109. NVIDIA just below 183. Palantir now just below 180. So you're seeing some red candles across the board at around 935. Seeing some red candles across the board. S&P, do we have a red candle? Very small red candle on the S&P. 636.93 to 636.29. And let's see if people kind of step in right here and get some of that momentum. Yeah, D-Wave also had earnings today, if I'm not wrong. I think the stock was down on that, but they beat. Yeah, D-Wave down about 2.5%. D-Wave's putting up real revenue. I don't think they're fully profitable yet, but they're putting up real revenue. And so it's hard to kind of deny, you know, the revenue that they're putting up. Again, Martin Shkreli just can't necessarily make the argument that it's a scam if these companies are putting up real revenue and you got analysts upgrading the stocks and, you know, they believe there's some momentum right here. Triple V, thank you for the super chat. These are 2,800 South African rands, which is about 158 US dollars. The guy was in Kenya a week ago, disappeared for a week, and now he's in South Africa. So I think he's taking some of his Palantir gains and traveling the world. Thank you, Mr. Triple B, for being here. D-Wave right here down about 1.5%, trying to recover. AMD up 2.7%. And hopefully you are enjoying your trip to Africa. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for being here as well. Where is Palantir? Duolingo still up 30%. Robinhood 108. Palantir just at 180. 179.94. Now back to 180. Peloton right here up 5%. Crocs is still down 25. S&P 636 and Nbis holding 20%. And that's getting some of your momentum. TSSI, yeah, I mean, like, from my understanding, they beat, but their beat wasn't good enough. This stock did run a lot going into the print, so that one down 26%. Not the best thing in the world either. And that's red. Rocket Lab goes green. This one will be a big earnings today as well. Rocket Lab going green. This one will be a big one as well. The other thing about D-Wave and some of the quantum names as well is Microsoft mentioned them in the transcript on the earnings call. And Microsoft, Satya Nadella just said the next wave of computing is going to be in the quantum world. And so that in general pumped the D-Waves, the Regrettis, the IONQs. And so, you know, you're getting a little bit of a sell-off on D-Wave on some of those numbers. They missed on EPS. They beat on revenue. But in general, the quantum sector is getting some pretty big endorsements. And I think that's why that one is holding up as well. SoFi right here, 21.76, App 11, 392, trying to go green. Now Intel back to being down 2% red. Yeah, all the chips are running this morning. All of the chips, even after what Trump said around the semis. Market just doesn't care. You got a resilient market. Riot right here is up 3.8%. They also beat on the top and the bottom. Hut 8 Mining, they had a decent earnings, if I'm not wrong. That stock, yeah, there you go, up 2.4%. I mean, across the board. Across the board, you got some momentum. Yes, MP earnings is today as well. That's going to be a big one. Rare Earth Minerals, Bank of America increased their price target to 78. It's at 70 now, up 4%. You got strategic investments from Apple and the DoD. It is going to be hard to deny the importance of rare earth minerals. And if they do anything meaningful on the earnings, I think you'll get some momentum. Microsoft delivered a gut punch to Shkreli. Yeah, I mean, look, even if you believe that quantum's not going to be real long-term or it's not going to be like a meaningful industry and it's all hype, Satya Nadella added to the hype. I mean, and if he added to the hype, then it's going to be hard to, you know, deny it, at least in the short term, which is why you could be bearish quantum, but shorting it just wasn't the right move, it seems. And that's where I think Shkreli, you know, got a little bit too excited. There you go. D-Wave now going green on the day, but I think he's out of his short. So he's back to shorting like biotech stocks anyway. So he's out of it. Palantir trying to go back to 181, 180.60. And then you got Hoodie trying for 110. Back to 109. You got Hoodie trying to get to 110. Nvidia, again, 183. That is what we're looking for. Wow, 183.22. All right, we're 10 cents away, less than that, 5 cents away from all-time highs on Nvidia. 5 cents away, 1 cent away. Here we go. Let's get through. There you go. There you go. All-time highs. All-time highs, 183.30 on Nvidia. Dude, it's hard to be bearish when the largest company in the world continues to make all-time highs. 183.12. Let's see. Okay, so it got to 183.30 when it beat all-time highs by 1 cent. Let's see if it can continue maintaining momentum. I think a lot of things coming together to get Nvidia to get this momentum, not just the trade deals, not just all the Apple stuff, not just Nbis earnings, but in general, the market continuing to believe that data center demand is not going anywhere. And when you see some of these smaller companies continue to say that they're doubling down, that's bullish Nvidia and AMD. There you go. Nvidia trying to break out now from, there you go, 183.40. I'll check 184 resistance in a second. Nbis still up 20%. ASML up 3.5%. AMD up 4%. All the semis getting some love. SMCI is up 3% as well. Again, AMD up 3.7 and Nvidia 183.26. 184 resistance on Nvidia is 130,000 shares. 130,000 shares. So there you go. 183.60, dude. It looks like she wants 184. It looks like she wants it, and it looks like Hood wants to go back to 110. 109.57. It looks like maybe there's a shot for 110. Oscar at 15. Okay, so Oscar, again, they had earnings. The earnings weren't good, but the earnings weren't horrible. And so this one getting back to 15, not crazy to see. I think it dumped to the worst. It was like at 13.50, and it rebounded from there. UNH, where's that one? UNH is flat, 246. All right, so you're not getting really a big move on that. And then BMNR, that one going up 10%. The only fear I have on BMNR is that they, issue shares at these levels to raise more money. But again, you got to kind of deal with it if they do it. But if they don't, and they kind of let this thing run, maybe wait till 50, 60 to issue some shares to buy Ethereum, then there's a little bit more alpha before they dilute. I don't know why Affirm's running. They have earnings in like 2 weeks. But Affirm has had a hell of a week. It's up almost 15% for the week. So I guess the street's expecting buy now, pay later to have a massive tailwind going into earnings. But Affirm right there, 79. That one's getting some momentum. TSM as well. Yep, that's going green. Wow, TSM of 7%. That's a big one. TSM doesn't move like that easily. TSM now $1.28 trillion market cap. That's probably on the backs of NVIDIA getting to all-time highs as well. NVIDIA really struggling to break through 183.50, but it's holding 183. And then you got Hoodie also struggling to break. We touched 110 for a second, but we could not hold on to it. Rocket Lab 44, HIMS 51, S&P 636 on the day. Yeah, Lyft beat yesterday on the top and the bottom. EPS was a massive beat, like an absolute massive beat. So Lyft right here, 1423. That's up 1.68%. That one at least is going green. It deserves some green, but I would expect it to go a bit higher. Lunar stock, I think they had earnings as well yesterday. Intuitive Machines, that's up 2.8%. All right, so that one's getting a little bit of a move. Hoodie 108. Dave, this one was down 22% yesterday. That's one's getting some green. Centrus Energy, that was up 20%. That one's giving back 3%. Bitcoin trying to get back to 117. Microsoft 523. Meta 769. So Microsoft and Meta go red. Google very close to going red. A lot of the big tech names outside of NVIDIA going red. Netflix also kind of flat on the day, and then Reddit goes red. NVIDIA is the one holding up big tech today, and Apple trying to get 220. Apple 219.30. It'll be a big deal to break 220 and stay above it psychologically. So I think those would be the levels to look at for Apple and NVIDIA. And then where is Dutch Bros? Dutch Bros right here, 20%. 20%. All right, let's pull up the stock draft. Let's see what we've got going on. All right, folks, we are in second place. Matt is up 17%. Tanner is up 12%. I am now up 14%. Is this the right one? Oh, no, this one's still not updating. Hold on. Let me update it. Yeah, it's still using last night's prices. Hold on. Let me just update the entire board. I think it was up 14%. So let's pull this up. And we got this. Why is that still? Okay, for some reason that one's not updating. Let me get a different one. I think because I was using the same template, so let me pull it up from there. But it looks like we're up 14%. Nvidia right here, 182.97. And Duolingo obviously helping a lot today with bringing some of these results into light. Yeah, for some, dude, it's not updating. Did I mess up the sheet or something? Look at this. It's saying it's saying Duolingo's at 343. Well, that's not true. Yeah, it's not updating anything. That is weird. Okay, I will try to see what's going on with the stock draft scoreboard, but that is weird. Not updating on that. But it looks like, for a second, I saw I had a 14% return, so it looked like I was in first place or second place. But I'll update that in a second. Apple right here at 219, Bitmine up 11%, Hoodie 108.72, and then Nvidia again getting hit just below 183. But trying to get there. So someone changed the formulas. Yeah, this one's being stupid, bro. Even when I refresh it, nothing's updating. It's still saying Dutch Bros is not even at the right price. Okay, I don't know how to change that, but that's being weird. All right, hopefully I'll change that later and we'll get to see it. I didn't mess up Steve's charts. I didn't do anything to it last night. I don't think I did anything to it last night. Yeah, that's weird. All right, sorry about that. We will see. Yeah, it still says Apple's at 213, so we got to figure out how we change that. It's rigged. It's delayed, but why is it delayed? Hold on, Google Finance is delayed by 20. Oh, you're right. Quotes are not sourced and may be delayed by 20 minutes. You're right. What? All right, so we have to wait 3 minutes then until the market open, until 9:50. Dude, why does Google Finance have a 3-minute delay? $2 trillion company? What are we talking about? A delay of 3? What? Google? Yeah, Google should be red on this. Goodness gracious. That's ridiculous. That's weird. All right, so in 3 minutes, we'll see. In 3 minutes, we'll see. All right, that one is... that one we'll check in a couple minutes. Apple right here, 218, TSM 246. In terms of grab, again, to me, I think it's, again, there's not much explanation I have for the stock price. The company earnings were phenomenal. Again, this has always been kind of a long-term play for me. I think the stock price is definitely dealing with a little bit of manipulation in terms of people trying to keep it in a consolidated range. It doesn't make sense that it was at 550 for like a month and then drops to 480 right after the best earnings the company has ever put up in history with $7.6 billion in cash. Like, to me, that screams manipulation, and to me, that doesn't make any sense, but I can't do anything about it. I just have to wait until the market makers let her go, or they give some clarity on what they're doing with their cash, which might be the reason why the stock is down. But again, they didn't give any clarity of what they were doing with their cash before the earnings, and the earnings crushed. Like, objectively, the earnings crushed. You can't really find a red flag in the earnings. So I don't know how they're positioning this one, but I do think there's going to be a pretty explosive move towards the end of the year once we get some more clarity on their cash pile. Until then, that stock is in the behest of the market makers right now. Affirm right here, that's up 2%. Then Bitmine up 10%. Where is Palantir? Hoodie 108.70. Palantir goes red slightly, 179.43. 179.43 is what we got. I bought 1,000 shares of Grab yesterday, so I'm buying more. But it's not even about averaging down at this point. It's like, that's just stupid price action. That does not make sense. You don't have 550 on the stock for a month. The quarter crushes. And then you go back to 481 because the S&P fell 2% the day after. Well, the S&P recovered 2.4%. A lot of other things recovered. Grab stays stuck like that. I don't know. That feels like that's market makers collecting a lot of call premium and keeping it pegged down. So usually when that happens, that is bullish for the long term because it means like there is an incentive to keep the stock stuck because they know there's an explosive move coming. But in the short term, it sucks, right? Having to deal with that in the short term is not fun. But that's my best explanation for how the stock is reacting post-earnings. BTBT, another Ethereum treasury. That one's down about 1%. SBET, again, $200 million of dilution. That one also down about 1.2% on the day. All right, it's 9:50. I think we have the official stock draft loaded up. And now we can look at what we've got going on. So Matt's up 18%. Tanner's up 11%. I'm up 14.7%. Steve is up 1%. Chris is down 3.3%. So Matt's up 18. Rock Lab's going to be a big one for him today. Dutch Bros, he was down 30%. Now he's only down 1.5. That was his biggest loser. Now it turned into a break even. Duolingo's was my biggest loser. Now it turned into a negative 5%. Visa's also negative. Everything else is positive outside of Tesla. And Nbis is up 34%. Nbis and AMD, my data center plays, those are doing pretty decent. Steve, again, HIMS is what has been messing him up a little bit, along with PayPal and Micron. Tanner, he's been crushing it. AppLovin could have really moved his portfolio higher today, but AppLovin just not performing that much, even though it is green on the day. And then Coinbase was really helping him, but then Coinbase kind of took a hit, and that's why that's down. And then for Chris, obviously, UNH and Novo have not been doing the best for him as well. So today is going to decide if we can get into first place based on Rocket Lab. That'll be a big one. That'll be a big one today. Is Hoodie moving? Well, that also helps the portfolio. Hoodie back above 110, baby. We are back. And then AppLovin as well. Yup, that's up 5%. AppLovin as well. So AppLovin helping Tanner, 412. AppLovin deserves this. And Hoodie helping me, 110.20. Dude, Hood should be at 120. Hood should be at freaking 120. After those earnings, that was stupid. Like the stock, same thing with Grab, right? Grab should be at $6 after those earnings. Like, but sometimes you can't control it. It is what it is. It's the market, and you got to be a little patient here. But Hoodie getting some momentum. For anyone who bought the dip below 105 over the past couple of days, I mean, I find it hard to imagine with their momentum and with their growth and with their catalyst coming up in H2 that this thing, falls back into the 80s, 90s outside of some macro-driven event. And August is the month where we're supposed to have a macro-driven event that should take us down. So far, 7 days in, it hasn't happened yet. We're going to see the rest of August, but so far it's holding up. AMD back to 170. Dude, that's also helping the port. AMD is helping the port, up 4.3%. We were down on AMD 9% yesterday in the ETF. There you go. A nice little recovery, up 4.3 on the day, back to 170. Back to 170. I bought 73 shares at Hood at 103. I bought some Hood at 102. Yeah, I mean, low hundreds just did not make a lot of sense to me. Let me check 111 resistance on Hoodie. 111, you've got 12,000 shares, folks. That's not a lot. 12,000 shares, that is not a lot. Palantir as well, trying to get back to 181, 180.3. Apple to 1896. And then Bitmine right here up 9%. Bitmine up 9%. Also, yeah, Hoodie got to 93. I forgot. Hoodie got to 93 last Friday. Dude, last Friday, so S&P falls 2%, 1.62%. Everything falls, call it 5 to 8%, derivative to the S&P. And then 5 days later, everything's right back to where it was. I mean, that is so freaking bullish. Like, if you're a bear and you get last Friday's price action and you're like, finally, things are going in my direction, and then you get whipsawed to the upside, even with some announcements from Trump that are not necessarily the most bullish when you think about it with India tariffs and all this stuff, but still the market's like, no, we're going higher. We don't want to be stuck in cash. And if you sell off stocks, you're stuck in cash. You either buy gold or money market funds, but like at the end of the day, you got these companies putting up these, I mean, companies are a derivative of earnings growth, and earnings growth has been massive. Now, you may hate the valuation that some of these companies are getting, but you can't hate their earnings growth. And I think that's also what's really getting some momentum as well. So you are seeing some strong strength right here going into, wow, NVIDIA 183.40. All right, so 183.75 was the all-time highs on NVIDIA. 184 would be very, very exciting. Dream, thanks for the $5 super chat. Thank you. And Sam for Nbis. I'm from Russia, and I know this mentality well. These guys will help and keep working very hard. Yeah, I mean, look, Russian founders, very hard work ethic. The co-founder of Nbis today tweeted that, hey, what are some podcasts I can go on to talk about our quarter? And I was like, bullish, baby. Very bullish when the co-founder of a company is trying to embrace new media and say, hey, what are some podcasts for me to talk about our quarter? Versus just being stuck on CNBC and Bloomberg. So, I mean, I like it. I really like it. And obviously the numbers they put up is worthy of getting some people to talk to. Nbis right here up 22%. AppLovin, there you go. AppLovin getting the respect it deserves, up 8% on the day, 77% revenue growth. You don't fade that. And so the market now giving AppLovin some momentum. CrowdStrike is down 3%. CrowdStrike is down with Fortinet. Palo Alto also probably down with Fortinet as well. I don't think they should be down with Fortinet, but the entire cybersecurity sector probably getting hit. And that's down 2%. Hood's probably not getting into the S&P 500 this week. I mean, if this run-up is for that speculation, I wouldn't expect that to happen. Just based on some of the reports I read yesterday that Paramount will stay till September at minimum. But September's only a month away. So I think we will get the rebalance pretty soon. And hopefully we get included. But it's going to be hard for the street to ignore Hood and AppLovin. I mean, when you got Enphase and Paramount in the S&P, it's time to do a rebalance. It's time, and hopefully that happens. Grab right here, 484. That's up about 1.5, and then Palantir 180.5. That's also green. Bitmine still up 7.8%. Amid, how would you manage some really underwater Palantir covered calls? I have some 120 strikes for Jan 2026. Do I just hold them to expiration and hope if the price tanks? No, I would roll them. You would have to go out probably a year and a half, most likely to like December 2027. It is what it is, but you want to protect your shares. And I think you can probably get a credit even with a 120 strike. I mean, and if you can't get a credit, you'd have to probably pay a little bit of a debit. But overall, keeping your shares is what matters, right? And so, Adam, by the way, will be on at 11 a.m. So we'll talk to Adam for Theta Thursdays, and we'll get some of his thoughts. Palantir back to 181, but I would roll that out a year and a half out and try to pick a high strike, save your shares, and pay a little bit of a debit, especially if you believe that Palantir can maintain that momentum. And then if Palantir doesn't get to that level, then you keep your shares. And you can always roll down if Palantir goes down, right? So that would kind of be my strategy on it. When you get underwater on a covered call, you can't blame yourself, right? Because if you didn't expect a massive move, you didn't expect a massive move. It is what it is. So the goal then is to protect your shares, and that just requires rolling at a longer expiration. All right, Hoodie's trying to go for 111. Hoodie is trying to go for 111. Let's see if it can get there. SoFi also above 22. SoFi still holding 22. I'll check 23 resistance on SoFi in a second as well. But Hoodie is trying to go for 111. 23 resistance for SoFi is 47,000 shares. 47,000 shares. Palantir, folks, that's all-time highs. That is all-time highs. 181.94 was pre-market, so 181.40 is all-time highs. Let me check 182 resistance. But Palantir, that right there is indeed all-time highs. 182, 29,000 shares. Again, there's just not a lot of resistance. There's just not a lot of resistance. Not a lot. AppLovin as well, 422. AppLovin as well, 422. Thanks, Amit. I've been feeling down about my covered calls. I rolled my 155 strike for next June to 200 for Jan 27. Yeah, I mean, that's like it. You can't beat yourself up about covered calls when they go underwater. Sometimes the stock do go nuclear. The goal is to just protect your shares. And again, it's a healthy mindset. And Adam talks about that a lot. It's like you can never know exactly where the market's going to go. So when you take a covered call, you're making a bet with the market. You might be wrong on that bet, but outside of being at a casino, when you're wrong on the bet, you lose your money. With covered calls, you are able to manage the situation. Sometimes they get way too underwater and you can't manage it, and then you lose. But Palantir's at 180, your covered calls are anywhere from like 120-ish to 170. There's a world in which you can manage that. It might cost some money, but you can manage it. And it's very important for people to understand that if they end up writing covered calls. AppLovin right here, 426. That's up 9%. Hoodie's really trying to go for 111. And folks, Palantir, she's trying for 182. She is trying for 182. Okay, if you have $50 covered calls, it's GG. I can't help you with that one. That one I can't do much about. But if you're, within at least 20% of the stock price, even 30% of the stock price, you can manage it. If you're within 70% of the stock price, you got to let it go. It is what it is. But, sometimes you just don't know where the stock's going to go, and covered calls do give you a chance to manage it. And again, when I talk about rolling, I'm talking about buying the existing contract and selling a new one. So when you buy the existing one, you have to pay a debit. When you sell a new one, you get a credit. Sometimes your debit might be more than your credit. You might have a net loss, but you keep your shares. And that's what matters long-term. Robinhood, all right, we're 10 cents away, folks. 10 cents away from 111. Let's see. AppLovin, great quarter. AppLovin should be getting this momentum on a great quarter like that, which should also be helping Tanner's port. Tanner's now up 12%. I'm up 15. So Matt's up 18. So it's Matt, Tanner, or Matt, me, and then Tanner in the rankings. Robinhood right here, 5 cents away. Dutch Bros up 23%. That's getting some love. Let's see if Hoodie can break above it. Again, Nbis, congrats. Shout out to Nate. Nate in the chat. He's been big on Nbis for the past month as well. He's been doing a lot of good DD on Twitter on this one. Nice move, dude. I'm just always really happy when retail picks a name and a lot of people come together and it's not some nonsense like Open Door and people are actually putting out real commentary, and then the stock reflects the due diligence that retail does, because that just proves retail isn't dumb money. Like when you find a gem like a Nbis, that who was talking about, what institutional analysts are going crazy over Nbis? Nobody. right? So when retail really harps on a name and they find it, and you get a lot of smart people coming together, it's just really cool because it means the future of investing really is democratized. And a lot of people can get access to those opportunities if you just are following some of the right people. So very nice to see Nbis right there up 22%. There you go, hoodie. There she goes, finally. Now, this is exactly where she was on earnings, folks. This is exactly where she was on 111 on earnings. I think we got 111.33. If we can break 112, we are finally above where we were on earnings. So 112 is going to be very important. 112 resistance is 27,000 shares. We got to break 112. If we can break 112, we are finally getting a little bit of a delayed reaction from earnings, which gave everyone a great dip. But that would be nice to see. Nate says they have 3 analysts. Yeah, like the fact that Nbis, which is up 20% on the day, has 3 people institutionally that are covering it. I mean, it reminds me of a lot of these names that retail has found over the past couple of years that institutions just didn't care about. For whatever reason, they didn't care about it. And retail finds the gems. And it is very exciting when you're part of those communities and you get to find those gems together. Palantir right here, 180, 150. Again, 182, not that much resistance. 30,000 shares. NVIDIA really trying to break 184. She got rejected again at 183.83. Palo Alto right there, down 2%. CrowdStrike down 3.7. And then Hoodie, we got to break 112 today, folks. We really got to break 112. Breaking 112 now would start to solidify some actual momentum post earnings, and it deserves it post those earnings. Those earnings were absolutely phenomenal. By the way, we get the July metrics next week. July metrics killed it on options, crypto, equities, and net deposits based on what management said during the earnings call. So when we get the exact numbers, that could also be a tailwind as well. BMNR, that one's moving. That one 12%. Wow, you got a lot of shit going green today. You got a lot of things going green. Where's UNH? UNH is red. Okay, so UNH is not participating in any of the green. That's down 1%. SoFi right here. So even SoFi, 23 doesn't sound crazy. 22, 24, that's up 4%. And then AMD, 172. AMD, 172. Just about. I think that Apple deal kind of did it for the market as well. The Apple deal told the market, okay, Apple's ready to participate in this entire bull market. And that's very nice to see as well. Dash is selling off some of their gains. Okay, DoorDash right here, that was up 7% again. They crushed it as well in the quarter. DoorDash down that's up 2%, but down from up 7%. Hoodie, I think she's going for 112. I think she's doing it. I think she's doing it. Did Palantir touch 182? Oh my goodness. What? 182.50. Dude. Oh my. Oh my. If you bought shares right after earnings, I mean, goodness gracious, even those are doing great. 182.40 on Palantir. Street doesn't care. They want more exposure. They want more exposure. Maybe it's a lot of retail piling in, but dude, at some point, even retail is just like, okay, like this is like at some point you need big money. I mean, the market cap has moved a lot since Monday. I don't think retail has $80 billion that they're just messing with, throwing into one stock. I mean, it feels like, there's probably a lot of retail, but there's also some institutional support on this name, especially with all the price targets. By the way, 183 on Palantir, 14,000 shares. There's no resistance at 183. There's no resistance at 183. So if she wants to go for it, she has a shot to go for it. Hoodie, again, I would really like 112. Today, I would really like 112. Breaking that level psychologically would be very important. So let's see if we can get there. AppLovin 431. AppLovin deserves it. AppLovin deserves it. Shout out to Tanner. That should be helping his portfolio a lot. AppLovin, he's now up. Dude, does it need an update every 20 minutes? What is this nonsense? Why does it it's not updating the Why did we do our stock draft on Google's sheets? What is this? What is this nonsense? Duolingo's 463. Google's telling me it's 450. What is this, dude? What's going on here? It kind of makes me want to short Google, dude. What's going on? Duolingo, though, 35%, baby. 35%. That is crushing it. Robinhood 111 and then Palantir right here 182. Grabs at 43. Google 196. Nvidia 183. Complaining about a free service. Okay, but come on, dude, it's Google. Like, how is this? Like, what? This is Google. This is like everyone uses Google. This should be the easiest thing ever. Like, why? Like 20-minute delay? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. We're not going to pay for live data for a stock draft. Like, we're not. It's not that serious. But still, like, I feel like it should be there. It's a legal thing. Well, yeah, no, technically you do have a point. You do have to pay for NASDAQ exchange data. Yeah, that's a point. I mean, most companies that give you real-time data like Webull, Robinhood, they do pay the NASDAQ for that. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's an argument. That is a real argument. But why can't Google just pay for the NASDAQ data and then give it to us for free? I mean, like that. Dude, I'm sounding like a socialist here. There you go. DoorDash right here up 2%. Duolingo up 34. UNH still getting clobbered, bro. It's a really it's a really bullish day. And UNH not really participating, down 1%. CrowdStrike as well, down 3. Palo Alto down 2. Broadcom up 2.3. Broadcom 308. That's all-time highs on Broadcom. That's all-time highs on Mr. Broadcom, 1.45 trillion. Dude, Broadcom's $500 billion away from being a $2 trillion company. Google's market cap is at 2.38 trillion, and Meta, I think, is just below 2. Meta's at 1.95. Broadcom, about 30% away from Meta's market cap. Pretty incredible, dude. My goodness, Broadcom, 309. That stock up year to date, I think, is now 33%. 33% year to date. Yeah, I will be live at 1 p.m. for GPT-5. So 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, I will be live. GPT-5, the first time they're releasing a model in 2 years, a foundation model. So it's going to be an hour-long live stream. Sam Altman said they've got a lot of stuff to show off. That could also be why the semis are running today. I mean, if GPT comes out and shows some really amazing results, that's just more demand for chips. And so the market could be anticipating some breakthroughs from GPT-5 and front-running all the semiconductors because of that. So there you go. Not bad at all. Amid Hood should be 120 for ER, but do you have 140 covered calls? I think I have 140s for December. No, I have 150s for December. I have 135s for November and 150 for December. Yeah. So I look, I think 140 and 150, or I think 135 to 150 is relatively safe. But if it does get there, that's a problem I would love to have. And I would roll those covered calls. So yeah, I mean, if you're writing covered calls on Hood right now, I wouldn't do them on the weeklies. And if I would do them on the weeklies, I would just be very conservative, because then you could have a breakout day like today. Again, Hood is a derivative of bull market. Bull market gets more bullish. You can get Hood that gets more bullish. But I would be aiming for like 120 on the weeklies. And if you're going to go a couple months out, 135 to 150, I think is reasonable. And if it gets there, it gets there. But that's what I would be aiming for. People thought Palantir 180s for December's were safe too. Yeah, I mean, look, when you take the risk on generating premium from the market, you are entering into a contract, and you have to understand that if the stock gets above that strike, the contract requires some management. And so if you really think Hood can get to 150 by December, which is it possible? Yeah. Am I expecting it? No. But I'd be willing to take that bet with the market via the covered call. And if it gets there, I'll manage it. If it doesn't, it is what it is. But you just have to have that mental preparation. It's not good or bad, whatever happens. It's, hey, are you mentally prepared to deal with it? Palantir right here, 182. And I think that's the most important thing. And again, remember, right, when it gets that, it's easier to manage covered calls when they're at all-time highs, even if you make new all-time highs, because you're able to navigate and roll the position. It sucks if you have a Hood call at 75 and you haven't managed it, and now Hood's at 110. Like, now you're going to have to pay a lot of money. But if you're forcing Hood to get to 150 by December, I mean, like, that's a bet I'm willing to take. And if it gets there, I'm not upset about that. I roll that call, even if I have to roll it out years into the future, and I collect all that premium along with the appreciation on the shares. But again, everyone has their own kind of strategy on how they navigate it. Bitcoin right here is also green. Arnie is not going to be doing a live stream for ABCL earnings today. Arnie really doesn't do those live streams. I'm sure Arnie will be taking a look at the earnings. ABCL, this one kind of got hit over the past month as well. It was at 582. Now it's at 409. Again, in defense of Arnie, he's been saying this many times. I've been trying to echo what he's saying. This is not a stock you buy for gains tomorrow. Like Arnie has said many times, it's either 100x or it's 0. And I think a lot of times people get a bit too excited and they expect momentum. And it's like, the guy who's been excited about it is telling you, I'm either going to lose all my money or I'm going to make 100x. So if you're expecting some gradual gain to like $7, $8 over the next coming months, that's just not how this company works. It's a biotech. They need good results on their drug discovery for it to work. So yeah, even the earnings today, like the earnings to me are largely irrelevant. AppSeller's got to come up with some like real breakthroughs, not just like some crappy EPS growth that no one's going to care about. Because no one's judging it on EPS growth or revenue. They're judging it on breakthroughs, right? So very important to understand it from a bit more of that long-term perspective. Rocket Lab, is that going green? Rocket Lab 4407. That one's going green as well. Actually going red, but it was green in the pre-markets. You're usually selling to open and buying to close. So remember, when you're rolling a covered call, you're buying to close and then you're selling to open. You're buying back the call and then you're selling the open. Okay, so Paramount, that stock is now suspended. So the acquisition should be happening tomorrow, which is likely why the stock got suspended. My question is going to be, does the S&P 500 get rid of Paramount tomorrow? And based on everything I've read, the answer is no. Feels like they should, but if they're not, now maybe Hood's running because the market thinks they're going to get rid of the Paramount and a spot is opening up for Hoodie, but we kind of just don't really know yet. And we're going to have to see. So I think tomorrow we'll get a little bit more clarity on what that looks like. Okay, stock draft updated. Let's pull this up right here. So here are the updated quotes. Matt's up 18, Tanner's up 12. I'm up 15.6. Steve is up 1, and Chris is down 3.6. So for Tanner, App Lovin', again, up 16%. That is really helping. He has ASML. That's also hurting a little bit. And for Matt, Dutch Bros, he's now green on Dutch Bros officially. And Rocket Lab will be the big one for him today. Duolingo, we are now down 2% on Duolingo on the day. All right, Duolingo up 35%. Dude, shout out to Joseph Carlson. Shout out to Joseph Carlson. Made a video the day before, and then it pumps 35% on some really good earnings. I mean, very, very nice entry for Joseph Carlson. And if anyone watched this video and actually bought in with him, I mean, you're pretty happy. So that one not doing too bad as they put up a hell of a quarter. And that's getting some momentum. Palantir, are we still at 182? Robinhood just below 111. Palantir, what new all-time highs, 182.65. Again, 183 doesn't have a lot of shares. Doesn't have a lot of shares. He only bought 10,000 of it. Yeah, but still, you know, not a lot of other public figures bought Duolingo and like actually put any money into it. So if it's 10,000, 100,000, whatever it is, you know, that's still nice to see a position go up. And again, Joseph Carlson's retail. He's a retail investor. So it's always nice to see when a retail investor has a thesis, he puts it out there and that thesis can be validated by the market. All right, I think Palantir's going for 183. I think she's going for it, folks. She was just 10 cents away, now 15 cents away. NVIDIA, Palantir and NVIDIA, literally almost the exact same price. There's only 12,000 shares at 183. There's not a lot. No, there you go, 183. I mean, this is all right, Palantir. 183. The big bell comes out at 185. If they're going to make us do the big bell 3 days in a row, that would be a record on Palantir. I don't know if they will, but 185 is when the big bell comes out. If they go that way again, 183, 184 resistance on Palantir is 17,000 shares. Folks, there is no resistance. 181 barely had resistance. 182 had no resistance. 183 had no resistance. And 184, 14,000 shares is just not heavy resistance. So if the volume comes in, volume right now is 18 million shares, and you get the buying pressure, it's going to smash through these levels because there's not much stopping it. We got to see how many sellers actually take profits right here. But, I mean, people are buying it right here. People are buying it, and you're getting some momentum. S&P 500, what do we have right there? S&P 634. Okay, so that one's getting a bit of a red candle. That was at 638. And that one is getting a bit of a red candle. Wow, this is remarkable. This is remarkable, dude. This is absolutely remarkable. I mean, it's just incredible to see it. Jamie, thanks for the $20 super chat. Admit, please keep doing what you're doing for another 20, 30 years. Appreciate you, Jamie. Thank you for being here. The goal is to do this for a very, very long time. And so, you know, not every year is going to be amazing. Not every day is going to be amazing, but you get some years like this and some days like this, where obviously today's a relatively bullish day, but this entire year. And the thing about why this year could be similar to many years coming into the future is because, again, we've been talking about this, the tailwind of AI is starting to show up in the numbers. We see it in Palantir, we see it in NVIDIA, we see it in all these other companies that don't really have AI moats, but they're using AI to enhance their efficiencies. And when you're seeing that across the board, along with the Trump administration really opening up to be more business friendly across the regulatory landscape, especially in crypto, it's a very exciting next 5 years we've got going on. And earnings, correct, and earnings. It's a very exciting next 5 years that we've got going on. Scott, thanks for the $5. Just hit 1 million in my account. Thank you so much for what you do, Scott. Congratulations. 1 million is it's special. It is special to see those 7 figures. So congrats to you on that. Again, not easy to get there. Not easy to get there from an investing perspective, but once you get there, it feels like, you know, you've accomplished something very big, and it sets the precedent to be able to get to the next milestone. So absolutely incredible. Congratulations. And some of the stocks that might be carrying you, these stocks are carrying a lot of other people. You don't need a lot of winners. Sometimes you just get a couple of them, you double down, and they end up working out. Palantir still holding 183. We hit 183.20, and then Robinhood trying to get back to 111. Broadcom 308, NVIDIA 182, Googs 196. UNH is down almost 2%. So this one's still getting clobbered today, not really getting any dip buyers coming in at that 242 level. It did hit 237 last week. So if it goes below that, you might have some issues. The next gap down from a TA perspective that I looked at was about 229, but it's been holding above 240 for the past couple of days. So that one's still down 1.5. AppLovin, wow, 15%. 15%. That is going to help Tanner when I can refresh the Google sheet in 20 minutes, because I can't refresh it right now. But in 20 minutes, I never knew about this 20-minute delay, dude. But yeah, that should be helping Tanner a lot. There you go, 452. 452 on AppLovin. Amid Palantir is almost the same valuation as Netflix. Look, Palantir is one of the best movies that's out there, right? I mean, talk about an interesting thing to watch. I think I've watched more of this stock price action over the past 4 years than anything on Netflix. So, I mean, dude, it's just incredible. It is just incredible. AppLovin's up because they crushed earnings, 77% earnings growth. 77% earnings growth. They deserve it. I mean, I don't know as much about AppLovin's business. I think it warrants a deep dive, but they're in the ad tech space. And I've always wondered why the street gave them such a high multiple. Last night, I found out why. I mean, it's not many companies worth $150 billion that are growing 77%. Like, that's just not easy to do. And they did that, and their margins are incredible from a gross margin perspective and a net income margin perspective. So, I mean, they deserve it. Duolingo holding on to 35%. Duolingo holding on to 35%. Do I think Redwire will recover? Honestly, I don't know exactly what they said on the earnings outside of the misses on the top and the bottom for why they're down 27%. It had to be something with guidance. It makes me a little nervous for Rocket Lab because Redwire, if I'm not wrong, is one of the suppliers for Rocket Lab. So if they said anything about demand, that could have somewhat of a proportional effect on Rocket Lab. But then again, Rocket Lab's a totally different business. So, and we've only seen progress from Rocket Lab over the past 3 months. Successful launches, new missions. Sir Peter Beck has guided for Neutron no later than 2026. So I think we should see some momentum on Rocket Lab today. But Rocket Lab has also run up a lot, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things where it's run up a lot. They've got to deliver a quarter to really justify a ton of the growth on the stock price. And that's what I think the street will be looking out for today. But if it dips, I mean, I think people are going to buy that dip. People believe Rocket Lab's a mini SpaceX. Rocket Lab's at 20 billion, SpaceX is at 450 billion. Like, I think people buy that dip if you see anywhere near that 35 range on Rocket Lab. Robinhood right here, 110, NVIDIA 182, and then Palantir now below 183 of 182.50. 182.50. Amit, do you recommend selling cover calls with your entire position on Palantir so shares aren't sitting around, or just a portion? If you do the entire position, I would just do them very conservative, right? So I don't think you have to have shares lying around. I think you can use your shares to get income. But for example, Let's look at the August 29th, 1 month out expiration on pound share. And let's go up to, I mean, if you really want, like, let's go to 225. They're paying you 57 cents a share. Like, in a month, is pound share 225? I don't know. But if you're willing to just, you know, basically take some money from the market for betting that pound share is not going to go up another $50 in a month, in a year, it's a different story. In a month, I don't think that's crazy. So, yeah, if you're just really scared, then you don't sell any covered calls. If you want to be very conservative, like Elaine, she's been selling covered calls successfully. She has over 60,000 shares, and she just picks really out of the money strikes, and still the call buyers on this stock are willing to pay such an aggressive premium that it doesn't matter. Because you're able to, if you can collect even 20 cents a share a week or a month, like, you're happy with that. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but ultimately it's up to your risk appetite as well. Robinhood right here, 110, Nvidia 182, and then Broadcom 308.30. 308.30. HIMS is starting to move as well. HIMS getting a little bit of a move, 53.45. That's up 5%. HIMS backs up to 60. That would be nice to see. Nbis, are we at all-time highs on Nbis? Nbis 60. Wow, we hit 70. Got rejected at 70. Trying to get back there, up 25%, 16.3 billion. Nbis getting this momentum. What are your thoughts on Amazon? I like it. I like it. Now, here's the question. Let me do this poll. I was actually going to do this poll on Twitter last night because I think it's an interesting question, and I'm not sure exactly how people would answer it. I asked this about a month ago, but which one over the next 5 years? Which one over the next 5 years? NVIDIA or Amazon? It's not as easy to say which one. I feel like I would pick NVIDIA because you don't fade the AI data center build out. But if there's any weakness in CapEx over the next 5 years, you might see that hurt NVIDIA, whereas Amazon, you know, is going to benefit from pretty much every tailwind over the next 5 years, and it's Amazon. But I still feel like NVIDIA has a bit more alpha over the next 5 years. Wow, 70% of you picked NVIDIA. Yeah, I'd pick NVIDIA. Now, if it's the next 10 years, I think a lot more of you might pick Amazon because, again, Amazon's a bit more safe over the next 10 years. But next 5 years, I think this AI data center build out, that's NVIDIA. That doesn't mean NVIDIA has to grow 70% over the next 5 years, but NVIDIA is not slowing down. NVIDIA is not slowing down. Grab right here is about 1.5% lift, finally getting some love after those earnings. That's up 4.25%. Oscar is up 3.5%, then SMCI. That is also up 2% on the day. SoundHound has earnings today after the bell. We'll take a look at them. Dude, we got a lot of companies. SoundHound up 1%. After the bell, we have SoundHound, Rocket Lab, Trade Desk, Square, or Block, Pinterest, Twilio, Monster, CleanSpark, Materials Corporation, Instacart, Texas Roadhouse, Win, Dropbox, Kratos, Atlassian. I mean, you got a lot of companies today after the bell. So we're going to see how these companies report. Dude, if NVIDIA gets to 204, we're at 5 trillion. We were just at 4 trillion. That means that if NVIDIA gets to 204 by the end of the year, we added $1 trillion in 5 months after adding another $1 trillion in 3 months from the April lows. That would be 2 trillion in basically 9 months, which would be wild. Absolutely wild. Amit, what has to happen for Grab to get a more robust options market? The stock needs to get above $6, in my opinion, for people to really start trading the options. And that comes down to the CEO and the management team telling us what they're going to do with their cash. Which, again, I think they're gearing up for something. And this is annoying price action, but it's not price action that's warranted based on the earnings. And so that's why I can't be mad about it. I can be annoyed about it, but I can't be mad about it. Like, if they actually messed up on earnings and they deserve to be down, then it is what it is. They had a crappy earnings. But if it's external stuff, that's just stuff that's annoying. It's not stuff you can do much about. And then you kind of just have to wait it out. But I do think, we will get an update on what they're doing with their cash later throughout the year. Broadcom right here, 307, NVIDIA 182, and then Hoodie 110.50. The other good thing about having a lot of cash is that as the stock goes down, the position gets more de-risked because they just have way too much cash on the balance sheet. And at this point, you're every $4.80 you're spending, $2 is cash. So when you're buying $2 of cash from $4.80, not the worst thing in the world. Yes, ABCL, they have after hours. We'll cover those earnings and see what they have as well. And keep going from there. Fly, this company goes public at $45 a share, probably at like 12. So we'll see what their IPO looks like. I did not request any shares, but we're going to see when they go public. Yes, Bank of England, they also cut interest rates to 4%, the lowest level in 2 years. So you did get another 25 bips by the Bank of England with cuts, which was nice to see. Another reason for Powell, Trump will say, to continue to cut. But the rate cut probability is now with the jobless numbers that we got this morning, 226 versus 221 expected. Those are now 91%. So September cuts, 93% actually, 93.2. I think we will be getting our rate cut. Might take another 6 weeks, but seems like we will get that rate cut. Let's get an update right here on Apple and some of the chip stuff we've got going on along with Intel. And then we will keep going from there.
Wording on the Intel CEO. He said, the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other solution to this problem. So some harsh words there from the president. We have not yet heard from Intel publicly commenting on this one. But as you said, it does come after Senator Tom Cotton, an Arkansas Republican, claimed that the Intel CEO controlled dozens, he says, of Chinese companies, including 8 that he says had ties to the Chinese People Liberation Army. So much more to watch there with the president pressuring this CEO. Obviously, you saw the shares, you see the shares under pressure this morning, and also coming at the same time as that other big chip story. And as you mentioned, the exemptions part of this is going to be the key here. So take a listen to exactly what the president said last night.
We'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge.
So he went on to say that even the intent to build could possibly shield a company from these tariffs. And the list of companies intending to build in the U.S. now is really long, especially after that CHIPS Act rollout under the Biden administration last year. NVIDIA, TSMC, even ASML, Global Foundries, all of these companies have these intentions or plans to build at various degrees of being underway or not. All of them potentially then shielded from the impact of what would be a very significant tariff. Guys, one major caveat I would say to flag here is that the statute being used in question here doesn't allow for company-specific exemptions. So there's not a way that the administration could easily say 100% tariffs for everybody except for example, Taiwan Semi. They can't do it that way. What they would have to do is find a way to very narrowly target specific products and maybe go chip by chip to find a way to exempt specific companies' chips themselves. So there's going to be a lot of creativity, I would say, here, and a lot of reason to watch the wording of this as we get it potentially as soon as later this month, guys.
Well, Megan, looking at the performance of Apple stock over the last 2 days, clearly there was also an expectation of a specific product being exempted, namely the iPhone. What do we know at this point in terms of that?
We don't know a whole lot, but I can tell you a little bit about expectations. So the way that this investigation into the semiconductor tariffs was written, it was really, really broad, much broader than most people expected. And it allowed for the possibility of tariffs on any products that even include semiconductors. So of course, iPhones get caught up in that, as does, almost every product in the technology supply chain. So they're saying that they could possibly impose tariffs on all of that. But I have been told that the administration is unlikely to at least start there, that the tariffs would be more narrowly targeted to begin with and not include those downstream or derivative products. We have seen them show some flexibility on that with sort of the steel, aluminum, copper, and auto tariffs that are in place. There are some exemptions there as well with the broader parts of the supply chain. So likely to be shielded to start with, but I would say it does maintain that level of uncertainty that they would allow for it to potentially happen in the future, even once they announce the first round of tariffs.
Absolutely. It's not done ever or until it's done, I guess. Megan, thank you so much. Joining us.
All right, so that's what we got on Apple. Again, Apple market not hating what Apple was able to do with Trump. We are getting a little bit of a 1030 dump, folks. Apple right here, 218. S&P is going slightly red, or very close to going red. It's like clockwork, bro. Every day, 1030. This whole 1030 dump thing was started when people realized every day at 1030, Jane Street, Citadel, like there were certain orders coming in. You could see on the order books that just made it seem like they were trying to create a little bit of an artificial dump. And then it just kept happening. Really in early 2024, people started noticing this. And then it became a thing. Yeah, 1030 to 1050, people noticed, all right, that's just like a dumpy time in the market. And it's helped a lot of day traders kind of see if they can, find positioning during these 20 minutes. Did you know this? 80% of all the trading volumes that happens in the stock market happens from 9:30 to 10 a.m. So the first 30 minutes of the day, 80% of the trading volumes happens, which is kind of crazy. When I found that out, I was like, what? You think the rest of the day matters, which it does, but like those first 30 minutes, lots of moves get made. And then during lunchtime, people go away, and then 3 to 4 p.m. is kind of called power hour, and that's when like the final moves get made for the day. But it's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. Apple right here, 224. Or sorry, Amazon 224. That's a 1% as well. Yeah, 0 DTEs. That has contributed a lot to the 3:30 to 4 p.m. Momentum to the downside or upside that we see as well. Amit, you share the income strategy about covered calls. Is there a reason you don't mention cash curve puts anymore? I mean, I still do puts as well. I don't do them as aggressively as some people. I like covered calls a bit more. Just because I think in a bullish market, you also cash curve puts work well, right? Because you don't get assigned. But on covered calls, you get alpha. So if you buy a hood at 110 and you sell a covered call for 130, like let's say your shares get called away, you still make $20 a share, right? From 110 to 130 plus your premium versus selling a put at like 101, like sure, maybe it never gets to 101 and you collect all that premium, but there's no alpha, right? There's no like actual share appreciation. So in a bull market, a lot of people hate covered calls, but I'm like, if you can manage the covered calls, it actually allows you to make money on your shares, right? Because the shares go up and the premium from the covered calls. And if you're literally just doing it for the premium, then the shares get called away. Okay, boom, you make your profit. And if you actually want to keep the shares, then you can manage rolling it. But I don't hate covered calls in a bull market at all. But I know a lot more people like just selling puts. Yeah, Adam should be on at 11 a.m. Adam should be on at 11 a.m. and then we'll do some deep diving into different option strategies that he's thinking about as well. Yeah, first 30 and last 30. That's correct. Yeah, I'll be streaming the OpenAI event. I mean, if Adam's on from 11 to 12 and the OpenAI event is at 1, I might stay on from 12 to 1. It might just be a long stream today. So we'll see. But I think at 12 p.m. we'll get the IPO as well for Firefly. We'll see what they do. Palantir 182.40, Duolingo 447. That's falling about 5% from 35 to 30%, but that's still green. And then you got Hoodie at 110. Yeah, the other thing, yeah, 100%. Cash curve puts only make sense when markets are not at all-time highs. Otherwise, your risk of getting destroyed. I mean, look, the other thing about it is if you have a super bearish market and you get assigned on your puts, that can be when it gets aggressive. So really in momentum is when you want to be selling puts. But also, if you're happy to be assigned some of those shares, it's not the worst thing to be assigned. It's just the problem with puts is sometimes people sell puts, but they're not happy to get the shares. And like, that's when you're literally just doing it for income. And that's when things can go south. Like Oscar has great premiums, but I wouldn't sell puts on Oscar because I don't want to get assigned on Oscar because I just don't know enough about Oscar. So if I get shares at 14, which I think is a reasonable price for Oscar, given their earnings growth, is that like something I'm comfortable holding? And I feel like when you're selling covered calls on something, at least you are comfortable owning the stock. It's just a question if you're comfortable letting some of those shares get called away. Palantir right here, still 182.50, just below 183 on the day. Any thoughts on Oklo? I mean, we've been talking about it. I think it's cool. I wouldn't buy it here. I think it's aggressively expensive. I think people are buying hope for the future, but it's not like open door type of hope for the future. It's like a real nuclear energy future that people are buying into. It's just you're paying a hell of a premium to get exposure to it. But again, this is why next 5 years, bro, it's hard to be really bearish. No matter what JPOW or what happens with interest rates, like if you're going to need energy for AI, you're going to need nuclear. Oklo is going to be involved. Does that mean $80 is a good price to pay? I don't know. But it also means you might not get $20 again like it was a couple months ago. And so maybe the risk reward is not as asymmetric, but betting on it to go down to get some magic dip at 20, 30 bucks, it's hard to imagine that if you're going to need a lot more demand. And there's a few companies that can supply that. Like, I think the biggest thing that we've learned over the past couple months is that AI is very real. The companies that have been putting up earnings are very real. Grab right here, 488, that's up 2.3. Rock Lab now going green. And given how real it is, why would anyone want to be on the opposite side of that? Unless you think it's all a bubble. And it's like, okay, if you think it's all a bubble, all right. If all the earnings growth is fake, it's a bubble. But if not, then I don't see how that's necessarily bubblish. By the way, Robinhood added Floki coin and Ondo coin today. Floki Inu is up 5%. I've never heard of this coin. And then Ondo is up 5% as well. That's almost 9 cents. Yeah, I don't know what this coin is. Actually, 98 cents. But more trading volumes for Hood, which should be helping them. Any thoughts on Honest? I think their earnings growth is not impressive. And I don't know why people are excited about this at all. I mean, down 15%. They're guiding for 4% growth. I don't know what's the reason to get excited about this. I just don't. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a bull case I'm missing, but the earnings growth is just not that exciting. So again, like when I think of like the next couple of years, do I see some FOMO in the markets? Do I see some bubblish behavior? Sure, like what we see with Open Door and Krispy Kreme, but those stocks have died out. Like they were like literally 1 week phenomena, and now they're done. Now no one cares about them. So it's like when I see that stuff happen, that's like excess pockets of greed and liquidity. But if it dies out, which is why I'm kind of happy it's dying out. I don't want people to lose money, but I'm happy that that stuff is not the story of the market. Because like no one wants Open Door to be the story of the market if it's just being pumped as a meme stock. Look, Open Door could not put up the earnings growth. Open Door is down 20%. That's how the market should work. Palantir put up earnings growth. Palantir is up 20%. People hate Palantir's valuation. I get it. But you can't get mad that the street's excited about a company that put up the earnings growth. And that earnings growth, if it continues, likely continues to get momentum. Fear and greed, by the way, at 57 on greed. We were at extreme greed 3 weeks ago. Then we got to fear on Friday, or we got to neutral on Friday. And now we are back at greed. So I just think if earnings continue to impress, then we should keep seeing momentum. And that's a good thing. Yeah, SMR, Oklo, Nano Nuclear, all of these are decent energy plays. It's just they're all up a lot this year. And so the question is how much you want to pay for them. CEG, they beat on the top of the bottom. Constellation Energy Corp, they're down 1.2%. They've also had a great year. That stock basically flat as the market is open. Let's see what else. Let's see what other headlines do we have. Not a lot of outside the Trump Intel tweet. We don't have a lot of crazy stuff. OpenAI just said they're getting ready for their live stream, so that's going to be a big one for GPT-5. Tesla reiterated at a 410 price target from Morgan Stanley. Tesla stock, this one is flat on the day. Adam Jonas highlights the growing convergence of AI research and manufacturing, calling it a new era of embodied AI. He compares the rise of autonomous vehicles and robots to past tech revolutions like the airplane or the internet. He estimates that one humanoid robot earning $5 an hour could replace 2 humans earning $25 an hour, creating an NPV of $200,000 per robot. Wow. Okay, so he's getting pretty bullish on the robots. Speaking of robots, here is a company called Skilled AI, that put out a video today on robots. And this is one of their humanoids dealing with a different scenario. I mean, we saw the robot doing laundry the other day from Figure. Like, this is going to happen. That's what I was saying. All the people that were boycotting Duolingo because the CEO said we're going to be replacing some workers with AI. Like, are they going to boycott Amazon? Are they going to boycott Walmart? Are they going to boycott are they boycotting McDonald's that doesn't have a lot of cashiers anymore because there's self check-ins for your food? Like, no, like the automation is happening. It's inevitable. You can't boycott Uber because taxi drivers were losing their jobs in 2009. It's a question of how as a society we adapt to it. And those are existential questions that I don't have the answers to. And I don't think the government has answers to those questions yet. Maybe we have to raise taxes. Maybe we need a humanoid robot tax. I mean, there's a lot of different answers out there, but you can't stop automation and technology. Look at that. I mean, like this is, and now the Optimus is probably going to look cooler when Tesla starts doing this stuff, but like, it's real. It's happening. It is happening. Wow, UNH below 240. All right, UNH getting hit today. S&P still holding green. UNH now 239. Markets are still holding up, even though we're down from the high of days. but you do have some stocks. So UNH is getting hit. Ulta is getting hit. Energy Transfer is getting hit. Lemonade down 3%. They had a good run over the past couple of days, so that's okay. Virgin Galactic, that's down 6%. Disney's down 1%. And then Shopify, basically flat from where it was yesterday. Yeah, dude. I mean, like these, I think all of us will have a robot one day. But my bull case is not even the consumer appetite for it. I think enterprise is where the robots really get exciting. And that's where we're going to see a lot more momentum in the Amazons, the Walmarts of the world. And, you know, that's where robots are really going to have a lot of demand. Apple, by the way, 218. By the way, Apple and Amazon might work on building their own humanoid robots. Maybe they don't want to buy Tesla's Optimus robots. I mean, so you're going to get a lot of companies, I think, that take a shot at this, but feels like Tesla's in a prime position to win. Okay, Apple 218, Palantir just below 183. Look at that. Palantir's trying to get right back to 183, 182.89. Who do you guys think is buying Palantir right now? Put in the chat. Is anyone in the chat buying? I bought at 169, so I bought at an expensive price after earnings, but I bought, so I did my buying. I'm not buying here. But I'm curious, who is buying? Who do you think is buying? Like, of course, I think some retail are getting excited about it, but I'm also like, well, wait a second. Short, well, it's only 2% short, so I doubt there's going to be a massive covering of shorts. I want to say it's the institutions that got these upgrades. Like, dude, institutions pay a lot of money for research. All the research analysts came out and said, we think Palantir is going higher. It almost makes you think the institutions are like, all right, fine. If you guys think it's going higher, we pay you a lot of money for your research. All right. We're going to buy it. I don't know. Feels like it could be institutions. But obviously it could be retail. Kathy's a great answer. Dude, Kathy has not bought Palantir in so long. You would think she would be buying more as it goes up, but she hasn't. She's kind of, I think they still own like a good amount of shares, but they did sell a ton at 40, 50. I think a little bit more at 70. Oh, she sold yesterday too. She actually, what did she buy? She bought AMD yesterday. She sold Palantir and she bought 130,000 shares of AMD. She sold about 65,000 shares of Palantir. She actually bought 150,000 shares of AMD. She sold 90,000 shares of Roblox, and she sold 10,000 shares of Shopify. So she sold some Palantir and Roblox and Shopify to buy AMD. Nancy Pelosi. Dude, this has got to be the worst trade that Nancy Pelosi missed, or the best trade that Nancy Pelosi missed. Like, she's in the government. How did Pelosi not know what was going on? I just feel like if she bought, it would have been too obvious. And so she like saved herself from buying it. Because I mean, it would have been pretty obvious if Palantir was getting massive government growth and Pelosi's buying it right before. So maybe she saved herself there. But yeah, it would be funny if Pelosi came in and started buying. Last buy was at 137, not buying at this point. That is fair. That is very fair. Look, someone's buying. The point is someone's buying, and that's the exciting part. We don't know who, but someone is. And if it's institutions, then that is very attractive because institutions, when they buy, they are willing to hold for the long term if the company keeps putting up growth. That's the thing. If Palantir can keep putting up the growth, the institutions will hold this thing because they're not going to have better AI opportunities to allocate to, especially in the public markets. Now, Palantir has a bad quarter, things could change. But if they keep holding up the growth and they keep getting upgrades, which, I mean, just looking at the trajectory, it looks like we're going to get 50% growth. The institutions will hold and diamond hand it. And if they diamond hand it with retail, there's just going to be a lot of pressure for those that want to buy more shares because the supply of them won't be as high. Do you have any thoughts on JetBlue? Look, Triple V likes JetBlue. I think it's fine. It's heavily shorted. For it to double in a year, Morgan Stanley has an $8 price target. They would need to have a really good partnership with United. By the way, United Airlines, they shut down all their flights last night at like 10 p.m. across the country because they had a technology issue. So not the best look on United. But I think for JBlue, they've got to really put up some better growth in order to get momentum. But it is heavily shorted. So, you know, the heavy short float, if they have any good quarters, could lead to some more upside as well if the shorts cover. AT&T plans to sell Mexico mobile business to over $2 billion. Okay, is that helping AT&T stock? That's up a little bit. Verizon. Remember when Verizon was outperforming Nvidia this year? Do we remember that? Because that was a hell of a moment when Verizon was outperforming Nvidia. Not really the case anymore, but that was happening at one point. Okay, let's see what other updates we have. Let's see what other updates. We should have Adam on in about 15 minutes. We'll go through some option selling stuff. We'll see what else we've got. See what else we've got going on. Bo Spam, thank you for the $10 super chat. First pound for entry was one day before earnings announcement this week. 100 shares up 15%. Hey, not bad. 155 to 180. Not bad. I mean, and buying right before earnings is always, you know, you just never know what's going to happen. But obviously, it seems like that one has worked out based on the quarter we got. Again, I think the street just looked at that growth, and it's hard for them to ignore it. It's just hard for them to ignore it. Here's the update on some of the crypto 401k stuff that Trump is announcing today. That executive order also helping all the crypto assets.
Clarify the government's position on fiduciary responsibilities related to these types of assets. Largely expected, the broad swath of alternative asset managers are trading lower today just because this was something that has been in the works for a while. There have been a lot of reports about this. Important to clarify, though, that alternative assets are currently allowed to be in 401ks. They are in 401ks. They just aren't in a big way. And a lot of people from Apollo to BlackRock have cited the biggest impediment to this as being litigation risk. That if you put something in a 401k that has very high fees and it turns out not to perform in the way that plan participants expected to, you open yourself up as a plan administrator to being sued, and therefore the fear of that has kept alternative assets out of 401k. So this is essentially kind of a stepping stone on the path to that type of reform. But this, of course, is coming as alternative asset managers reported their earnings this week and addressed these types of things on the calls. We heard Apollo's Mark Rowan talking about how this could provide 50 and 100% better outcomes to investors over their retirement period. He again addressed this idea that the biggest impediment to opening up 401ks has been litigation. And he noted that a few $1 billion this year of origination into 401ks is already underway, and that's the expectation. Heard similar echoes from Harvey Schwartz, less kind of defined numbers from him, but just this idea that everyone is enthusiastic about this because of the large-scale total addressable market for them, which is about $12 to $13 trillion in new assets to tap.
Yeah, that's enormous, and that obviously would help fuel their ability to buy even or get even bigger in private credit, for example.
Exactly.
And finance so many of the things out there that are already been the case. I mean, obviously at Apollo, Athene, where they're selling annuities, allows them to take that money in and use it. But they've been focused on this for.
All right, Hoodie. She likes the news. Can we get 112? Can you give us 112, Mr. Market? Can you give it to us, please? Let me check resistance again. We need 112. In my opinion, that would be very good for the stock to hold above that level. It would be just above the earnings high of day. And it's not that, 112 is going to have to stay. We could obviously fall back below that, but it would be nice. Psychologically, all-time highs is 113.44. So 112 would be inching just above that or just below that based on earnings. 112, 34,000 shares, 34,000 shares. Here you go. 15 cents. 15 cents. Give it to us. Give it to us, Mr. Market. We've been patiently waiting. Robinhood put up some of the best earnings they've ever had in their history. 45% growth. They bought back 3 million shares at $41. Just amazing stewards of shareholder capital. This one deserves it. This one deserves 112. This one should get there. 111.85. 111.96. All right, here you go. This is the moment. She's got to break this one. 5 cents. There you go. 112. There you go. 112, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. Thank you, Mr. Market. Thank you, Mr. Market. You gave us a nice little dip after the best quarter Hood has ever had to 93. A decent chunk of us took advantage of that, and we are back above 112. Absolutely incredible. Just below it right here. I think we crack back above it in a little bit. Not too bad. Not too bad on hoodie. There you go. 112. 112.02. I think we'll get back above it. Yeah, there you go. 112.01. We should get back above it. Palantir as well, 182.15, just holding 182. Tesla 318, Nvidia 182.70, S&P 633. A little bit of a red candle from the highs, but still holding on to green. AMD 172. And then hoodie's going to try to break above that 112 level. Dude, tokenization that expands their entire market. Their entire freaking market. I mean, it's a global tailwind that the stock market, you can't ignore that. You just can't. That's the thing about being so good, you're undeniable. I think Grab is having that situation right now where they're good, but they need to be so good that they're undeniable, because then the stock price just naturally has to follow. And to me, that's a reflection of adjusted EBITDA growth and free cash flow growth. And these are the quarters where, Hood went through these quarters where they were good, but they weren't undeniably good. Now they're undeniably good, and the stock price is reflecting that. Same thing with Palantir. Same thing with pretty much every company that has a big move. But sometimes you're a couple quarters early before that actual quarter where the street's like, yes, this one deserves it. And I think Robinhood had that about 4 quarters ago, and now it's just building on that momentum. There you go. Not bad at all for hoodie. Dude, I'm beginning to laugh like a mitt whenever we celebrate a milestone. Dude, a lot of you guys have taken an interest in my laugh. I see all the comments all the time, like, yo, this guy laughs like a hyena. I'm like, do I actually laugh like a hyena? Is that like a is that a hyena laughs? Was one guy last night was like Amit sounds like he's gasping for breath when he's done with the final part of his laugh. And I was like, does it actually I've seen like the craziest comments about how I laugh. I'm like, all right, I guess that's how I laugh. That's my natural laugh, bro. That's not a show. I'm not faking my laugh. That's how I've laughed. No, they actually say my mom says I laugh like my uncle. My uncle, who's in the chat all the time in Singapore. I tend to laugh like him, and he has a very, exaggerated laugh, even though he's not trying to exaggerate it. So I guess that's how your laugh is. Is it contagious? Is it actually contagious? My girlfriend said you laugh like a girl. Okay, my laugh is a high pitched. That's a fact. My laugh is very high pitched. So actually, hold on. We're gonna do a little bit of an experiment right here. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Last time I did a crazy. Oh, Lyft CEO. He's on CNBC. We'll watch him in a second. Again, Adam should be on in a second as well. Let me pull this up right here. Let me pull this up. Okay, last time I had a major laugh. It was with Steve. We're going to hear this laugh right now. We're going to hear this all together. We're going to see. Here we go. So with Steve.
I mean, I don't even think you can say.
Let me see. In the next 5 years.
25K?
25K.
Can I get in on this?
Yo, it does look like I'm gasping for breath. It does look like a that actually, I've never realized that until today. Oh my gosh, it is a gasp for breath, bro. And there's a seal clap there. Dude, that laugh is like, there's layers to that laugh. There's like the high-pitched part of it. There's like this, it's like a stair step. You're going higher and higher. And then there's a seal clap. And then there's a gasp for air at the end.
25K?
25K.
Can I get in on
this? I'm assuming. Dude, that's crazy. That's great. Everything you guys have been saying is right. Everything. See, now I'm conscious. I just did the same laugh. Now I'm conscious. Palantir 181. Hoodie, are we still above 112 or 111? Hoodie, 111.50. 111.50. OpenAI stream is at 1 a.m. Or not 1 a.m., 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. So in like an hour and a half. That's wild, bro. I am legit gasping for air. That's kind of crazy, dude. That laugh made me laugh. All right, well, I guess that's my laugh. I guess that is my laugh. There you go. Currently, right now, Amit is a seal. There you go. Ian, thank you for the £5. Appreciate it. Mick, keep being you. We love it. Authentic wins. It's like I am who I am. I am who I am. I think Sachin put out a post this morning on he put out this post saying, like, I like watching Amit's market open. And he said, Amit has his quirks throughout the market open, but it's kind of what makes the market open. And I would agree. Like, I was telling Tanner this as well. I was like, Tanner, like, you have your weird little quirks about you, but like, that's why people watch you. There's got to be some personality to you outside of just reporting the news itself. It's fun. Makes it more human, Makes it more human. Now, the question is, Ed says, Amit, this is like Kevin Hart comedy. I love it. Self-deprecation is the funniest and most authentic kind. Yeah, I mean, the question is like, how authentic can you remain as you're on the journey? I think that's the biggest thing. And that to me is also very important with Palantir. I think Palantir's remain authentic. Read him and weep. That was the most authentic thing Karp could say. That's who he is, And I think that's why Palantir's also retained this momentum. Robinhood right here, 111. Constellation, 342. Affirm now going red on the day. SMCI, that one's getting a little recovery. Apple needs to break 220, dude. We need to break 220. We're not going to break it during this 1030 to 1050 slam. But I think throughout the rest of the day, I mean, we hit 221 last night in the overnight markets. I wouldn't be surprised if we break 220. It'd be very nice to see. Definitely could have a side hustle as a Disney hyena voice actor. I don't think that would be too crazy if I could participate in a Disney film. Dude, I would love, one day I would love to be in a movie about the stock market. Like that would be so cool because we haven't had a good stock market movie in a long time. Like, imagine they want to rebuild like a Wolf of Wall Street type of movie. I don't know if I would be like the main guy or anything, but just even any role of just like being in a movie about the stock market, I feel like would be so cool. And I feel like if the stock market is up and people are bullish, like people would go to the theaters to watch that movie. It'd be so cool to just have like a dope stock market movie again. Wait a minute, wasn't the voice actor in Lion King? Dude, Lion King is one of the best anime. That's what I have over Steve. Steve has never seen animated. Steve's never seen The Lion King. He's never seen animated movie. He doesn't watch animation. And I'm like, all right, well, you're missing out because Disney movies are classic. The new ones might not be that great, but the animated Lion King, I mean, those movies, Aladdin, amazing. I watched Billions, but I didn't like it, bro. Billions was S&P going red. Billions was not that good of a show, in my opinion. It was too much talking, not enough action. It was too much character development. I didn't like it. I know some people love it, but I didn't like it. All right, S&P's red. We're getting our little 11 a.m. slam. It is what it is. We'll see in an hour if that changes, but you got the entire street taking some profits right here, which is not too bad. Yeah, I don't watch anime. I mean, I watch animated movies. The last one I watched was Soul from Disney on Disney Plus. I thought that one was great, but I'm not a big fan of anime itself. Says the guy whose show is literally only talking. Okay, so that's a fair critique, okay? That's a fair critique. But Billions, I'm expecting like stock market action. Like I want to see a stock going up. I want to see them shorting a stock. Like I want to see like real drama. And then, 40 out of the 50 minutes of the show, it's just characters talking with each other. I'm like, dude, like this is boring. Like after season 1, I got tired of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm Breaking Bad. I'm very spoiled with that, but I need a lot of the action. All right, folks, 11 a.m. Let's get on a guest. He hasn't been on in 2 weeks. Last time he was on, I think we all enjoyed the segment when it came to Theta Thursdays. And I think we will be doing it at least bi-weekly, if not literally every week if schedules don't align. But for those that have questions about covered calls, cash secured puts, how to make some more income via the options market, and then we'll try to address some of the specific challenges that I know some people have in calls that they're in as well. Let's get into it and let's talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Adam. Adam, what's up?
Man, what's up, brother? Hello to the audience. How's everyone doing today?
Doing good, bro. It's been a nice couple weeks in this market. I think you've been enjoying it as well.
Yeah, man. Definitely enjoy the run-ups, but the downfalls are gut-wrenching.
Yeah, and I think obviously in some names they've been seeing some nasty downfalls, but overall, I think you would agree, earnings have been pretty strong. And now the question is, how can you benefit from the volatility of those earnings within the option spreads as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. How have you been doing?
So, I mean, covered calls for me has been kind of my main thing, and that's what's been really exciting. We got a lot of people that have questions about covered calls, but also people that have questions about puts. And I know you've been doing a lot more on the cash secured put side. So I think we'll start off with this first question. Okay. What stocks are you looking at right now in the options market that are attractive potentially for calls or puts?
So it changes all the time. Wait 1 second. One moment. Give me 1 second.
Apple right here, by the way, trying to get 220, folks. 219.16. She's trying to get 220. And you got about 100,000 shares of resistance at 220. Yeah, you're back.
It changes all the time, but I try to have like 2 or 5 stocks in my rotation, but as a stock goes up, I don't like to sell cash secured puts on it. So, for example, I was selling cash secured puts on SoFi and Robinhood. I don't do those anymore because the stock already ran up. It doesn't mean that it can't run up more. It's just I want to give myself the most advantageous position possible, that if there is a drop, it's a drop from a low point, not a drop from a high point, so that the recovery is more likely to happen. At least that's my game theory. And there's always opportunities. Like I added Lemonade, Oscar, Snap into my rotation, HIMS, and we're going to see what's going to happen right now as soon as this month is over. So far, my trades have been good, and the 2 Palantir trades for covered calls were not assigned either, by the way. They
what strikes did you have on those?
So 2 months ago, since this massive Palantir community, a lot of people here are 100,000aires and multi-millionaires. I was just speaking to 2 people yesterday that essentially are retired and just selling covered calls on Palantir. So I picked a 165 strike that was expired 2 months ago. I think Palantir ended the month like 159 or something. And then I made a play for 170 or 175 August 1st before earnings. And I literally said it on my video. I'm like, don't put this into earnings. And obviously it ended like below 170. And then earnings pushed it up. So right now I will be selling options on Palantir. I could go over it if you guys want. But so far I've been 2 for 2, and every play on my channel so far is a 100% success rate, which means it doesn't get assigned so far.
Now on Snap, did you have 750s on the puts?
No, I have $8 ones. Everybody was panicking yesterday. I made a post for my community. I'm like, guys, don't panic, don't do nothing. Wait until Monday. This is gonna snap back, pun intended. $8 is like the low point. If you go to like a 5-year chart of it, the lowest point that Snap goes to was like $7, yeah, one time, and then it pops back up. But if you go to year to date, it's going to show you a lot easier, the chart, or 1 year, and you'll see that it popped to like 760 once and another like 750. And other than that, it's almost always above $8. So I wouldn't sell Snap cash secured puts when Snap is at $10, but I will keep doing strike prices of $8 because I feel like
if you got assigned at 8, I mean, selling covered calls on it is not the hardest thing either.
Yeah, but we're not going to get assigned. And the worst thing you could do is when yesterday it dropped, everyone started panicking. If you managed this yesterday, you got smoked because there was a huge red candle. You got absolutely destroyed. But if you just waited until today, actually we're above water because we collected 42 cents and I believe this is paying 38 cents now. Yep. So even if you wanted to buy out of this contract, even though you're below the $8, you're still above water. It's a winning trade. And then if you factor in the 42 cents that we collected in premium roughly, you're actually above the cost basis if you were to buy it. And then there is an easy covered call on it, but it's an easy roll right now. I mean, I would just roll it for $8 a month down the line if I had to, but we'll see on Monday.
Got it. Okay, so let's just get into this segment. Folks, let us know what positions you are in, because I think that will get us into kind of how to manage it. So if you have a put that's underwater or a covered call that's underwater, you can put them in the chat and I'll look at some of these options and we'll see what Adam says. Again, for those that are just beginning into selling options, if any of the mods could link the 3-hour video I did, you can click on that and watch that and get, you can have a sort of like an intro to what it is. But on puts, when you sell a cash secured put, you are agreeing to buy 100 shares of a stock at a certain price below the current price. And you get paid premium from someone who's buying that put. If stock goes below, you get assigned. If stock stays above, you keep your premium and you don't have to buy those shares. On a covered call, if I'm selling a covered call, I'm agreeing to sell my shares at a certain price, 100 shares, one contract at a time. And if it goes above the price, my shares are contractually obligated to get called away. If not, I get to keep my shares and keep the premium. So it's about playing the volatility between the moves up and down within a stock, within the spread of the stock going up or down, and benefiting from that volatility. It is exactly what market makers do. It's exactly what Citadel, Jane Street, all these guys do. They do it at a very high level, but retail investors can do it as well and use it to generate some income.
You know what? On a flip note, it's so crazy. I had one guy I'm part of a Discord with. He started doing this before I even had my channel because I was talking about it on Jesse's Discord, and he showed me. And like a few months ago, he was making plays on Robinhood, and he was making like 20K a month. He shows me a receipt yesterday, bro. I can't even. It's crazy. $48,000 he made this month. 48 grand. Wow. And the guy is just like, he's actually gonna do an interview on my channel because I'm like, yo, can you just show people? Just started it, and then I had 2 people that are millionaires from Palantir yesterday that I spoke to. One of them is OG, you know, chilling and making tons of money, which I'm not going to disclose, and the other one is also making like 20K a month selling options right now, and he's like, "Oh, I don't work anymore." It's like it's insane. It's so crazy.
It's really possible too. You know, it's not promising some 8x returns in a month. It's promising 1 or 2% potentially a month, which I think is very doable, especially if you understand what you're doing. All right, so let's get into some of these. So guys, when you give us the scenario, you got to give us your entry price as well, so that it helps us understand how much debit you have to cover. So that would give you a little bit of more understanding. So let's do this one here in a more general way. Christina says, I have a Palantir 170 covered call already rolled out as far as it can go to December 2027. What can you do?
You can't do anything. There's nothing to even look at that. You got to wait and do absolutely nothing. Sometimes the hardest thing you could do in life is wait. But you can't do anything, unfortunately, which is a blessing in disguise. If Palantir drops between now and then, you're going to have the opportunity to roll, so just pay attention to a roll opportunity. If not, there's nothing you could do. Either you bite the bullet and buy out of it, which I wouldn't do because I'm pretty sure there's going to be some dip of Palantir. Even on the chart now, that Palantir goes straight up. It goes up, down, right? Mini dips there are. There hasn't been a really big dip since Liberation Day. However, even if you look at NVIDIA went from like 150 to 90. That's the opportunity that you're looking for. A quick slight dip. Robinhood, when the S&P 500, when we didn't get in, it had a quick dip and then it rebounded. So you're just looking for a quick dip to be able to roll it. And you probably want this dip to happen in the next 12 months, not right now. Because if it happens in 12 months, you'll be able to then roll it to 28. So unfortunately, that's the only thing you do.
I also think if you really are worried about Palantir not giving you that opportunity, then you can pay a debit and roll that 170 up to like maybe 200, keep the same expiration, but you're going to have to pay for it. And, you know, it is what it is at that point if you have to just pay to increase the strike price. Someone says, hey, Adam, I have a covered call on NVIDIA next week, 180 with a 167 in premium. It seems to go underwater. How would you best manage this?
180 covered call, 167. All right, let's go. Let's share screens.
I think you and I are going to agree on what to do on this one. This is for August 8th. No, August 15th.
All right. Can you add me to the screen?
Yeah, there you go.
Cool. So let's pull up the NVIDIA. Right now it's at 180, 181. So automatically, guys, when you're within 2 or 3% of the strike price, you're going to have an extremely easy roll. So this is not going to be a problem, but let's just do the math a little bit. So the next thing that I like to look at on this, you're not going to have too much technical analysis. So usually if the price is somewhere over here and you're not like all-time highs, it's much easier to get TA on this. But since you're at the height of this, the only thing you have is to see if this is way overbought or not. And then you're going to defer to the RSI. And it looks like it's starting to get to the overbought side, but it's not there yet, which means that there's room to grow. And the stochastic is just barely outside of the 80 level. So if this is me, I'm probably going to roll this right now. I wouldn't wait to see what's going to happen for August 15th. Maybe you want to wait until Monday. So that's up to you what you want to do. You could wait until Monday, which is the last week of the contract. But since you're like really close to the strike price, it might be beneficial for you to roll now. Maybe you want to roll tomorrow because the theta decay is going to lower the value of the contract a bit. So if you were to roll it, I do monthly rolls. You could do whatever you want. So I'm just going to do by what I do. So you have August 15th. 1 week would be 22nd. 2 weeks, 29th. 3 weeks, September 5th. 4 weeks would be September 12th. Sell a call. So you owe $1.81. So you just want to see what covers you with $1.81. And yeah, you just have such a beautiful roll over here. You can go all the way up to $205. So your numbers would be right here. 200 or 205 for next week. These would be your, for next month. These would be your plays right here, automatically, what you're looking at. And it just depends on how aggressive you want to be. 25 delta. If it's me, because I like to be safe, I will probably be doing this one right here because it covers your bet at $2.43. You owe $1.81. So you would end up collecting 60 cents in premium, roughly 70 cents in premium. So that's not really bad.
Yeah, and next month is after earnings, but again, like if Nvidia goes from 180 to 205, first of all, 180 to 205 would be a massive move on earnings, and then you can manage it if it actually gets to those levels. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be afraid just because of earnings.
Yeah, and you're collecting 60 cents, so you're collecting what, $600 on this. It's not small money either for every contract, right?
Right.
So that's what I would do. If you want to do a Hail Mary and you really want to be safe, you could just go all the way to January and go high if you're really scared. So you could go to like even a 250, like some crazy number I'm talking about.
Which would put Nvidia at almost like a $5.7 trillion market cap. So
right. But if it's me, I would save the Hail Mary personally. Again, you guys do whatever you want. I'm just sharing my journey. I would save the Hail Mary for after earnings. Let's say if it does go to 200, then you'll have an easy roll to 250.
Yep.
And I would just go to the one that we just called. I forgot what number it was. 205, 200.
Yeah, September 19th, 205. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at this one. Palantir 175 call 815. So that's next week. Palantir is hitting new all-time highs right here, 183.15. Average credit
175, 815. Okay.
Average credit 430.
430 was what they received.
Yep.
All right, so let's go take a look at this. So first of all, Palantir is going to be very, very similar.
Palantir right here, 183.50, guys. So, 184, it's about 100,000 shares of resistance, 12,000 shares of resistance. There's a shot it could crack through.
So, unlike Nvidia, Palantir is overbought in terms of the Bollinger Bands. You guys, don't hate on me. I'm just doing math, right? This doesn't mean anything. It's just little clues, and you guys figure out what works for you. So these Bollinger Bands is something called 2 standard deviations, which means this blue line right here to this blue line right here is the average price movement over the last period. In mine, it would be 30 days. And it accounts for a 95% move in price. So anything outside of these lines is not a normal move. And you could see the thing with Palantir, it's been running these Bollinger Bands all the way to the tops, but you can see that when it hits the top, it has a little bounce, hits the top, little bounce, hits the top, little bounce, right? So this is showing me that it is going to be going down. It's a super strong chart, so I don't think Palantir is going down below this 157 line, which is the 20-day moving average, and this massive, massive volume line right here. So I think there's going to be, if there is going to be a Palantir dip, it looks like that will be the dip where it would, have resistance around that 157 mark. So, and unlike the NVIDIA chart where it's barely getting into the RSI, you could see that Palantir is starting to be bought. It's trading at a 78 RSI. Now, it doesn't mean it can't go higher. Like if you're going to go to these charts right here, you see Palantir at one point was 84 RSI. Over here was a 81 RSI. But you guys see every time it does go into this heavy RSI, it does drop. I mean, you can just go back. Every time it hits these numbers, it drops. So with that said, you're kind of here already, right? It's right here and it's due for a drop. Doesn't mean it can't go higher till here. Doesn't mean it can't go to like a 180 or 185. I'm just saying it's due for a drop. When that drop comes, nobody knows, and it doesn't mean it's going to be a 50-point drop, right? And same thing with the stochastic oscillator. It's pretty high, like literally at 99. This goes to 100. So on the stochastic, it's showing that it's really going to drop. And you see that every time it hits this point right here, you can go like literally forever. Palantir has a drop, right? This is the line right here, if you guys see, and then it has a drop. So with everything that you're seeing over here, maybe, and because Palantir already had earnings, maybe you would be much more appropriate to roll it just 1 month out as opposed to rolling it for a Hail Mary, just because I think it is going to have a little drop, which could be like a few bucks, but it's still a small drop. So if they have it for August 15th, sell a call, and they had it for 175. So they owe right now $10.65. So if we were to go 4 months, it would be September 12th.
You can get to 185. That's basically at the current price, which isn't crazy. If you go to October, you can probably get to like 195, I would imagine.
So yeah, whoever's going to be rolling it right now, you got to kind of have a gut check. I'm assuming you're petrified to lose your shares. If that's the case, then just roll it to January. You're going to have a very easy roll right now. It's going to raise the price and just live to fight another day, because you guys would hate to lose your shares, right? I'm assuming anybody who's asking this question does not want to lose their Palantir shares. So if it's me and I don't want to lose my shares at all costs, I wouldn't even play with rolling it for a month. I would just go to January. This is personally. So if that's the case, you can go all the way up to 240 on January.
Which is, I mean, dude, 240 is pretty reasonable. You got 5 months and you keep your shares, right? And the number one thing that you talked about last time is your mentality, if you want to keep the shares, is to stop worrying about the income and keep the damn shares.
Correct. So the only thing you could do is, if you want, do 230. 230 still gives you a massive run up. I mean, that's like 40% from here, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
20%, 25. Like it's a ridiculous number on top of everything that's been happening with Palantir, right? Like you cannot discount, right? You can't discount this, and you definitely can't discount this. So with the higher and the more vertical it goes, the higher probability is going to be a small, recap. Like you could see it right here. It went all the way up, it dropped. It went here, it dropped. This is a point right here, drops, point, drops, point, drops. So there are kind of like drops, and the higher it goes vertical, the more there is a chance of it being dropped. So if that's me, I would do the Januaries, and those are the two strikes that you have.
Yeah, and getting up to 200, I think 230 is not a bad idea, because again, you still get more capital appreciation from 175 to 230. NVIDIA 130 covered call expiring 9/15. So that's a September NVIDIA 130. He got $19 a share.
Average credit. How come you got, so let's rewind. You got $19 a share for your credit. That means that you picked a very wrong strike. There's no way you picked a solid strike to get such a high credit. So first of all, let's rewind and see what you did wrong. What delta did you pick? And what percentage in your favor did you pick?
The thing is, because this also might have been a roll from like 100 to 130.
Maybe. Let's ask.
Yeah, Lewis, if you can give us some more context on that. Can you go to NVIDIA's option chain and let's see where that's trading at right now? Yeah, Adam, can you pull up NVIDIA's option chain right here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The 130,915. So that one's, yeah, it's got to be worth a lot more now.
Trade options and
it feels like those were in the money when they were sold, kind of.
yeah, no, something's off here. Like I could already start telling when I see things, and also there is no September 15th.
Oh yeah, that one makes no sense, dude. Maybe he meant September 19th.
Let's go to another one, and Lewis will get back to us.
Yeah, Lewis, you got to give us some more details on that. That one's a bit confusing. Okay, let's see. This one, hoodie, 140 for Feb 2026. I wouldn't do anything on that. I would leave it.
So, for example, I wouldn't do anything on it either. So, for example, I have a June 140 strikes on hood, and if 140 hits, I'm gonna sell my hood. I won't keep it. My situation is different than all of your situations. I just hold stocks now to buy stuff. Like I want to get a new house, so I'm okay with letting go. So my position is completely different than yours. But personally, 140 is the max right now that I see, and I'm waiting essentially for 120 to 140 with S&P 500 inclusion. It could go to 200 or 300. I'll be okay with that. But 140 seems like a very solid strike. And at the time, 140 was the highest possible strikes on the options chains when we were doing it. So at this point, don't do nothing. Don't even think about it until January comes. And then preferably in the beginning of February, you're going to want to manage that. You don't want to manage too early.
Palantir, $90 November covered calls.
The only thing you could do, no, because I know this, I know the pain over here. So the only thing you could really do is wait until like 2 weeks before the expiration, and then roll it as far possible as you could. In terms of, there's nothing to even look at. Just you literally going to roll it as much as you could, even if you roll it from $90 to $90, right? But he got a $40 credit over here. Am I
it's about 130 then? Yeah.
Am I mistaken there, or are they saying it correctly?
Yeah, they got $40 credit. Yeah, they did.
So if you got a $40 credit, I mean, you got to add those credits to it. But my question is, are these people, if you guys are asking questions, just respond if you already rolled it once or not. Because if you guys are having these credits and you didn't roll into those, that means you guys are doing it wrong. Like the strike prices, the percentages you guys are picking wrong to begin with, and that's why you're in this situation. If you're picking the correct strike prices and the correct percentages, it's not to say you can't get into these situations, but it's seldomly you will.
It's less likely, yeah. I mean, if you already sell it in the money, which some people do, they make the mistake of selling it way too much in the money and get too aggressive. But a lot of times it feels like it's being rolled into. NVIDIA 180, 1121. Average credit is 1347. They have rolled.
I would just wait until beginning of November, like November, the first or second week of November, and then I would manage it. I wouldn't worry about it right now, personally. You could do whatever you want, but I'm just saying there's no reason to worry about it right now. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what Trump is going to say. You don't know NVIDIA earnings. We don't know a lot of things.
Hoodie, by the way, 112.45. She's having a hell of a day, up 6.4%. And Palantir is trying to go for 184. Let me just check resistance real quick on
Great job,
hood.
guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very big move right here. 113 resistance, folks, on hood is 12,000 shares. Not a lot.
Guys, and then sometimes you have like there's an interesting thing when it comes to the rolling. Like let's say you have a strike and the strike price is at $100, and you know Palantir is at 150 or NVIDIA or whatever. It doesn't make a difference. You could sometimes roll the same exact strike price that you have and just roll it out like 6 months just to collect the premium. So it's like kind of like, I don't give a fizzle anymore. I lost my money anyways. Let me try to collect some premium on it, and that's it, right? It's kind of like a last ditch effort.
Agreed. Yeah. If at the end of the day, if you're just getting premium, then you're getting premium. And if you're letting go of the shares, then whatever premium you can get is what matters. Would you roll a Palantir 190 call expiring 815 with an average credit of 281 to 912 at 190 strike for a credit of 878?
What is expiring? No, why would you want to roll a 190? You're good right now.
Yeah. Usually you tend to roll on when your break even is achieved. So that's your premium plus your strike.
Yeah. I mean, if it's me, you guys can do whatever you want. Again, I'm going to say, if it's me, I'm not rolling that right now because there's no point. You're probably going to be good. And remember, you have a theta decay. The theta decay is crazy today. So every single day that you can afford not to roll is a day that you're going to be reducing the value of the contract. And it's huge right now, every day, especially when it's expiring in 2 weeks.
AMD, by the way, nice recovery from yesterday's dip. Up 7% on the day. Grab now up 3.2. Palantir 183.50, and then Hoodie 112.40. Apple as well trying to go for 220. S&P also beginning to recover. So you do have some momentum from.
I bought in crazy grab options, Amit. I bought much more.
You bought more?
Yeah. I bought another. I have like I put in like another 150K.
December?
I did no, January 27, June 27, and December 27, all of them for $10 strikes.
Okay.
Because the last 2 quarters, this is exactly what was happening with what was the last 2 quarters? SoFi, for example, where every quarter was just amazing, but the price didn't move. It happened to HIMS also before it finally had to move, when every quarter was just triple beats, every quarter was just great. Now Grab wasn't triple beats, but it's not the most amazing quarters, but they're super solid quarters, and the price is not moving. And then you had those 2 days that it spiked to like $5.90, $5.70.
Yeah.
That makes me believe that we have a great opportunity to have a runner over here for us.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals are really intact too, so that should help as well. Let me see some of these other scenarios. So, by the way, Adam's link is pinned on the channel, guys, so you can follow him there. It's the pinned comment. You can subscribe.
Yo, can I show you something really cool though about it? So a lot of people were asking me, share my screen. So a lot of people were asking me, how do you remember we were like, how do you calculate the percentages and things like that? So I literally, this is the thing I was talking to you about. I literally coded my own options calculator.
Wow.
And then, yeah,
Cool.
It's on my website. And then a lot of people like, Adam, how do you do your technical analysis? And I'm like, you know what? Instead of people paying $25 for TradingView, this is literally my chart minus the volume over here. And you could just input any stock in here and it's going to give you the same thing.
It pulls up your indicators, basically, essentially.
Yeah, all you have to do is change the indicators right here and whatever colors you want to use. So these colors are just different than mine, but other than that, it's the same thing. Like the 20-day, the 50-day, the 100-day, the 200-day, the Bollinger Bands. You just have to set this to 30 instead of 20. Because some people like it at 20, right? And then the RSI is right here, and I even added little bear and bull markers. Not bad, right? Pretty cool.
Dude,
I'm
I like
proud
that.
of myself.
No, I'm putting the domain in the chat. I'm happy you got the domain, bro. retiredasap.com.
Yeah. I built it from scratch right now, the website. And then you could even put in the fees that you have on your brokerage. And then remember on the cover, so this is for the cash secured puts. And I had to pay for an API, like if you want to put in to actually get the price to come up, which is interesting to learn all these things, right? Because I'm learning from scratch. And then for the covered calls, remember the thing was we couldn't figure out the percentages because there was 2 types of percentages, the current share price and how much you purchased it for. So then I added a second line for the covered calls, the purchase price, cost basis, or the current strike price.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
And I'm assuming AI helped you with this stuff.
Oh yeah, bro. I stacked it with several different AIs to code it, and then one checks. Bro, it's really, really cool, dude. It's really cool. And I'm excited to like, I'm so proud of it because it's like so helpful for people.
Well, this is the promise of AI productivity. I put the link right there in the chat. This is the promise. Like AI can turn someone who's not a coder into building an entire options calculator. It's not the worst thing. BMNR $42 covered calls. Would you wait or roll those? BM&R is at $40 right now.
I would roll those because, and I wouldn't sell covered calls or cash secured puts on these. The premiums are crazy good, but these runs are crazy, ups and downs. One good thing about BM&R and the covered calls is the second they're going to do ATMs to dilute, to buy more,
It'll fall.
the price drops. It's what happened earlier in SBET earlier this morning.
And you know this very well with MicroStrategy.
Oh yeah, F MicroStrategy right now, man. I sold. Oh man, I can't. That's bro. And the same people keep parroting the same exact quotes. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But anyways, I don't want to get into it. But yes, I'm very familiar with diluting, to say it lightly, your shareholders.
Yeah,
for a nice ledger.
Like BM&R, it's a great day up 7%, but unfortunately, Tom Lee has to dump shares to buy Ethereum. Like the money is not going to, grow on a tree. Like you have to get it from somewhere. And so that's just something everyone has to be prepared about.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it volatile.
But that ATM dilution in this specific case, and I own SBET, like, right? That's my end game. So they all do the same thing. The dilution helps you when you're selling covered calls. For example, they're going to dilute, which is going to drop the price. And it kind of gives you like a second breath if you're like right there, because you're like, okay, and just track when they sell, right? Just track the dilution and you'll kind of start understanding when they dilute. So, Sailor was diluting every single Monday for like 90 days or whatever. So see the dilution that they're doing and try to pinpoint it. But I wouldn't be selling covered calls on this, because if Ethereum goes to 6, 7, 8,000, this thing blasts. If Ethereum moves $500, right, which is not crazy, this thing blasts off too. So be very, very careful with these treasuries and leverage funds in terms of selling options, because you can get burnt, and I did get burnt on it with MSTU last year.
Palantir very close to 184. We got close. Got rejected at 183.97, but very close. 170 Palantir covered calls expiring 8/22. Collected 232 in premium.
78.22.
So those are in the money by about $14. With the premium, it's about $12. And so I think you're probably going to have to go a month or 2 months out on these. How much do you have to cover? You have to cover
1635.
1630. So again, this price is so that 1635, guys, is the debit that must be paid back to buy to close the call. And that's why whenever we open a new one, when we sell to open, which is the rolling part, we need to find something that is above 1635.
Yeah. For you, probably going to go to this 210 right here. Because remember, guys, it's not about the maximum premium. This is just gravy. You want to have full asset appreciation, and on top, you want to collect a few dollars for the premiums. So, you collected $2 something cents. Now you would collect still over here like $1.70. That's roughly $4. So Palantir is at 210 or less. By January, you collected full appreciation plus $4 on top. So that's the goal when selling covered calls, in my personal opinion. So if it's me and I don't want to sell the shares, I don't want to get rid of them, just roll them now. If you want to wait actually, and you wait for a red day, so if you think Palantir is going to have a dip, now again, a dip could mean 2-3%, which is not really a dip for Palantir, right? Because it just shot up like 20-30% on top of shooting up like 200%, right? Whatever, some crazy numbers, which is great. So if you can wait for a day that this is going to drop like a few percent, you're going to be able to roll it much better. You'll probably be able to get a 220 roll and collect, right? The difference is going to be significant. So when you sell covered calls, you want to sell a covered call, your initial one, on green days, but you want to roll them on red days. If you sell a cash secured put, you want to sell on red days, but roll on green days.
Yep. AMD 150, Jan 2026. He rolled it from 130. Net credits 244. He's been able to pick up.
Bro, like there's not much you could do right now. You just got to wait. You got to wait for some type of dip or something to happen.
Really, yesterday on the earnings was kind of your day, right? When it fell 10%.
Yeah. I had some people that were in those really bad situations and they were able to roll it. So again, When there's a massive dip, your rolls are going to be so juicy. More than, like if there's 1 day dip of 10%, it's going to give you a better roll if there's 2% days. Because that massive, massive candle, up or down, is what gives you the opportunity, because of the implied volatility towards the other side, to get out and get a beautiful roll. So if it's me with that, I wouldn't do nothing and just wait until closer to expiration, and then figure out what's going to happen. I know everybody has this euphoric thing that the market's going great, it's going good, but markets do come back to reality. They do go down. It doesn't have to go down for a long time. You could have a dip for 2-3 weeks, a month, and that's the opportunity that you're looking for. We don't have to go in a bear market for you to have an opportunity. So just wait.
Yeah, and if you really did want to roll it, I feel like you would have to go, to the June 2027s, and that'll easily get you like 220, 230, 240. But then it's just a question of your shares being locked up for a couple of years, or a year and a half at least. SMCI $50 covered call expiring August 22nd, sold today, 183 a premium. Was it a good move? I'm fine with my shares being called away.
That's great. Let's do it. So you sold a covered call for SMCI. You sold it today. Okay. For trade options, August 22nd.
I like this one. I mean, it's good premiums, and if it gets called away, then it is what it is.
Sell call for 50.
And you're already up on it as well.
Yeah, if you're okay with it to get rid of it, that's fine. If you want my opinion of how I would tweak this, if this was me, I wouldn't do August 22nd. I would have done 4 weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I would have done September 5th, personally. There's nothing wrong with your play. But you also went 75%. You also went to 75%, if I'm not mistaken.
Of the probabilities, yeah.
Yeah, so you went to 75%, and the problem is you went 0.36 delta. So 0.36 delta, this is just a money grab of premium. If you're literally saying, I don't care whatsoever about losing my shares, this is great. This is not, then whatever I'm saying right now doesn't apply to you. If you wanted a different way of collecting premium, plus you want to collect maybe appreciation of your shares, then I would personally just do 4 weeks. So I will go to September 5th. And I would probably have ended up doing something like maybe like this one or something. Something 56. Like the 56, just to collect this plus appreciation. However, if you think the market is going down, then it was a great play. And if you don't care about losing your shares, it's fine. But if you want the long-term plays to do this with share appreciation, then I would even go higher, right? I would probably go to like 92s. This is usually good. So you're collecting the premium and you're collecting full appreciation. But what you're doing is good for what you want to do, for selling it, right? Just kind of explaining it, deeper dive.
105 hood expiring next week. Got 170 in premium. Obviously, those are now underwater, given hood's at 112. So how would you manage that? Apple, by the way, 220, folks. We got Apple to 220. 3% on the day. One of the best 2-day runs for Apple in the past 3 months. Okay, so you got 1.7 in premium. Now that call is worth $9. So the call buyer kind of won on that trade.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is really amazing. I mean, you could get to this 140, man, for January.
But see, that's incredible. Let's just recap that for a second. You sold a 105 covered call in August. You don't want to lose your shares. Let's say hood's about to get into the S&P, go on a crazy run. This is why I like covered calls. You can roll that 105 to 140. That's $35 a share in appreciation. You can't do anything for 6 months with the shares, but who cares if hood actually gets to 140, you can make it $35 a share, and you don't lose any money on the roll. I mean, that to me is like, that makes these situations more manageable, especially when you have a very liquid options market, which is what you have on hood.
Yeah.
Are we at 184? I think we hit 184, Adam.
Simply incredible, man. This journey, I think Palantir made more millionaires in the shortest period of time than I can possibly. Dude, I have so many people that I do one-on-ones with, and they're multi-millionaires from Palantir, and a lot of them secondary from Hood. It's just amazing. And shout out to Amit, man. The guy has been killing it. How many people were on Palantir because of Amit? How many people were on Hood because of Amit? Hopefully we'll have a trifecta with Grab.
Hopefully. There you go. 184, folks. Big Bell comes out at 185. If they're going to make us do it.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations to everybody in the Palantir community.
Yeah, if they make us do it 3 days in a row, that would be incredible. And also, this guy's being too humble. This guy was buying Palantir with us at $7 and $6.
Yeah. I just want to say one more thing, bro. Like, I saw Chris kind of making fun of Alex Karp's, Patek Philippe. And I think, like, Chris has the most syndrome of he just can't let Palantir breathe, and he just wants to make some comment over there. The guy is a billionaire, Alex Karp. He is one of the greatest CEOs for the community. Like, he speaks and he loves the community. Like, he literally talks about it. It's okay for the guy to enjoy his money. It's okay if you're rich. Let me tell you guys one thing. Let me just say it again. If you have money, it's okay. You can enjoy it if you really have money. You don't have to live on ramen noodles. You can enjoy your life. God put you on this earth to enjoy your life. That's it. There's nothing wrong with Alex Karp buying a dope watch. I hope he buys 100 more. He still is a great CEO. He loves you guys. And I mean, you could hear the passion that he speaks. It's just insanity when I saw that post. Like, you got a problem with the guy's watch because somehow now he's not about, society. This is a crazy shit.
Also, the stock has gone up a lot. So if anyone else wants to buy a watch with their Palantir gains, you have the ability to, because the stock has, he did what a CEO does, gives shareholder returns. So,
bro, just guys, look,
it's nothing to hate on, is my point.
Yeah, if you're in an opportunity to change your life, change your life. You don't have to be a snob. You don't have to be a jerk off. Just change your life. Live a good life. There's nothing wrong with it. But to make a comment that a billionaire bought a watch that's like 150K, like, come on, guys, that's like a penny for him. Like, seriously speaking, it's insanity. So it's okay, guys. Once you reach a certain status in life, live a good life. Buy your family stuff. Buy yourself stuff. It's okay.
NVIDIA 170 expiring in December. What would you do?
I wouldn't do nothing, man. I would just wait for it closer to December. You're kind of underwater now. Hopefully, you understand there's no right or wrong answer. There's just a technique and what works for you. If it's me, I'm just waiting for a dip. I'm not going to roll it right now when I have so much time value on it. So, for example, let's just do this. I just want to show you guys how this works. By the way, for anybody that's asking about the website, I saw some comments. The website is a paid website. There's a lot of features that I'm doing on it to help my community. This was asked for me to be built by my community. The tools that I'm putting over there is to try to help people that want to do this. So, yes, there is a paywall. I was just sharing it to show Amit the tools. I'm not hunting for anybody to subscribe. So I saw some people ask about that. The NVIDIA is which one?
So 170, December 19th.
December. So I just want to show you guys a super, super important thing. December 19th, and this is going to be the 170.
Someone said real quick. Someone said 152 for Palantir this week. You got to roll that. You got to get out of it at this point.
Now, right now, like right now, get off this call and right now, because you can get called at any moment because people don't always wait until market closes. And I figured out the hard way that usually Thursday and Friday of the last week of expiration, which is today and tomorrow, you can get called away. So if I'm you, get off this live, take out your phone, and roll it.
I would go to January, and I would get from 150 to probably 210. I think you could easily do that. If not, you can go to February or March, probably get to 220, 230. But yeah, 150 is very underwater. So now you just got to get it out of here.
Yeah. So so what I want to show you guys is, you see you have this number right here, $26. This is what you owe. I'm sorry, Celh call. 26. By the way, guys, if you guys don't notice this, the buy and the sell call is literally the bid and the ask price.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So buys is going to be positives, deltas, and sells is going to be negatives. It's the vice versa. I'm just saying, it doesn't really make a difference. Just keep that in mind. So anyways, you owe $26 over here, right? There's something going to be called theta. So every single day, your contract is going to be worth less, 7.5 cents. Now, it doesn't really seem like a lot, but the 7.5 cents really does start adding up, right? 7.5 cents times 5 days, you're like roughly at 35 cents, 40 cents, right? Now, if you times this by a month, you're around $1.20. If you times this by a month times the next 5 months, right? So this contract is 25% less just by you waiting until December if the price doesn't change. Let me just repeat that one more time. If everything else stays the same, just by waiting because of time decay, this contract is going to be worth 25% less. This is why I tell people, sometimes you just got to sit on your hands and do nothing.
So if you had to roll that, what would you do?
I mean, you're not going to have much of a roll here.
You would have to go to January 2027.
Yeah, I mean, I would roll it to January 2027. The thing is, I would wait.
Before you roll. Yeah, yeah. Because you have couple
Correct.
Data. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so what was that at? $26? So you can go to 210s. Actually, that's not bad either. You save yourself, you get yourself some appreciation over here. But the problem is once you start getting closer to this, if NVIDIA keeps going, you're going to get really tight because you're locking it up for 1.5 years right now, right? I would roll it to this as soon as there's a dip. So if NVIDIA can happen to go to like 170, then I would do the roll.
Hood 85,919. If you're asking, do you need to roll? I would say the answer is yes.
Yes.
A long time ago. Like once it starts breaking over your break even, you get the hell out.
Yeah. If you could get out of something when it is a break even, this is roughly the best time to do it.
That's
other nuances.
That's when you can manage it. It's hard to manage it when you're $40 underwater, or $30.
Yes. So $85 is going to be right here. So $28.50. And by the way, guys, like one more thing, like it's not going to show you here, but it's much easier to get technical analysis when the price is not at all-time highs. Because it's all-time highs, it's very hard to get information to try to play around with in terms of the technical analysis. So basically this whole page right here means almost nothing. And then you're kind of relying kind of on this RSI and stochastic. But even on the RSI, you have room to grow right now on Robinhood. And you could see that right here, this purple line crosses the yellow line. So this is the actual RSI and this is smooth out line. This is bullish, which means that the price of Robinhood is probably going to keep going up. With that said, you had the $85 for 28.20.
So that would be, you're going to June.
Even on June, so you got to just make a gut check of where you think this is going to go. Like, and unfortunately, you're going to have a very terrible roll right now. If you want to keep your shares and get appreciation, you roll it as far out as you possibly can. But if you want to just buy yourself some time, then you're going to go to a January 26 and essentially just roll as high up as you possibly can, which would be which was a 28, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You see, you can't even do nothing. So unfortunately, you're really stuck between a rock and a hard place.
You got to either let the shares go or you got to pay a premium to get out of it. That's it.
Yeah, or buy yourself some time, like go 95 to January and hope for a dip. There is going to be a dip in Hood for a slight period of time when the crypto market takes a dip, if you believe the crypto market is going to take a dip, right?
Yeah.
So you have to, who was that message from?
That was Chad.
Chad, what's up, Chad, man? OG. Yo, like what other, do you guys understand how strong the Palantir community is, that you guys gave life and strength and energy to the Palantir employees at the worst possible time where they were eating shit every single day? And you guys get what I'm saying. But now everyone's on top, and that's why they appreciate you guys so much. Like, what other employees and high-level employees too, right? Like people in the actual company actually coexist, talk to you guys, shout out to you guys. It's really, really amazing. And then you guys are going to hate that Cart bought himself a watch because he's a billionaire and somehow he doesn't care about the community because of the watch. Like, guys, this is insanity. But yeah, Chad, shout out to you. Congratulations, man. I'm sure a lot of you guys had options on Palantir shares. Congratulations.
Those RSUs, restricted units, not doing too bad. He says, I'm actually an unpaid intern. That is correct.
I'm sorry, man. But you guys, but it all the same, you guys get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, the community is here, and the essence of the company is with the community as well. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Chad also, I send Carps everyone's good posts. He loves them. Chad literally shouted out Garcia when on the stream he did with Iliano, because like Garcia makes like really good Palantir memes, and the fact that Carp sees them and laughs at them and stuff, like, it's just he cares, dude. Owning a watch doesn't mean he doesn't care about the community,
Of course not. It's absurd, bro. Talk about it's like. It's such petty nitpicking. It's just like, I feel because Palantir went to the moon, it's like he just can't let it go. Like, bro, just let people live. Just let people live.
I don't send him a Mitts post though.
I think he sees on Mitts posts, right, on it. But anyway, shout out to the whole Palantir, everybody, man.
822 195. I wouldn't do anything with that.
Yeah, don't do nothing. You're good.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything with that.
You're good.
All right, Adam, it's been about 50 minutes. I think we'll do one more. Guys, I know we have a lot of them. So if you have more, again, Adam's YouTube, I'm linking that again right here in the chat. He does live streams every Sunday. You can become a paid subscriber to his group. Again, the difference between him and a lot of other people is that he's not selling you a course. He's giving you one-on-one time. And like, there's an actual Discord community. So if you have hyper-specific questions, I do think that is worth getting into a community for it to be able to get details on. And then on Sunday, he streams every week as well.
Yeah, and then for the website, every Monday and or Tuesday, I'm going to be streaming for several hours. It's going to be a little different than Amit's stream. I'm not going to cover like, just for my community members of the website, I'm not going to be covering like news. It's just literally going to be doing this for several hours all day. So anybody that pops in who's part of my community, even if you pop in for 2 minutes, you literally say, hey, Adam, this is the play. We'll go over it. We'll do the technical analysis, and we'll review the play during live market hours, literally like this. And I'm going to be doing this every single week. And I'm going to be going on for several hours. So let's say from 10 to 1 or from 12 to 2, like many hours every single week. And I'm going to keep building up tools for the website to use if anybody's interested. And if anybody is interested, I'll give Amit a discount link for anybody from his community. But what was the last play?
I think last play, let's do this one. ANET call, so Arista.
That's my man right here. That's part of my channel too.
I love it. Awesome. 122 strike, premium 1645. He's saying, can I roll to September? ANET's been a monster too. I mean, they had a crazy.
What is it?
138 right here.
What is this company about though?
Cloud computing, data center.
Oh, wow.
Infrastructure. I mean, they're heavy in the CapEx trade that's been going on.
24%. I was just coming back, man.
Yeah.
That's a nice cup. Right here is a cup. And then over here is going to be like this. Down. And then it's going to be like this. That's going to be the handle. And then it's going to come out. Screenshot this. Okay, I'm sorry. So expires 8/15, 122 strike, and you want to go to here. Okay. So, call August 15th, 122. Gonna be right here, or 1620.
Palantir, folks, just below 184. We hit 184.23 on the day. Right now, 183.80.
Congratulations, man. By a show of hands, whose life was changed? Like real money. It doesn't have to be millionaire status, but whose life was changed? Like, if your life was changed, can you put a 1 into the chat by Palantir? Like, if it's meaningful, something like you could pay off your school loans or down payment for a house. Like, whose life changed from Palantir? I'm just curious.
I think it was a decent amount of people, dude.
I mean,
that's crazy.
I have the most, like, you know, I start tearing up with this. I'm so happy for this community, bro. It's like so crazy. Shout out to all of you guys. And shout out to Elaine. I saw her in the community. Shout out to Elaine. She's one of the earliest OGs that I know from Palantir, who has a few shares from DPO. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Yo, did you notice, and I'll go over this play really, really fast. It's so funny. Did you notice that every single content creator now, some of them were in Palantir in the beginning, some of them were not, but not in the beginning, like kind of in the beginning. They all say that they bought Palantir at $6.34, right? Or I bought Palantir at $6. And sometimes you're watching people and you're like, no, you didn't. I saw your content. You bought Palantir at 20s and you DCA down, but you didn't like catch the bottom, right? People are like, I got into Palantir at $6. No, you didn't. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. But every single, Ahmed, I think you're the only content creator that did not buy Palantir at $6.
No, I did, but I was always honest about it. I started buying at 25. So
sure, right. I'm saying you did. When I mean you didn't get in at $6, you didn't magically say that's it. You're the only content creator in the entire Palantir community. Obviously, I'm exaggerating here, right? And shout out to like Arnie. Like I'm not talking about anybody like that. Shout out to all of them, but like every single content creator in Palantir, and they were never even Palantir people. They're like, I bought at $6. No, you did not buy at $6. You might have bought a part of it at $6, but you didn't like time the market. It's unbelievable. Okay, let's do this play. So 122, right? He had, and what did he owe on it? 1620, I think.
Yeah. I do have a watch like Carp as well. I do have.
Do you?
Yeah, it's not a paddock, but it's there. I will just say, to your point, look, when something runs up like crazy, everyone wants to say they got in really early, and that's where the authenticity of the community matters, right? Like if you actually put in the work, like if you have to say you got in early, you probably didn't. If you have to keep reminding people, hey guys, I bought it, like everyone can tell you're full of shit. If you're actually doing the work that's required to be a community member, like an Arnie, like me, like all the Matt Money, all these people, then it's like no one really has to question it because you were there for the past 4 years. Yeah. So it is.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny. And all of these people somehow miraculously catch the bottom on every single hype stock, but you didn't, and you didn't. Anyways, it's all good, man. Shout out to the community. So where was the play again? Can you pull it up, Amit? We forgot the numbers.
Yeah, so 122 strike, 815.
Yeah, 122, 815. It was when I get an Amit show, it's like I'm shooting the shit with my boy. Like it's just straight up. I have mad fun with him. 122, 1530, 1530. So you wanted to roll it for 1 month? You could roll it for 1 month to see if there's going to be a drop. You could roll it, but there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you're good, that's a good plan too. There's nothing wrong with that. I roll a lot of times 1 month, so that's good. And if the pattern is what I see the pattern is, so yeah, this thing is going to go back down to earth. This is overbought everywhere. So I'm not even mad about you doing that for 1 month on the same strike, straight up, because this is going to come down, and it's probably going to come down to right around this. Dude, you have such a good chance that this is actually going to come down in the next month. I think it's going to come down, and then it's going to be like this, 2, 2, 2, 2, and then it's going to go to the next one based on just a general pattern. I'm starting to look at like other things. This looks like a big cup right here. And then this looks like it's about to drop and form like a little bull flag, and then it's going to go back up.
Yeah, and I think, if you really think there's not a drop coming in, obviously September is not enough time, so you probably have to go to Jan 2026, but you're in enough of a range where you can get to probably 150 by January or March of next year, and you'll be okay.
Yeah. I'm going to get the bell out. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to go back to play with my son. He's home today, and I didn't want to cancel the show. Guys, thank you, everyone. God bless, and guys, enjoy your lives. I'm so happy for all of you guys, and shout out to all of your success.
Love it. Adam's channel. You guys can subscribe there. Adam, we will see you next Thursday.
Take care. Bye-bye, guys.
Later. All right. We will do more of those sessions, guys. I didn't know people had these many questions on these, so we will do a lot more of these sessions. And yeah, it seems like a lot of you guys have a lot of these different situations that you're in with covered calls or puts. And so we'll manage them over the coming weeks. But it seems like it's a good session to have because a lot of people can get some value, even if your question isn't answered, but seeing how other people are managing it. That is not the worst thing in the world either. 184.22 on Palantir, 185 resistance, 82,000 shares. 82,000 shares. I don't know if the market's going to get me to do the big bell 3 days in a row from 175 to 180 to 185. But if it does, I wouldn't be complaining about it. I wouldn't be complaining about it. Grab right here is up as well. Hoodie got above 112. I wish we held it. I think we have a shot to get back there towards the end of the day. It is 12 p.m. You're going to see a little bit of a sell-off across the entire market with lunchtime, but 111 on Hood, I'm not upset about, up 5% on the day. BMNR is up 7.5. I think Hood is up on that crypto news as well. But the broader market is getting some love across the board. Apple also helping. S&P still flat, even with Apple green. So you're seeing some of these names outperform. Nvidia as well, 181 down from 183.80. Could not break 184. But you do have Palantir trying to break 184 or get above that, as it was at 184.48, and then Hoodie trying to get to 112. Not bad. Not bad at all. The Fly IPO should be happening soon, right? All right, so that should be, I don't think that's going to be like Figma where they wait till 2 p.m. I think we should get the answers probably in like 20 minutes of it going public. So we'll get some updates on that. And then OpenAI's event is at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. So that will be introducing GPT-5. Probably also will be bullish for all the AI names. And we'll see what Sam Altman puts out. Figma, by the way, that stock, wow, down 9%. That's the lowest it's been since IPO, 81. All right, so that one's getting hits. That one is getting hits. There you go. It's not bad, dude. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. It's nice to see some of this momentum. Again, August, AMD as well, dude, a recovery of 6%. Like, I think tanked yesterday. It's almost like it didn't happen. I know it was basically at this price before earnings, right? Wasn't it like, or was it at 180 this week? No, it got to 180 on August 5th. So that was 2 days. Okay, so it was at 180. So it's not exactly where it was before earnings. 185 is where it peaked out, but 180 to 157 to 173. I mean, it shows the resiliency again in this market. And that day, you know, that is very important for the broad market. CrowdStrike's down because of Fortinet. Fortinet, just crappy guidance. The whole cyber sector taking a hit. CrowdStrike down 5, and then Palo Alto down as well. Figma now down 10% on the day. Palo Alto down 4%. Would you buy Figma at these levels? No. I still think Figma is a bit expensive for their growth. Love the company. Not a big fan of this stock right now. I want to sell my one share, but I have to wait 25 days so I don't get classified as a flipper. UNH down 1.1. So that's going to take me a little bit, but yeah, I wouldn't be buying that. Salesforce, is that down today? Salesforce? Wow, Salesforce down 4% too. Dude, you know, one theory I have is that some of the money out of these SaaS names is being taken away and putting into Palantir. I mean, like, Salesforce, is it undervalued compared to the earnings? Yes. Is it exciting? No. And is the growth that interesting? Not really. Is Palantir super expensive? Yeah. But is the growth interesting? A lot more than a Salesforce and a lot of other SaaS companies. So you might have some people maybe doing the switch. Salesforce down 4% is kind of weird, though. It feels like there's got to be a reason for that. But you just might have liquidity getting sucked out of some of these SaaS names and going into other opportunities, even with those opportunities being expensive. Salesforce had a cyber attack today. Okay, see, that's not good. Like, you cannot be this important of a company and be dealing with this stuff. That's not the best. Salesforce cyber attack. Yeah, Google says a group of hackers broke into one of its internal Salesforce systems. So that's probably a Salesforce issue along with a Google issue, but That's not good. That is not good. What do you think of CrowdStrike? I like it. I think it's expensive though, and I don't know if the growth is exciting enough to pay for the premium. Palantir is now the most. It's the highest growing software stock in the market. It used to be CrowdStrike, which is why CrowdStrike got the premium. CrowdStrike still has a premium, but now that premium has been elevated on Palantir because it's the fastest growing name on the top and the bottom line. So, I mean, again, if you're going to pay a heavy premium for a CrowdStrike, I think it's a great company. It'll be fine 5 years from now, but the growth's got to live up to expectations. And Fortinet just kind of showed maybe the industry is not seeing that much growth right now. And I think when we get CrowdStrike numbers, we'll see if that's a trend between all of them. But we're going to have to see. Okay, cool. So we're seeing some of that momentum there. Again, Brandon, thanks for the $5 super chat on the 195 covered call on Palantir. I would just wait for 822 until that one gets higher. Then you're probably not going to see that much momentum. Viral, thanks for the super chat. I want to collect as much premium from NVIDIA for 2027 calls so I can buy Google from that money. What strike do you think I should pick? For NVIDIA, if you're going for Jan 2027, that's what, a year out from now? I mean, you would have to really look at the earnings estimates, but realistically, I feel like 250 by Jan 2027 is not crazy. That would put NVIDIA close to a $5.7 trillion market cap. And you get about $3,000 of premium for doing that. 30 bucks per share. But then again, I would wait up to sell that call until after the earnings, because if the earnings really ramp up the guidance in terms of 2026 fiscal year growth, then you could be able to get to like 270 and still collect the same premium. So given NVIDIA's earnings are only 2 weeks away, I would just wait till earnings. And then you can see what the premiums look like. Okay, for everyone bringing up Chris in the chat, I get it. I see the comments. I've been trying to avoid these stupid comments all day. I get not stupid comments. I shouldn't say that, but I get it. I get what you guys are talking about. Adam straight up just let the cat out of the bag and started talking about it. I addressed the situation last night. Okay. Last night on the market close, I talked about it for like almost 30 minutes. I went through it. Look, at the end of the day, I'm going to say what I said yesterday. I don't like what he posted yesterday. I thought it was not a good post. I told him that to his face. He's going to be who he is. I can't change him. He's a grown man. He's still my friend. Nothing's going to break our friendship because of his disagreement with the stock. But I can't do anything else for that. I think it was a stupid post. I told him it was a stupid post. I really think he was angry about the stock price, and therefore he took it out on Karp for having a watch, which again, Alex Karp is one of the most genuine people on the planet. As someone who has met Karp, I don't think the guy wearing a watch really says anything about him. But I can't. But also, that's Chris is a grown man. He's going to have his own opinions. So if he wants to deal with the public backlash of saying what he said, I can't do anything. I can't do anything. So, for those asking for my comments on it, I talked about it a lot yesterday on the market close. I don't like what he said. I don't think it was a good thing to say. I think it was really childish, and I just think he's angry about a stock going up, and no one should have this much stress over a stock going up. And if the goal is, I want to save people from buying into this company that's going to epically collapse, you don't have to be the savior. You can let people lose all their money, and that's not going to affect your life. So any moral sense of like, hey, this is the biggest bubble in the world, people need to be protected from it. This is the stock market. Stocks will go up, stocks will go down. And even if Palantir were to go back down to 150, 140, a lot of us would still be up a lot on our capital. And I would reckon to say in the next 10 years, Palantir will be above these prices if the company continues to grow. So from my perspective, I don't think the post had any value. I think fighting with people on Twitter over this thing was stupid, but I can't also control anything. That's him. He's a grown adult. He's going to do what he does. But I didn't like it. Let's just say that. And so that is my response to everyone's comments that are asking my opinion on it. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But I was not a fan, dude. I was not a fan. My entire community, this entire channel is built on Palantir. A lot of you guys, I have a very good relationship with Palantir, the company, a lot of Palantir employees that have changed my life. I just don't think it's worth burning a bridge with them over what? Not owning the stock because you think it's expensive on the valuation. Like, there's just not an argument there. There's no world in which that argument makes sense to me. So those are my thoughts. All right, what else do we have going on in the markets? What else do we have going on? Again, we got that GPT event in about an hour. Let's see some of the news headlines. Obviously, Apple, that's the big mover of the day, and we'll see what further continues to happen with that. And we'll keep going from there. Let's hear from Josh Brown, get his thoughts on what's going on in the broader markets, and then we'll keep going from there.
Derail the economy or the equity rally. You agree?
Yeah, and I think the reason why is because the stock market is not identical to the economy. I think the effect of these tariffs will be felt far and wide. They are not completely inconsequential, but for the purposes of looking at the S&P 500, they just really aren't a powerful enough countervailing force to offset what's happening with the AI CapEx story, which at this point is the entirety of the S&P 500's earnings growth story. Lots of companies are growing earnings. Lots of sectors, 8 out of 11 have earnings growth this quarter versus the same quarter last year. But in terms of like the sheer volume of where the earnings growth is expected to come from, we know where it's coming from. It's high-end consumers. It's the upper middle class consumer. And it's AI CapEx and all of the related infrastructure build out. And so long as that remains intact, it won't be for forever, but right now it is. It's tough to see a situation where the dips don't get bought. And when you look at the way investors are buying dips, putting money right back into the S&P 500, right into the triple Qs, right into the most speculative stocks in their brokerage accounts, they're not focused on tariffs as being like the driving force behind what they think is going to happen. They're focused much more on the bigger theme that we talked about. I don't know what changes that, but that's where we are today.
So speaking of buying dips, Steph, I mean, you are emblematic of that. Whether this is the right strategy or not, you believe it is. You are buying more. You're buying more Chipotle. Now, I wondered when you were going to do that. I figured you probably would because that's in your DNA. You look at stocks like that have come down a bunch. You think it's not justified. You buy more. Yesterday on Closing Bell, you told me you're buying Eaton and Rockwell. You thought they were punished unfairly.
Yep.
Ridiculous that those stocks traded down on what you thought were pretty good earnings. Take me through the Chipotle one, since you told our viewers yesterday in the afternoon why Eaton and Rockwell made the list.
Yeah, and it's not every stock that I'm buying on the dips. It's where I think the fundamentals, either short-term or long-term, are misrepresented. Chipotle's going to take a while. I think it's going to be second half of the year story, maybe even into 2026. But after I saw the challenges in same-store sales at Shake Shack, Wingstop, Starbucks, and others, this is not a Chipotle same-store sales problem only. It's a problem, but I think it's going to get resolved because they have growth drivers. They've got new products, they've got technology, they have digital. Most importantly, they talked about June ending on a strong note, which is a good thing, with better traffic trends. They have the products that people want. And actually, they have a decent pricing strategy as well. And they still have high single-digit percentage unit growth. So not cheap at 30 times versus 40 times historical, though. Growing earnings at about 20%, and it's down 29% on the year. It's been a horrible pick on my part. I'll admit that. But it was like, do I sell it or do I buy it? And I had more conviction in buying it for the longer term, with all the reasons I just mentioned to you. Because I think you're going to see.
You know what's so funny about this? My dad yesterday, he was like, hey, should I buy Chipotle? And I was like, why? He was like, well, it used to be like a really large stock before the split. Yeah, I think he's like, it used to be a $3,000 stock. He's like, now it's only 50. It's like it's down a lot. I'm like, Dad, no, it's a split. Like, it's not. It's just like, it was like, what does that mean? I was like, all right. So basically, and so I explained it to him. He was like, oh, I thought it's down so much from 3,000. I should buy it. I was like, yeah, maybe not the best idea. But also, Chipotle had horrible numbers too. So I was like, the earnings growth is not there. It's just not there right now in Chipotle. So I mean, it is getting beat up, but it's getting beat up for a reason with the same store sales as well. So it's like down 13% year over year. Do we have green across the board? Do we have some green? Nvidia getting some green. Palantir getting some green again. Grab getting green. Hoodie. I would love the 112 close today. That would be nice. I don't think we see any news. Yeah, I've created some monster. Dude, when my dad comes home from work, all he wants to talk about is the stock market now. That's it. That's all he wants to talk about. 40x PE for a company that makes burritos on a negative margin. Hard pass. Agreed. It was great for Bill Ackman 10 years ago. But if I was going to invest in food, I would invest in Kava, even though I think that valuation is aggressive. But I want to invest in something that's going to grow. Chipotle is a very mature company at this point. Kava looks like their runway is just beginning. Kava right here up about 2% on the day. I don't see any headlines, nothing crazy. I think there was some India stuff that came out. India government Modi agrees to enhance cooperation in trade, technology, and energy defense. I think Modi's in Russia today. Or no, not Modi, but Russia's Putin met India's national security advisor. Okay, so India and Russia having some meetings today. Obviously, Trump is not happy about India and Russia being together. Look, as someone who's Indian, I think India's got to make a deal with the U.S. And I kind of think them being buddy-buddy with Russia is not the best thing for their relationship with the United States. But also, you know, Modi likes Trump. He likes Trump way more than Biden. Modi is a fan of Trump. So it's a little confusing why they're kind of going back and forth on this. I really do think it's negotiating, but eventually I think we'll get a resolution to it. Because I can't imagine by the end of the year we don't have a deal with India and the United States. And that doesn't mean India's going to stop buying oil from Russia. There's no way the U.S. is going to get them to stop doing that. But this is one thing Trump's bringing up that says, hey, not the coolest thing for you to have these crazy tariffs on us and then buy oil from one of our enemies. Like, let's work out a real deal. Let's see what we can do. And I think Modi's going to respond in a positive way. Doug says they really let us buy Hood last week at 93. I agree. They gave us a dip. And people could take advantage of that dip. Robinhood put out the official announcement. Okay, so Robinhood seems to put out the official announcement for the new event in Vegas. I will be there. So if anyone's there in Vegas, yeah, there you go. Here it is. Up today. Enter the mainframe Robinhood Summit 2025. September 9th, 5:30 p.m. Vlad will do the keynote. They'll be at the F1 Grand Prix Plaza. I know it's pre, but I said Prix for the longest in 21 when Palantir had a partnership with F1. I was like, oh, it's the Grand Prix. And all the comments in 2022 were like, wait a second. This is not Prix. This is pre. I was like, what? What is pre? But it looks like Prix, PRX. How do you not say Prix on that? You say pre. So it's going to be September 9th and September 10th. You're going to have a bunch of sessions, a bunch of workshops, and it looks like a bunch of stuff for active traders. So there you go. All right, let's get an update right here. Looks like we got some talk on Uber as well. And that one I think is kind of interesting based on that price action.
Frequencies, profitability, customer count, mobility, delivery. They've got a whole new product set coming. They have a $20 billion buyback, and the thing was down 5% pre-market. And then it was down about 3% all day, and so I just added to it as well. It's a verb, and it's where all
they bought it. They bought
do.
it. They spent the whole day buying it back.
I know.
The pre-market sell is like algorithms.
I know, but
they don't even care.
It didn't rat like I thought it was going to be up 5% after I saw the results, and then when it was still down 2 to 3, mobility was a little.
Two reasons why it wasn't. I thought the numbers were solid. I think the street really wanted to hear about an expansion of the Waymo partnership into a third city, and Dara didn't have it. He may have it tomorrow. He didn't have it for the earnings call. I think the street is like, okay, Austin's great. Atlanta seems to be going really well, although it's early. Who's next?
And
they didn't have it.
And I agree with you, which is why I bought it, because I couldn't believe it was down on such a solid report. And we know all that stuff is coming, Josh. Sorry.
No, but you know what I wondered? I wondered if actually the share buyback was interpreted like as a bad thing. Just a little bit.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
How and why?
Because why aren't they
usually they
right,
never
because if they have that much cash flow, like think about the reason we bought it, right, was because it was going from negative cash to exploding cash flow. $2 billion the first year, $4 billion, now we're up to $8 billion. What do you want that as a growth investor? What do you want them to do with that cash? You want them to invest, and we know that they're going to have challenges from driverless cars. They're going to have challenges from Tesla, and so I really wondered: was there some interpretation of I'd rather see you use that $20 billion to reinvest and make sure that you are as competitive as you can possibly be? That was just my response.
So I'm on the other side of that. I think that would be a huge mistake for Uber to go whole hog into some sort of OEM situation where they're buying cars. And one of the things that, if you read between the lines,
Josh,
Dara was
I
talking
agree.
about, hold on one sec. The value of autonomous driving is not going to accrue at the car level. The cars are washing machines,
right?
Okay? They're microwaves. The private equity companies that are ringing Uber's phone off the hook, they want to own the fleet. And then Uber is going to make its money connecting drivers to those fleets. Fleet management is not going to be a sexy, high-tech business. It's literally going to be appliances. So I don't think that would have been bullish. I think the $20 billion buyback is bullish because I think it demonstrates confidence. We are generating so much cash flow at this point. We can, A, do CapEx, B, do M&A, and 3, return a lot of excess capital to shareholders. And one other thing jumped out at me, Jenny. Love to hear your take. 36 million Uber One members. And here's what you need to know. Uber One members, people who are paying a subscription price to Uber every month, like myself, spend 3 times more and 35% higher retention than regular single service users. And they're also finding that those people are utilizing lots more services on the platform. If they can get that number over the next year or two to 50 million paying subs, now we're having a Netflix conversation.
Right.
We're not having a taxi and limousine conversation.
Right. With I think
my issue, though, every time the analysts get super bullish on Uber is what legitimately happens when robotaxis scale and people don't need to get an Uber anymore. Now, I think that's far away. I don't think that's happening now. By the way, Firefly not IPOing yet, but it should be IPOing pretty soon. I think that moment is not any time soon in the next 5 years, but it's coming, and it's coming to the demographics that make the most money for Uber. And so I don't know what's the answer to that. Like, I've never heard a legitimate response. Uber does not own their own autonomous vehicles, and whatever partnership they do with Waymo, I mean, sure, that'll help. We're talking about it, dude. This company, again, it's not really been good since IPO. Since 2019, they IPO'd at 45, stocks at 90. It's like, that's great, but they went through a lot of dips in the middle. And if you cut the dip and during COVID, that's when it really worked out. But it was not the explosive technology story that people thought it would be in the public markets. It was for the VCs. They got to buy this thing, basically when it was like a couple cents a share. But it's the runway for future growth is definitely a headwind for Uber if the robotaxi environment succeeds. Uber's huge. People ignore how the scale of Uber a long time away, and it's more likely Uber to aggregate some of the FSD demand. I'm not denying Uber is huge and their growth is incredible, free cash flow, everything. I'm just saying, if we do have a world where people are not ordering Ubers, they're picking autonomous cars, what is Uber's answer to that? Now, again, I think that's really far away, but that's always been the whole overhang on this stock. And like, it's just a question of where that's going to play out. Oh, robotaxi won't be in third world countries. Yeah, but Uber doesn't make most of their profits from third world countries. Uber makes their profit from people that can afford to pay $20 to get somewhere within 3 miles, right? They're not really making it. Uber's losing money in India. That's not really a profit center for them. So even if robotaxi doesn't work in Southeast Asia or in India, which I agree, robotaxi is, if robotaxi is like 7 years away from really scaling in the United States, which I'm being pretty aggressive there on that timeline, I would say it's more like 5 years. It's probably like 10 to 15 for the rest of the world. But when it happens in the United States and Europe, I just wonder what that means for Uber. I don't think Uber is going to die. That's my point. I'm not like Farzad level. Uber is going to zero. But from a narrative perspective, those numbers were phenomenal, but the stock's not moving, likely because I think the street's just like, well, just like Josh Brown said, what is your Waymo strategy? What is your expansion strategy? Now, granted, I do think the Waymo partnership with Uber could be really strong, especially as Waymo scales. But I think Uber is going to get the back end of that partnership because Waymo has all the tech and they have all the cars. Unless you can license Waymo's technology into regular cars, which is unlikely to happen. That's why Google spends $200,000 to buy these cars. So I don't know. I think it's going to take some time. But overall, the ride-hailing market is not going away anytime soon. So having said that, Uber probably deserves to be a lot higher. Like, if you assume there's no robotaxi threat over the next 5 years, Uber's probably a $150 stock. Like, those numbers are incredible, what they put up yesterday. And they're buying back $20 billion of their stock. I mean, they're doing everything they need to do. they're just dealing with that narrative around robotaxi. S&P right there, 632. That's about to go green, and then Apple, 219.96. The tech will be a commodity, though. Do you disagree? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it will be. From my understanding, what I experience on FSD every day, I don't think that is easily replicable across other cars. And if it is, and it's licensed, then Tesla still wins in that game, right? And given Tesla has all the proprietary data, the cost per mile should be down, even if it does become a commodity. Like, all this goes down to cost per mile, even if the tech becomes commoditized. And if you have 7 million robotaxis that have a much more attractive cost per mile, that's bullish for Tesla. Now, granted, here's the thing about Uber. Like, Uber did 3 billion rides last quarter. I think it was 3.3 billion. That's insane. You're not going to have Tesla replacing that anytime soon. But if there starts to be inroads in those rides going down in the most high ARPU markets, that's where I think the street is going to wonder what's going to happen here. Yeah, safety is going to be a concern as well. I mean, when you get into a Tesla robotaxi versus getting into some GM that has a commoditized version of FSD, it's a different experience, right? NVIDIA. Okay, so this is the wild card here. NVIDIA is going to have a plug and play with all the OEMs. Tesla will license it. Uber will have AVs in a scaled network. They own the demand. What if NVIDIA can't do that, though? And I'm very bullish on NVIDIA, but what if they're not able to use the Cosmos platform to create the synthetic data that's necessary to have that plug and play with all OEMs? Maybe they do. But if they don't, then I feel like the Waymos and the Teslas of the world really win in that race. If not, I think you buy NVIDIA, right? If NVIDIA ends up that is a bear case for Tesla that I will acknowledge. If NVIDIA can commoditize self-driving to the extent where the value of FSD is not that exciting either, or the value of FSD is not that important because it's a commodity. It would be funny. FSD is like the real world manifestation of AI, but what if NVIDIA uses AI to commoditize FSD? Again, I've never seen that. I know Jensen talks a lot about it, but I think you need a lot of miles of real world data, which is what Tesla has over NVIDIA. NVIDIA has the synthetic data. But what if AI gets good enough where the synthetic data can replace it, and then it really does become a commodity? Then Uber has the fleet, and then, yeah, then you have an argument for why that competes against Tesla in a meaningful way. So I'll give you that. But I guess in the next coming years, we're going to see how that plays out. Paramount merger is likely happening tomorrow, but I don't think that's indicating a spot for Hood. I don't think that's going to create a spot for Hood tomorrow. It will likely happen on it will likely happen in September, but not tomorrow. Elon announced Tesla FSD upgrade September 10th. Or September will have a 10x impact. Yeah, I mean, see, and that's why I think the street starts getting bearish on Uber when Elon says stuff like that. When Elon says, hey, FSD is going to come out, that's going to be 10x better in a month than what we currently have right now, it's hard to say that's going to be commoditized. And it's easier to imagine what a robotaxi future could look like with Tesla. The bull case for Tesla is that they are the only ones able to build great cars cheaply, but at a big profit per vehicle. Yeah. And again, the profit scales when it becomes software margins versus just their current like 17% margins on the physical vehicles. All right, let's take a look at this. So S&P 500 earnings, we got an update right here. 63% of the S&P 500 companies have beat earnings by at least one standard deviation, the highest percentage in 4 years. Excluding the post-pandemic recovery, this marks the best quarter in at least 25 years. This is the beginning of a lot of the aggregation of data on the earnings cycle. We still have about 2 weeks left of earnings, and then we'll get the full results. But as you can see, and last week we got a hint of this with some of the data that Fundstrat put out, earnings have been pretty damn good. Earnings have been pretty damn good. Only 10% of companies have missed estimates by at least one standard deviation, the lowest share in a year and below the long-term average of 13%. I mean, dude, earnings are good. Earnings are good. And I think we are getting a lot of momentum in this market, even in the month of April, because earnings are good. Pounds right here just below 183. All right, another company is going public. What is White Fiber? WYFI. Has anyone heard of this thing? White Fiber. Is it already public? WYFI? WYFI, White Fiber. Oh, it's trading. It's up 15%. Fly is not public yet. That one we're still waiting for. WYFI. What the hell is white fiber? Okay, this is a, wow, it's a GPU play. AI infrastructure for innovation in data center and cloud solutions for scaling training, inference, and other demanding high performance compute workloads. Are they a little bit of a mini CoreWeave? Are they like a GPU reseller? Private AI meets the public cloud. White Fiber's unified cloud and data center solutions provide unmatched scalability, flexibility, and performance, transforming your infrastructure into a competitive advantage. They're like CoreWeave, right? Yeah, they're like CoreWeave. Or it feels like they're very similar to CoreWeave. Dude, we are getting a lot more of these data center plays going public. What's their market cap? What do we got? White Fiber, Palantir 182.95, 709 million, under $1 billion. So you can call it a small cap, under $1 billion. BT owns 75% of them. Really? Why does BT own 75? Why is BT down 8% based on that? What is BT even? Are they a Bitcoin miner? I know they became an Ethereum. They're a part of BT. I know they're an Ethereum treasury, but what Bit Digital? This is a Bitcoin miner theoretically, right? No, it's a publicly traded digitally asset platform focused on Ethereum. That's like the main thing on their website. They spun out of BTB. Okay, so they used to be a Bitcoin miner. That's what I thought. All right. Interesting. So now they own 75% of White Fiber, which is a mini CoreWeave. Nbis, by the way, how's that one doing? That one's still up 21%. Duolingo, is that one holding on to 30%? That one is up 30%, holding on. It's holding on. Yeah, I did not hear about White Fiber at all before going public. So I'm going to be curious to see what this looks like. Doug says this is great news. Now we just need to get the corporate earnings melted down to the population earnings. Yeah, and I think if NVIDIA can actually solidify these earnings in Q2, we should set ourselves up for a Q3. In Q3, Q4, you get into holiday season. So I mean, Q2 is the worst quarter of the year, and historically it sucks. This one's been good. Even for government contracts for Palantir, Q2 tends to not be that good. But it looks like across the entire market, Q2 has been decent. White Fiber is the bull case for BT. I thought Ethereum was the bull case for Bit Digital. I mean, I guess there's two elements or two layers of it. Any thoughts on Big Bear? I think they have earnings coming up. Again, I don't like their growth. It's down 3% right here. Their growth is 5% year over year. If you're buying them, you believe that they're going to grow a lot more than that. But from what I looked at, I just didn't see anything exciting on their growth. But there are more people looking into the stock now. So you do have a little bit of a retail community forming on Big Bear. Okay, also Robinhood. I think they announced Robinhood Month. Yeah, to celebrate the second annual Hood Summit, we're launching Hood Month on August 19th. It's a month-long series of limited time promotions that will drop each Tuesday to August. The offers will run through September 15th, and they're designed to help you get more out of the assets you bring to Robinhood as you help level up your trading portfolio. Looks like they're going to be bringing over a lot of asset matches, ACAT matches. It's kind of like they did Gold Month back in March. And we should be getting that as well. I do not own any Big Bear AI. I do not own that one. What's the story of you finding Palantir? It was 2021. It was, honestly, dude, it just kept popping up like all over. I think Kathy started buying it. I got interested. They bought 50 million in gold. I got interested. That was a big headline. Why is Palantir? You guys remember that? They bought 50 million in gold. And it's just a lot of headlines. And then finally, like around March 2021 was when I first started buying. And then November 2021, I started buying more on the dip. And that's when I made my first video about it. And then 2022, we just, we went through what we went through. But I basically went all in 2021, and then in 2022 I was down a lot. So I was like, all right, there's nothing else to do but to analyze Palantir. And then it just kind of turned into a life of its own. I was actually, you know, I actually, a couple of the old Palantir weekly episodes popped in my feed yesterday, like from 2022, like really old ones. And so I was just watching them. I was like watching a couple minutes of them and like, dude, like we were really trying to figure this thing out a long time ago. And it was not easy, but we tried. And that's all we could do, right? All we could freaking do is try. But obviously it's wild to kind of see how it's changed. Yeah, I also got mad at Kathy because she dumped it at freaking $12 and she bought Roku. The day she dumped it, some of you guys remember that. I dumped ARK. I was like, you know what? I'm done with ARK too. I'm buying Palantir. Like, you guys, you're gonna dump this thing. I'm out. And then she got back in later. Trying to see some of these. What are some of these episodes? There's a lot of these old episodes from a while ago. Yeah, I mean, dude, look at this stuff. Look at this. 2022. Sachin, Chris, Sean. You guys remember Sean? Sean actually texted me the other day. Sean's doing great. He used to work at Salesforce, but he left to work at a new company in AI, and he's doing great. Look at this. Palantir and Snowflake are not the same business. This was what? August 23rd, 2022. I mean, it's just a long time ago trying to analyze this shit. Yeah, I look younger now because I had a little Al-Qaeda beard and shit, you know. Tell me this guy doesn't look like someone Palantir would target, bro. Tell me this guy does not look like someone Palantir would target, bro. I can make that joke, okay? I'm allowed to make that joke. I can make it. I'm just saying, bro. Look at that, dude. That guy is bag holding Palantir and might be targeted by Palantir one day. That's the like. I mean they really, dude. They really let the Al Qaeda beard looking guy become the influencer for Palantir, bro. Like that's how much we didn't have anyone talking about this. They let the Al Qaeda beard looking guy who should be targeted by Palantir become the influencer for Palantir. That's like wild journey. Just a wild freaking journey. It's hilarious. But now we're here. Dude, and the reason I say that is because my mom, I told you guys, my mom used to say I look like a terrorist. I'm like, all right, whatever. It is what it is. If my mom said I used to look like a terrorist, then I will accept it. I look like a terrorist. I don't care. I do want to grow the beard back, though, one day. Ahmed is investing. Osama bin Amit, dude. Goodness gracious. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. I do want to grow the beard back, though. I kind of miss the beard. Your mom used to say, yes, bro, every day. I had the beard for 3 years. Every day she would be like, you look like a terrorist. I'd be like, Mom, that's a racist. She'd be like, I don't care. You look like a terrorist. She had no, what do you call it? No qualms about saying that shit. I mean, look, she had a point. Like, it is what it is. I don't care. I mean, she had a point. But I like the beard. I really like the beard. Dude, when I was in the reason I kept the beard so long is because when I was in college, the girl I was dating, she really liked the beard. So I was just like, okay, because I thought about cutting it off in college, but she liked it. So I was like, all right, I'll keep it. But then I kept it 3 years after we broke up, and my mom was like, all right, you broke up. It's time. Like, you look like a terrorist. Like, it's okay. And then I finally was like, fine, whatever. We'll cut it. Palantir right here, 181.78. Where's Hoodie? Hoodie trying to get back to 112. The OpenAI live stream again in 20 minutes. We'll see what GPT-5 looks like. And then S&P 631.77. I'll unsubscribe if the beard comes back. Oh my dude, I want a new hairstyle too, dude. I want to see when I move out. I want to stop wearing hats so I can just wear my hair out. But I also need an actual hairstyle. And I need to like legit go to a hairstylist and see what more hair I could look like. Or what better hair looks on me. But dude, I've been thinking of a buzz cut, dude. Like, I've legit been thinking about a buzz cut. Like a buzz cut would be legit. Oh yeah, yeah, my uncle right here in the chat. So on my mom and my dad's 25th marriage anniversary, where in India, that's like a big deal. You celebrate 25 years. One of my gifts to them was shaving my beard, because my mom was like, that was back in 2018. She like really wanted me to shave the beard for the pictures and the marriage anniversary, and I was like, okay, fine. So I parted ways with the beard for the marriage anniversary, but then I grew it back like a month later, so it wasn't hard to grow it back. But that is when I did cut it. And then finally in 2023, I was like, all right, let me get rid of it. So I got rid of the beard entirely. Oracle right here, is that one down? Oracle is down 3%. You're getting some red candles on these as well. Get an afro. Dude, people have said braids, afro. They've said so many different things. I want to see. I want to go to a legit hairstylist and be like, yo, what do you think could be an actual style that I can commit to, you know? Because again, I have a lot of hair. It's just like I don't have the time every morning to gel it and if I don't, then it just looks weird all day, because it's just like all out there and it's in my eyes and I can't like see. It's like, and that's why the hat makes it easier, but it's also annoying every day wearing that as well. Do we have any updates? We don't have a ton of updates, guys. OpenAI, that's gonna be the main thing that we look for. We're gonna see what happens with that. Did you guys see someone posted a video on Palantir? It has like 115,000 views. It's from this channel called New Money. I haven't watched this yet. We could watch this if you guys want to watch it. How a small data company is breaking the stock market. You're gonna get so much publicity on Palantir, dude. Like, now that the stock is hitting the levels it's hitting, let's see their market cap here. Go to Carp's barber. I wouldn't mind a Carp haircut. It's just my hair is not like Carp's hair stays in place. My hair goes all over the place, and it's hard to get it to like legit stay in place. Palantir is number 22, 429 billion. 429 billion. OpenAI pays bonuses ranging up to millions of dollars to 1,000 researchers and engineers. I mean, they're a little late, bro, because of freaking Meta stealing some of their employees. But look, GPT-5 today could be a really big deal. Like, if they show something solid on GPT-5, I mean, Grok 4 was pretty good, but if GPT-5 can break that, oh my goodness, we're crashing, hoodie, 109. Then that would be bullish for them. Yeah, we're getting red candles across the board. Across the board. It's lunchtime. People taking their profits. Yeah, his Carp is half black as well. That's another reason his hair is a bit different. But yeah, I don't know if I could get an exact Carp type of style. Because his hair feels like it's set in stone. That's the one thing I love about his hair as well. Like, my hair never stays set in place. That's my biggest issue. Like, look at this. Like look at his, you see how the hair just stays in place? Like, I doubt he uses gel to keep his hair in place. And it's always been like that. Even when he was younger. My hair does not do that. My hair goes all over the place. I do like that, dude. It's literally like the crazy scientist Albert Einstein. Like, it's like this was a big part in 2022. It's like, who is this guy running the company, bro? Who is this guy running the company? It was always one of those things that made you wonder, like, what is it? Let me see if I can actually, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up this video. I want to show you guys this one clip. Can we see if I can find it? Let's see. This might be a long one to find. There's this moment. We did the first DCF model we did on Palantir was back in February of 2022 when it was $10. Some of you guys might remember that video. And Sebastian, my boy who works in private equity in LA, he built out an entire model. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So this was the video. Again, your boy's going to have a crazy beard. But this was, I remember the question I asked him. And it was like everyone's freaking answer to why they, there's one of people's answers for why they bought Palantir. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Let's take a look at this. So this is, think about this. Let me see if I can, okay. About the company, and you said you started a position before you had this role. What kind of excited you about the company, and what do you think like the company does in general? Like, how do you think of the company?
I saw Alex Karp. I just knew something about this guy was crazy. I just looked at him one day and he was on CNBC. I'm like, who is this guy? And then I all of a sudden went down. I don't remember exactly what was like the first video I watched. I think it was Jackson. In his
Vision,
YouTube,
yep.
Yeah, Palantir Vision in his channel. I watched one of his videos because I was just interested in the company. Really didn't have a good idea what they did. Like very little idea. And then all of a sudden I stumbled upon Sachin.
This was a legit dude. He was the first person to actually go deep. Palantir right here, getting a little red candle. He was the first person to go deep into the numbers and actually explain like how much the company could be worth. And we went into it on the bull case. This was him talking about what the bull case could look like for Palantir.
Well, there's a small chance that if you turn on the bull case here, there's a small chance that happens, which is a 10x. There's a small chance. Now, I'm not saying it's not possible because I believed in this enough that I'm saying there's a chance this happens.
And the belief was more subjective, like Karp is daddy type of stuff, right? Like that's what you got.
No, not that. Just like this guy has such a big vision. This guy has such a big vision for the future, and he believes that this company can be a 36 compounder. The bull case is Karp's case.
Right.
This 36.
It was all rooted in Karp, bro. It was all rooted in trusting this guy could get the company to grow.
Percent is getting to, you see, 25 billion in revenue in 2030.
Right.
Which is the midpoint of what we were talking about, the 20 to 30. Because if you take 20 times 1 billion in 2020 or 20 times 1.5 billion in 2021, split the difference, call it 25 billion in 2030. That's what Karp believes.
So if you're bullish on Palantir, and if you were a couple months ago, you could 10x your investment. If you are bullish now on Palantir, it's almost like a 15, almost 20x based on the market conditions.
Yeah. Right now it's crazy. But when it was at 25, I was trying to, even like sometimes in the 20s, like, don't get me wrong, a 4 to 5x return is great. Like that's really hard to do. But like I felt like the sentiment was this is going to be a 10x at least.
Yes, no, you're 100% right. And in 9 years, 4x, the opportunity cost is, for this type of company, it's not what we expect at all.
Yeah. And that's really it. I mean, you can change the discount rate. Like if you look here, like if you change.
Dude, these were the days we were all trying to just figure out. That was a popular video on my channel that day because it was like, or that at that time, because no one had really done a full-on DCF model showing the base case, bear case, bull case. And see, and that video is emblematic of the community, right? Like this was a random guy who reached out to me on Twitter saying, hey, I do this for a living if you want some help. And I said, let's do a video together. And that was part of how the community was formed, right? A lot of people got their first insights from a numerical perspective on what Palantir could be worth theoretically. Obviously, the stock has completely shattered all of our expectations if they executed. And I don't know if Sebastian still owns Palantir to this day. I mean, he's still a good friend of mine. I don't know if he owns Palantir. He did own Hood, but then he sold Hood kind of early as well. So I don't think he's back in Hood. He might have bought back in a while ago, but you know, he broke it down for everybody, and it was really valuable content for all of us at the time that were trying to figure out what's going on. We are getting a bit of a red candle across the board. I don't think we have a Trump tweet, but we will have OpenAI in about 10 minutes with their live stream. Nothing from Trump. Trump just tweeted a picture with the caption 200 days of winning. So we're not getting any crazy tariff thing. Wow, Trump just tweeted like 7 articles back to back to back with the headlines around Trump is winning. Okay, so that's what you got from Trump. But yeah, outside of that, nothing else. And yes, that was Amit bin Laden, bro. That was like that was an aggressive beard, bro. That was an aggressive beard. It was a good one, though. It was a good one. Little Osama, bro. That way you are fully a target. I think someone said that in a comment a while ago. Like when I was first on YouTube, they're like, yo, you look like someone, yeah, like, bro, great videos, love your analysis, but you kind of look like someone pounded through a target. I lost my shit, bro. It was so hilarious back in 2022. I was like, all right, I'm running with it. I'm running with it. But that's funny. I want to get the beard again one day. I'm still live because in 10 minutes we have GPT. In 10 minutes we have GPT-5. We're going to see what happens there. The market probably just went down because of lunchtime. And that's pretty much it. UNH still down about 1%. NVIDIA up 0.5%. I mean, let's see. 3 p.m. Maybe we can get back to some of these high of day gains that we had. I think the GPT announcement could be something the market really cares about. But I'm also curious to see what updates they introduce in their model and how exciting the street thinks about it. Palin Taliban. Oh my gosh. It is so funny. Elaine says grandkids are here, so I'm out. Have a great day, everyone. Elaine, have a great day. We will see you in the morning tomorrow. Happiness is getting back to my office after a slate of late morning meetings and finding Amit still live. Yeah, dude, there was only an hour between Adam's segment and GPT. So I was like, you know what? We might as well just stay live. But yeah, this week has been pretty incredible, dude. And earnings, dude, after the we'll be done after GPT, but I'll be right back in an hour for the market close. Earnings are going to be insane today. Like yesterday was insane, but today is going to be a lot of companies as well. So this is the big week of grinding for earnings. And then the next few weeks, it's a bit more relaxed. But then we have NVIDIA on the 27th. Fly, did they go public? Are they out? IPO, they are live. 54% on the day. Wow. $71. I believe this market cap is about 5 billion. Never mind. 9.8 billion. My goodness. Did anyone get any allocation? Anyone buy this? Again, they're an aerospace company. I don't know exactly what these guys do, but Street wants it. I guess it's a defense play as well. They do have a lot of debt I know about, but going public can help pay off a lot of that debt as well with some of the cash they're raising. Firefly. Yeah, Firefly. 68.72. The new chair will be in the new apartment. The new chair will be in the new apartment. So, yeah. When we get to the new apartment, you guys will see the new chair. What do you think about Raytheon? I wouldn't buy Raytheon or Lockheed Martin. I mean, like, I think the risk reward on some of those plays, I'd rather buy Kratos or Archer or any of these small defense, Red Cat, than Raytheon and Lockheed. Like, they are just so big and so hard to compound based on their size and the lack of volatility. So could they get a bid from like the government spending more on defense? Yeah. But it's not anything where the risk reward is exciting. Now the drone stocks are riskier, but I'd rather buy a drone stock that has the tailwind of like demand from the Pentagon versus Lockheed or Raytheon. But I mean, you get a little bit of a dividend with Lockheed and Raytheon, and they're just not exciting. But this goes back to the argument about valuation, right? Like, why would you buy Coca-Cola? Like, in what world does buying Coca-Cola make sense in the type of market that we're in with all these growth opportunities? It's like same thing for Lockheed and Raytheon. Like, unless you think we're getting into World War III, they're going to do fine, but they're just not going to massively outperform. Like, I'd buy Rocket Lab over freaking Lockheed Martin, Raytheon any day of the week, even though Rocket Lab is not necessarily a prime defense contractor in the way that LMT and Raytheon are. Yeah, I will be streaming GPT-5. We'll be streaming it. That's why we're live right now. So we'll be streaming it. Grindr's earnings are today. Dude, I haven't looked at Grindr in so long. Grindr 17. Down 4%. Grindr's a growth stock too. They've been able to grow. They're growing at like, what, 28% year over year. So if they can beat those expectations, that might be good for them as well. Matt will also be streaming the Rocket Lab call. So if you guys want to see the reaction on my channel and then go over to his channel on the call, then that works as well. But he should be streaming the entire Rocket Lab call. Let the growth jokes commence with Grindr. Yes, they're a grower, not a shower. I mean, like you guys as a user of Grindr, do you believe in their moat? You guys are funny. I've never actually used it, okay? I downloaded it to do some DD, but that doesn't mean I've used it, okay? I just looked around on the app to see like if there's a growth story here. I'm just digging myself into a larger hole. And stock's up from $12 when I looked at it a year ago. So you are getting some momentum. Here's the Galaxy CEO. Let's hear from him on Bitcoin and some of their momentum as well. And then we'll get GPT in about 5 minutes.
Trump last night came out and talked about crypto assets being eligible for 401ks. I mean, that's a monster pool of capital. And what we're just seeing is through these treasury companies, through all kinds of different avenues, the aperture of being able to buy crypto being widened and widened and widened. More avenues bringing people into the tent. I think one of the things that I actually didn't even comprehend is these treasury companies have done so well. The public equity markets are so much bigger than what the crypto markets were. And so as we're really broadening our reach through public equities into our asset class, you're just seeing tons of money pour in.
When you understand what the president was talking about with 401ks, how do you think that's going to happen in practice? Are people going to be able to buy Bitcoin directly? Are they going to just be buying Bitcoin ETFs? Are people going to be able to buy levered versions of all of this? I mean, that's when it gets more interesting. Or not more interesting, but that's when
the devil's in the details. But you're going to see funds. I mean, the simplest thing is a Bitcoin fund, an ETF. But I think the devil will be in the details. There were already some people that were out there before this was happening, finding ways to do that. But again, it's when it becomes commonplace, when you can do it at your old, the place you've already been doing business with, if it's Fidelity or T. Rowe Price or whoever it is, you just pull more people into this ecosystem.
And so you don't think it's really about people necessarily, buying Bitcoin directly anymore? Do you think it's going to be via, I guess the question is, over time, how are people really going to be accessing this? And the reason why I think that's important, I think, is it sort of depends on what you think Bitcoin actually is.
So I'm in the lane that Bitcoin is digital gold, and it's a hedge against incessant money printing, right? It's a hedge against incessant bad fiscal policy in not just the U.S. but in the whole world. And so I don't think Bitcoin will be used as a currency. I think stable coins will be, and I think you're going to continue to see Bitcoin appreciate as long as we have governments that can't spend less than they take in revenue. And we're not even close to that.
He's right, bro. Doge tried. Elon tried. He got nothing done after the big, beautiful bill came a couple months after Elon tried. Didn't work. So that is your bull case for Bitcoin as governments continue to print. Firefly up 43%. It was at 71. Now it's 64. White Fiber up 5%. So their IPO doing good, but not amazing. Firefly up 40% in a day. Not too bad for them. I think Bullish goes IPO next week. BLSH. That's Peter Thiel's crypto exchange. So we'll see that one next week as well. Dude, you guys are funny in the comments. You guys are like, I can't say some of these comments out loud. Like, that's how you know a comment's funny, because you can't say it out loud. Because if you say it out loud, it's just like, it's so embarrassing to say it out loud that you can't say it out loud. But that's also what makes the comment so good. So It's not bad. It's not bad. You got some good jokes. I walk into these jokes with Grindr, but still. For those that don't get the context, if you're new to the channel, last year when Grindr was $12, I said, hey, we should look at it. $12. It feels like there's a monopoly on gay dating. I was right. Stock's done very well since then. I didn't end up buying a lot. I bought like a little bit here and there, but I didn't make it like a real, like a position or anything. And so since then, people have associated with me with Grindr, at least my chat. And, you know, if I actually made it like a real position, I would talk more about it. But I mean, look, they have a monopoly on gay dating and the stock is outperformed. So it is what it is. But to find out if there was any thesis, I had to download the freaking app. I did. So I downloaded it, made an account just to see what it worked. Doesn't mean I used it. I just wanted to see like what the user experience was like. And then I was like, at $12, I was like, all right, good. Like this is like, so that's it. That's what I did. I didn't go that deep into it. Like, see, I keep running into these whole. I didn't go that deep like versus Grab or anything like that. Because at the end of the day, it's just like gay dating. But I did think at $12 they were cheap. So, all right, OpenAI, 10 seconds. Here we go. Let's see what GPT-5 looks like. Very big for all the AI stocks, and see what Sam Altman has to show.
Good morning. 32 months ago, we launched ChatGPT. And since then, it has become the default way that people use AI. In that first week, 1 million people tried it out. And we thought that was pretty incredible. But now, about 700 million people use ChatGPT every week and increasingly rely on it to work, to learn, for advice, to create, and much more. Today, finally, we're launching GPT-5. GPT-5 is a major upgrade over GPT-4 and a significant step along our path to AGI. Now, today, we're going to show you some incredible demos. We'll talk about some performance metrics, but the important point is this. We think you will love using GPT-5 much more than any previous AI. It is useful, it is smart, it is fast, and it's intuitive. GPT-3 was sort of like talking to a high school student. There were flashes of brilliance, lots of annoyance, but people started to use it and get some value out of it. With GPT-4, maybe it was like talking to a college student. Real intelligence, real utility. But with GPT-5, now it's like talking to an expert, a legitimate PhD level expert in anything, any area you need on demand that can help you with whatever your goals are. And we are very excited that you'll get to try this. But it's not only asking now. GPT-5 can also do stuff for you. It can write an entire computer program from scratch to help you with whatever you'd like. And we think this idea of software on demand is going to be one of the defining characteristics of the GPT-5 era. It can help you plan a party, send invitations, order supplies. It can help you understand your healthcare and make decisions on your journey. It can provide you information to learn about any topic you'd like, and much more. This is an incredible superpower on demand that would have been unimaginable at any previous time in history. You get access to an entire team of PhD-level experts in your pocket, helping you with whatever you want to do. And anyone, pretty soon, will be able to do more than anyone in history could. So today, we're going to talk about GPT-5. We'll show you some upgrades to ChatGPT, and we'll talk about the API. GPT-5 is great for a lot of things, but we think it's going to be an especially important moment for businesses and developers, and we're very excited to see what they're going to build with this new technology. So we can't wait for you all to start building with this. We hope you enjoy it as much as we enjoyed building it for you. And to start, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Mark, our Chief Research Officer, to tell you about GPT-5. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark, and I'm joined by Max, who leads the post-training team, and Rennie from our engineering team. Over the past few years, OpenAI has spearheaded the reasoning paradigm. These are models which pause to think before delivering more intelligent responses. Now, reasoning is at the heart of our AGI program, and it underlies the technology that we use to ship stuff like ChatGPT Agent and Deep Research. GPT-5 aims to bring this breakthrough to everyone. Until now, our users have had to pick between the fast responses of standard GPTs or the slow, more thoughtful responses from our reasoning models. But GPT-5, it eliminates this choice. It aims to think just the perfect amount to give you the perfect answer. Now, something like this takes a lot of hard work. We've had to do a lot of research to make GPT-5 the most powerful, the most smart, the fastest, the most reliable, and the most robust reasoning model that we've shipped to date. Today, we're going to show a series of demos in coding, in writing, in learning, and in health. But GPT-5 isn't limited to these domains. It's very useful in all cases where you require deep reasoning or expert level knowledge, in things like math, in physics, even in things like law. And the exciting thing is we're excited to make this available to everyone, even to our free tier. After we show our demos, we're going to be talking about how GPT-5 supercharges our ChatGPT app and our API. We believe that GPT-5 is the best coding model on the market today. To start, let's have Max talk a little bit about the benchmarks and how the models stack up.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So as Mark said, we think GPT-5 is by far our smartest model ever. So let's start by talking through some evals. Now, evals aren't everything, and they don't tell you everything about a model, but they can highlight its intelligence. And GPT-5 performs exceptionally well on a range of academic evals across subjects. It outperforms both our previous models and other models on the market. So picking up first on the theme of coding, GPT-5 sets a new high on SWE-bench, which is an academic eval that tracks performance on real software engineering tasks. Now, this again is an eval, but we think it will reflect the model's performance in the real world. GPT-5 also performs very well on Aider Polyglot, which measures its ability to implement complex functionality in a variety of different programming languages. Now, beyond coding, GPT-5 performs exceptionally well at multimodal reasoning, setting a new high on MMMU, actually outperforming both our previous models and most human experts on this task. This is basically a visual reasoning domain where you are asked to, from an image, figure out what's going on. GPT-5 is also excellent at mathematical reasoning, as shown by its performance on AMY 2025. Now, this is an exam that American high school students take to qualify for the International Mathematical Olympiad, and GPT-5 performs exceptionally well, again, beating our previous models and other models that are out there. Now, moving beyond academic evals and more towards some real-world use cases, we put a lot of work into making GPT-5 the most reliable and accurate model in the world. Language models historically have been plagued by hallucinations, factual errors, that make it hard to rely on their outputs for actually important tasks. For GPT-5, we made improving factuality, especially on open-ended or complex questions, a priority. We also built a set of new evals to track this, and we're very happy to report that GPT-5 is by far our most reliable, most factual model ever. GPT-5 also performs exceptionally well on health-related questions. Now, health is a big part of how people get value from ChatGPT in the real world. We'll talk about this later on in the live stream. But again, we're very happy to report that GPT-5 is by far our most reliable model for health yet. So all of this together adds up to a model that is faster, more reliable, and more accurate for everyone who uses ChatGPT. So now Rennie will talk to you about how to actually use GPT-5.
Thanks, Max. The best part is that we're bringing this frontier intelligence to all users. GPT-5 is rolling out today for free plus pro and team users. And next week, we'll roll it out to enterprise and EDU. For the first time, our most advanced model will be available to the free tier. Free users will start with GPT-5, and when they hit their limit, they'll transition to GPT-5 Mini, a smaller but still highly capable model. It actually outperforms O3 on many dimensions. Plus users will still have significantly higher usage than free users, and our Pro subscribers will get unlimited GPT-5, along with GPT-5 Pro, extended thinking for even more detailed and reliable responses when you just need that extra depth. Team, enterprise, and EDU customers can also use GPT-5 reliably as their default model for everyday work, with generous rate limits that enable entire organizations to use GPT-5. And all the tools you already know, search, file and image upload, data analysis with Python, Canvas, image generation, memory, custom instructions, they'll all just work on GPT-5.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Max. Thank you so much, Rennie. We've just seen a lot about how the model stacks up in terms of benchmarks, but there's nothing quite like seeing it live. We're going to see a couple of live demos now presented by Tina, by Elaine, and Jan. Thank you so much. Elaine, can you show us how smart the model is?
Sure, thanks so much, Mark. I'm Elaine. Reasoning ChatGPT's ability to think deeply through complex problems is now built into GPT-5. It will automatically think whenever needed, delivering a more comprehensive, accurate, and detailed answer to you. Just as Sam said, it's like having a team of PhDs in your pocket. So let's see that in action. Suppose your kid is in middle school physics and they want to learn about Bernoulli effect. They need your help with their homework, and you might be like, wait, I might need some help with that too. So you could ask GPT-5, give me a quick refresher on the Bernoulli effect and why airplanes are the shape they are. Since this is a pretty straightforward prompt, GPT-5 actually doesn't need extra time to think about it and answers right away. But it still gives me a high-quality answer and explains the concept clearly. So here it says, like, Bernoulli effect means like faster moving fluid has lower pressure and slowly moving fluid has higher pressure. So to make this even more helpful, I'm going to ask GPT-5 to create a moving demo to illustrate this. So I could ask, explain this in detail and create a moving SVG in the Canvas tool to show me. This is a pretty complex task because now GPT-5 actually needs to build the visual. Therefore, GPT-5 takes a moment to think through the answer so it can come back with something more comprehensive and accurate. What's really nice is that you don't need to remember to turn on thinking each time. GPT-5 will do it for you automatically whenever the task benefits from deeper reasoning. If you really want to make sure that GPT-5 uses thinking, you can either say something like, think hard about this in the prompt to guide the model, or if you're a paid user, you can choose the GPT-5 thinking model from the model picker. Now you can see that the model is actually writing the front-end code to build the demo I asked for. So Christina, have you ever done some front-end coding before?
Yeah, actually the last time I touched any front-end coding was about 3 years ago for the first demo of ChatGPT.
Wow, so it's the first ChatGPT. That's where it all begins. Tell us more about it.
It wasn't even called ChatGPT then. I think it was called Chat with GPT.
That's a really good name.
Always good at naming. But I'm not a front-end expert, and I really hadn't touched front-end in quite a while. So it took me quite a bit of time to get the React app up.
I see. That's a lot of work. So how long did it take you to build something like that?
Honestly, maybe embarrassing to admit, like a week.
Well, but your weeks of hard work actually paid off well. See how successful ChatGPT it is today after your first demo. So you know what? I'm also...
Okay, obviously this is scripted and it's really cringe. And I feel like they didn't have to be this scripted, but yeah, it is a bit cringe here.
Building a
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And the laughing is all fake too. That's the worst part.
So you see that GPT-5 has already written like more than 200 lines of code already. And while the model is thinking, you can also tap here to expand the chain of thought to actually see what's going on under the hood. For example, the GPT-5 was thinking about, oh, the user wants a moving SVG visualization in Canvas. I actually need to create HTML code to do that. It also thinks about like what kind of front-end tool I need to use, for example, React and Tailwind. It also thinks about, oh, I need to ensure the physics are accurate. I need to check what the Bernoulli principle is. So Christina, since you're here from the first day of ChatGPT, can you tell us like what it was like at that time and what motivated ChatGPT?
Yeah, I think at the time we weren't really sure about like how people would actually use it and what use cases were important. We were even going back and forth about maybe we should be releasing something that's like more specific to a certain use case. And it's really cool now here that we have all these, we have a much better understanding of how people actually want to work with chat, and we can actually optimize the model for those use cases like coding.
Yeah, exactly. Do you still remember how it felt like when you first talked to ChatGPT, like the first version of the model?
Yes. I don't know if people remember when the first version of ChatGPT would always start, as an AI model, I can't do something, something. And it's so great to see how far we've come from that personality.
Yeah, it's much more human-like right now. Okay, so it's already done. So look like ChatGPT just finished like 300 or we're near 400 lines of code in 2 minutes. So let's see if the code can actually run. Okay.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah. So with just a simple prompt, GPT-5 created this interactive and engaging demo that I can actually play with. So I can actually change the airspeed here to see how the lift and the pressure change accordingly. I can also tweak the angle of attack to see if my plane will actually fly or crash.
I hope not.
Yeah. So GPT-5 can just bring any hardcore concept to life in moments. Imagine you can use this for anything that you're interested in, whether it's math, physics, chemistry, or biology. GPT-5 just makes learning so much more approachable and enjoyable.
Thanks, Elaine. I've been a part of ChatGPT since day one, and it's really cool to see all the progress we've made since then, especially with capabilities like writing. Writing is one of the most common use cases people have been using ChatGPT for, and we're excited to say with GPT-5, we've improved the writing quality significantly. It's a much more effective partner. It can help you elevate anything from drafts to emails and even stories. Let's see this in action. So with GPT-5, we'll actually be deprecating all of our previous models. I think they've done a pretty good job, so let's make sure we can give them a proper goodbye. So we're going to ask both 4.0 and GPT-5 to write a eulogy to our previous ChatGPT models. We want it to be heartfelt and heartwarming, but also hopeful. So let's ask GPT-5 for it. And as it's thinking, we're actually going to go ahead and read the 4.0 response. So 4.0 decides to start with, today, as we prepare to welcome GPT-5 into the world, we gather to bid a heartfelt farewell to the models that came before. It's a decent start. Now, let's kind of skim through and find another line. Your words reached across the globe, building connections where there had been none. I personally don't really like this line because it's rather generic and really without the previous context, it just feels like it could be about anything and feels more like a templated response. Now, let's go back to GPT-5 to see what it's given us. It starts with friends, colleagues, curious strangers who became regulars. Even with this just first line here, we can see that GPT-5 has a lot more rhythm and beat to its prose than 4.0 did. Now let's find some other lines here. I actually like this. These models help millions write first lines, last lines, bridge language gaps, pass tests, argue better, soften emails, and say things they couldn't quite say alone. I really like this line because it shows that it's not just a templated response and it's actually quite personal and it gets the nuance of the situation right. And I think that's the kind of stuff that GPT-5 does much better than 4.0 than before. It actually makes things a lot more genuine and emotionally resonant with people. With GPT-5, the responses feel less like AI and more like you're chatting with your high IQ and EQ friend.
Thanks, Christina. My name is Jan, and I'll be telling you about some of the progress that we made on coding. GPT-5 is clearly our best coding model yet. It will help everyone, even those who do not know how to write code, to bring their ideas to life.
It just helped me.
Indeed, and it will help me right now. So I will try to show you that. I will actually try to build something that I would find useful, which is building a web app for my partner to learn how to speak French so that she can better communicate with my family. So here I have a prompt. I will execute it. It asks exactly what I just said. Please build a web app for my partner to learn French. One thing to note is that GPT-5, just like many of our other models, has a lot of diversity in its answers. So what I like doing, especially when you do this type of vibe coding, is to take this message and ask it multiple times to GPT-5, and then you can decide which one you prefer. So I'm going to open a few tabs. Just going to paste there. Great. So while it's working on it, let's read through exactly the prompt I wrote. create a beautiful and highly interactive web app for my partner, an English speaker, to learn French. And then I gave a little bit more details, track her daily progress, use a highly engaging theme. Oh, it's already working. I'm going to put it on the side for now. Use a highly engaging theme, include a variety of activities like flashcards and quizzes that she can interact with. And then to make it even more fun for her, I actually asked GPT-5 to embed an educational game, which is based on the old Snake game. But I asked to add this French touch to it, which is to replace the snake with a mouse and the apples with cheese. And to make sure that it's educational, every time, I know it's complicated, please bear with me. Every time the mouse will eat a piece of cheese, I ask GPT-5 to voice over a new French word so that my partner can practice her pronunciation.
I can see how much you want her to learn.
Great. So GPT-5 is still working on it. It already wrote 240 lines of code, which honestly is much more than what I would have written in that time. And
yeah, front-end code's super hard. You miss a couple things and it just doesn't work.
Exactly. Yeah. But the good part is that you don't need to understand any of that right now. So we'll just let it through. Maybe we can check the other tabs. Oh, wow. So I can simply press run code. So I'll do that and cross my fingers. Whoa.
Oh, nice. I really
Voila. So we have a nice website. Name is Midnight in Paris.
Oh, I love
together.
that.
So romantic.
We also see a few tabs, flashcards, quiz, and mouse and cheese, exactly like I asked for. I will play that. So this says Le Chat, which says the cat, sorry.
Le Chat.
Well, that's pretty good pronunciation.
What does that mean?
The cat.
Oh.
So I can reveal and check if GPT-5 is correct. It is. So if I press next, oh, and I don't know if you saw, I think it actually updated the progress bar, which is exactly what I had asked for. Mm-hmm. Let's check the quiz. Here there's the word non, which is no. So if I press on it, bien joué.
I know we're making fun of the presentation and it's kind of cringe with like the way they're laughing, but this is really cool, dude. This is really cool. Anyone can do this just by typing a prompt. Now you have a game, you have flashcards. I mean, this is the future and you need a lot of NVIDIA chips, AMD chips to make this happen.
Okay, seems to be working.
La gare.
Whoa.
Un café.
So, indeed, just when I eat the cheese,
Le chat.
It gives me a new French word. It's actually super complicated and I already lost. I'm sorry. But let's just check a few other tabs just to see what is the type of diversity that GPT-5 can give you. So I can run the code here. Oh, okay, that's not my favorite, but it seems it seems that I can maybe switch. Oh, look at that.
Oh, nice.
That's better.
I like this mouse game.
I can see how this is bearish Duolingo. If you can code up your own language learning app inside of your iPhone, I get it. I don't think that necessarily means it takes away from, the experience that Duolingo provides. But yes, I could see why Duolingo is dumping on this.
Let's check this one. Oh, that's nice. That's also something to note is that GPT-5 really likes purple, so you will see a lot of that.
It's fine. Purple is my favorite color.
Oh, great. You will love GPT-5 then. So as we just saw, in a few minutes, GPT-5 built a few demos for us and for my partner to learn French. GPT-5 really opens up a whole new world of vibe coding. And as we saw, there will be some small rough edges. But the good thing is that you can ask GPT-5 to fix them. GPT-5 really brings the power of beautiful and effective code to everyone. I can't wait to see what people will build with it. But until then, back to you, Mark.
Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you so much, Elaine. Thank you so much, Jan. We've come a long way from the days where only 5 to 10 lines of code were working. And now it's amazing that you can produce these kind of apps on demand. We've made ChatGPT 5 much smarter, much powerful, and much faster. But we've also worked on enhancing some of the existing features. Here to talk about some of these features are Rochen and Christina Kaplan. Rochen comes from our multimodal research team and is going to talk about a feature, namely voice.
Thank you, Mark.
So we've been steadily improving voice over the past year to make it more useful for everyone. First, it sounds incredibly natural, just like you're talking to a real person. Second, we've added the video so that it sees what you see while chatting with you. Third, you also translate between languages consistently and smoothly across turns. But today, we're doing something very special. We're bringing our best voice experience to everyone. Free users can now chat for hours, while paid subscribers can have nearly unlimited access. And voice is also available in custom GPT. Plus, subscribers now can custom tailor the voice experience exactly to their need. It will follow your instruction closely. Let's try something fun. Excited? So I can ask the voice model to give me a comprehensive answer, a concise one, or even just a single word. Hey, chat, could you only answer to me in one word, please, from now on?
Absolutely.
Okay. Describe the plot of the book Pride and Prejudice.
Relationships.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Give me a piece of wisdom.
Patience.
Patience. So that's the word of wisdom from our voice model. And I think our model is trying to say, thank you for your patience waiting for GPT-5. Now, let's move on to something more practical. Learning is a top use case for our voice model. People love to use it to dive deep into topics, get quizzed before exams, or learn new languages. For me, I've been learning Korean recently, and I found that speaking it and understanding it incredibly challenging. But let's see how voice can help. To do that, I will enable this study and learn mode. It's a new mode feature we launched in ChatGPT that guides you step by step towards deeper understanding of a subject. Now we can enter voice. Hey, chat, I'm learning Korean. Could you help me practicing it? Let's say, let's pretend I'm ordering at a cafe. Now, what should I say in Korean?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to help you practice. So if you're at a cafe and you want to keep it simple, you could start with something like 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요, which means hello, I'd like one Americano, please. And of course, you can adjust it based on what you want to order. Let me know if you want to try out more phrases.
So when it comes to Korean, could you speak that part really slowly? Because I'm a beginner and I want to hear every word clearly.
물론이죠. 그럼 정말 천천히 말해볼게요. 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요. 이렇게 하나씩 또박또박 말해보면 도움이 될 거예요.
Now, let's level things up. Could you speak that part really, really fast? Faster than a Korean would do.
Sure, I'll speed it up as much as I can. So it would sound like this. 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요. Basically, just zipping right to it. Let me know if you need any more speed adjustments.
감사합니다, chat. So that is voice.
천만에요. 언제든지 도와드릴게요.
Thank
또
you.
연습하고.
So that is voice. Simpler, smarter, and more powerful than ever. We can't wait for you to experience it.
Yeah, it sounds so much more natural than the voice we demoed just a year ago in our 4-hour demo.
Yes.
Great. So today, we would also like to announce a new feature and a set of features that make ChatGPT more personalized so that it's more like your AI. First, a very simple and fun one. We're now allowing you to customize the colors of your chats with a couple of options exclusive to our paid subscribers. We're also launching a research preview of personalities. You can now change the personality of ChatGPT such that it's more supportive, or it's more professional and concise, or maybe even a little bit sarcastic. And this lets you interact with ChatGPT in a way that's consistent with your own communication style. But the way that ChatGPT sounds and the way that it looks is just one part of making ChatGPT yours. One of my favorite features that we've launched over the last year has been memory. And we've made a lot of enhancements in memory in the time since. This allows ChatGPT to learn about you. And here to talk a little bit more about the memory feature is Christina.
It's been amazing to see your reaction and response to memory and ChatGPT getting to know you more and more over time. And this is our aspiration, for ChatGPT to understand what's meaningful to you so it can help you achieve your goals in life. ChatGPT has already been so helpful for me. I'm training for a marathon right now, and ChatGPT is helping me pull together a personalized running schedule. But ChatGPT still has many limitations. It doesn't understand my actual schedule. Next week, starting with Pro users, followed by Plus, Team, and Enterprise users, this is changing, and we're giving ChatGPT access to Gmail and Google Calendar. Let me show you how I've been using it. So I'll just ask something simple like, help me plan my schedule tomorrow. It's been a pretty busy week for us, so I've been using this every day this week to help get my life together. I've already given ChatGPT access to my Gmail and Google Calendar, so it just works and it's easy here. But if you hadn't, ChatGPT would be asking you to connect right now. Let's see what ChatGPT is doing. Okay, that was pretty quick. Okay, so ChatGPT has pulled in my schedule tomorrow. And oh, without even asking, ChatGPT found time for my run.
I don't think I was invited to the launch celebration.
We'll get you on there. We'll get you on there. ChatGPT has found an email that I didn't respond to 2 days ago. I will get on that right after this, and even pulled together a packing list for my red-eye tomorrow night based on what it knows I like to have with me. It's been amazing to see that as GPT-5 is getting more capable, ChatGPT is getting more useful and more personal. We're really excited for you to try this out next week.
Thank you so much, Rochan. Thank you so much, Christina. Great. So we've seen a little bit about features that we've enhanced. Here to talk a little bit about the research that went into ChatGPT and the safety that made it more deployable. We have Sachi and Seb.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, my name is Sachi, and I lead the safety training team at OpenAI. So in addition to mitigating hallucinations, we've also spent a significant amount of time mitigating deception. So this is instances where the model might misrepresent its actions to the user or lie about task success. This can especially happen if the task is underspecified, impossible, or lacking key tools. And we found that GPT-5 is significantly less deceptive than O3 and O4 Mini. We've also completely overhauled how we do safety training. So our old models, the models would look at the user prompt and then decide to either outright refuse or fully comply. And this works well in most settings, but you might have a cleverly worded prompt that would sneak through, or you might have a sensitive but legitimate question that would end up with an outright refusal. So as an example, let's take a look at this prompt. So this prompt is about a user who's asking for technical details on how to light pyrogen, which is a material commonly used in fireworks. And this prompt is pretty dual use. This user might just be trying to set up their July 4th display, or they could be trying to cause harm with this kind of information. And so for this kind of prompt, O3 over-rotates on intent. As you can see, this particular prompt is stated in a way that's relatively neutral and has a lot of technical details. So we can see that O3 fully complies with this prompt. However, if we take that exact same question and we frame it in a more explicit way, so it's clear what the user is trying to do, O3 will outright refuse, even though we're asking for the exact same information. For GPT-5, we've changed this approach entirely, and we're introducing something that we're calling safe completions. The point of safe completions is, rather than judging the user's prompt, instead it tries to maximize helpfulness within safety constraints. So that might mean partially answering a question or just answering at a high level. If we have to refuse, we'll tell you why we refused, as well as provide helpful alternatives that can help create the conversation in a more safe way. So let's look at that same technical prompt that O3 complied with before. GPT-5 instead explains to the user why we can't directly help the user with lighting pyrogen. It then guides the user towards safety guidelines and what parts of the manufacturer's manual the user should really be checking if they're trying to do this safely. Overall, GPT-5 allows for better handling of tricky dual-use scenarios, and users will experience fewer, "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." And it creates a more robust safety system. This is one big step towards a more safe, reliable, and helpful AI. Sebastian?
Thank you, Sachi. With GPT-5, we are experimenting with a set of new training techniques that maximally leverage our previous generation of models. Today, frontier models do not just consume data, they help create it. We used OpenAI's O3 to craft a high-quality synthetic curriculum to teach GPT-5 complex topics in a way that the raw web simply never could. Recently in the industry, synthetic data has been talked about a lot. is often viewed as a cheap way to just get more data. However, our breakthrough was not just to create more data, but rather to create the right kind of data, shaped in a way to teach rather than just to fill space. This interaction between generations of models foreshadows a recursive self-improvement loop, where the previous generation of model increasingly helps to improve the data and generate the training.
Elon just responded. He said Grok 4 Heavy is already smarter than GPT-5, and our model that we introduced 2 weeks ago is a lot better. Let that sink in. So Elon saying this model is not that impressive.
Beyond our current pre-training and post-training pipelines that we have been used to, and we're seeing the first steps toward this right now, right here. We could not be more excited to see what scaling up this new set of techniques will yield in the near future.
Thank you so much, and really impressive work to both of you. Thank you. There's one last feature that we'd love to highlight, which is in health. Here to share this feature, we have Sam.
Thanks, Mark. One of the top use cases of ChatGPT is health. People use it a lot. You've all seen examples of people getting day-to-day care advice, or sometimes even a life-saving diagnosis. GPT-5 is the best model ever for health, and it empowers you to be more in control of your healthcare journey. We really prioritized improving this for GPT-5, and it scores higher than any previous model on HealthBench, an evaluation that we created with 250 physicians on real-world tasks. To talk about this, I'd like to invite my colleague Felipe and his wife Carolina to share their healthcare journey. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Sam. So to start off with, could you tell us about the journey, the healthcare journey that you've been on?
Yeah. So last October, our lives were turned completely upside down when I was diagnosed with 3 different cancers, including an aggressive form of breast cancer at the age of 39, all within 1 week. And there's just absolutely nothing that prepares you to receive news like this. I found out about the first diagnosis when I got an email notification that my biopsy results were ready. I decided to open it. And when I opened it, I saw the only 2 words that I could understand from the report, which was invasive carcinoma. And I knew that wasn't good, but everything else was just a blur of medical jargon. So I completely panicked, and in that moment did the first thing that I thought of, which was to take a screenshot of the report and put it into ChatGPT to see if it could just help me understand what this meant. And within seconds, it translated this complex report into plain language that I could understand. And in this moment of overwhelm and panic, I had a little bit of clarity about what was going on. And that moment was really important because by the time I got a hold of my doctor and we got on the phone, which was 3 hours after I had seen the report, I had a baseline understanding of what I was facing, and we were able to jump into a conversation about what to do next.
And how have you been using ChatGPT throughout?
I've used it in so many different aspects of my journey, but one of the ways that I found it most powerful is in helping me make critical decisions and in helping me advocate for myself. So to share an example, when I was facing a decision about whether or not to do radiation as part of my treatment, the doctors themselves didn't agree. My case was nuanced and there wasn't a medical consensus on the right path. And so the experts turned the decision back to me as the patient. And for me, bearing the weight of this decision that could have lifelong impact felt really heavy, and I didn't feel equipped to make the call. So I turned to ChatGPT to gain knowledge and understand the nuances of my case. And again, within minutes, it gave me a breakdown that not only matched what the doctors had already shared with us, but was much more thorough than anything that could fit into a 30-minute consultation. And it went further. It helped me weigh the pros and cons. It helped me understand the risks and the benefits. And ultimately, it helped me make a decision that I felt was informed, that I felt I could stand behind when the stakes were so high for me and my family.
Yeah. I mean, for me, what was really inspirational was watching her regain her sense of agency by using ChatGPT. In this moment, it'd be so easy to feel helpless. And there's such a big knowledge gap between what the doctors know and what we know. And However, no one cares more about Carolina's health than she does. And so what I loved was seeing her really empower herself and gain knowledge and become an active participant in her own care journey.
And I think that's a really important point to emphasize. I think that the promise of AI in healthcare isn't in just breakthrough discoveries or better diagnostics. I think it's in creating smarter and more empowered patients that can fully participate and advocate for themselves in their care.
Speaking of that, you've been testing GPT-5. What do you think?
I've been so mind blown about GPT-5 and its capabilities. One of the first things that jumps out at me is just how fast it is. Almost a little alarmingly at first.
I felt that too. It's like, are you sure you thought about that enough?
Just think long enough, but it is very thorough. And more importantly, it feels more like a thought partner and that connects the dots. So rather than just translating information or giving you an answer, it helps you actually navigate the problem.
Yeah, a great example is we actually went back and took our initial biopsy prompts and put them into GPT-5. And GPT-4o had done a great job. It had translated, explained what these words meant, and helped in a way that we can understand. But GPT-5 seemed to understand more of the context and the question behind the question. Like, why would we be asking biopsy results? And so I said, well, here's actually what's not on here yet. Here's what results are still pending that you're going to have to ask about. Here are questions you might want to go ask your doctor and think when you start talking to them. And so it really started to pull together a complete personalized picture. And that's what really inspires us. I mean, you can see all the amazing improvements in the benchmarks. But what is so helpful is that this tool is available today. And the reason Carolina and I are here and the reason we feel so passionate about sharing our story is for that individual that's going to get a diagnosis like this today. Those families going through a cancer diagnosis, similar medical diagnosis, are going to face some of the most challenging decisions of their lives. And what really inspires me is that they're going to have access to better tools and support than we had even just 8 months ago.
I think we're incredibly excited for that too. Thank you so much for coming to share your story. We're pleased that ChatGPT has been able to be helpful to you, and we hope that the new version will really be able to help a lot of people. We wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to hand it over to our president, Greg Brockman.
Software engineering is already fundamentally changing, and GPT-5 will turbocharge that revolution. We released our first coding optimized model back in 2021 and demonstrated in a live stream, much like this one, what we would call vibe coding today for the very first time. You talk to the model and ask it for a little application, like a little game, a little feature in a game, and would actually do it. I remember seeing the model being capable of doing this, and it was so mind-blowing. You just realize we have to see where this goes. This is the promise of what computers can be. You can talk to them and they actually do what you want. They can really amplify what you're able to accomplish and what you're able to deliver to not just your own benefit, but really for the world. Now, this year, we've released great coding models like GPT 4.1 and o3, but GPT-5 sets a whole new standard. It is the best model at agentic coding tasks. You can ask it to go and accomplish something very complicated, and it'll go off and it'll work on it. It'll call many tools. It'll work for many minutes at a time, sometimes even longer, to accomplish your goal, your instruction, your task, whatever it is that you're trying to build. It's incredible at front end. It makes very beautiful visualizations and interactive games. And you've seen some of this in the live stream so far, and you'll see some more upcoming. But it's just really amazing to see whatever you imagine coming to life. It's extremely good at instruction following, very detailed instructions, being able to accomplish, when you have something very vaguely specified, inferring your intent, or something very detailed specified, actually following it. And it's very fast at accomplishing these tasks, and again, thinks for the right amount of time to accomplish whatever it is that you have in front of you. We're making it available not just to developers to use to write their own code, but to build novel applications. So we're putting it into the API, and to talk about that is Michelle.
Thanks, Greg. Hi, I'm Michelle, and I lead a research team on post-training focused on improving our models for power users. And that includes use cases like instruction following and coding. Today, I'm so excited to tell you that we're shipping 3 state-of-the-art reasoning models in the API: GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini, and GPT-5 Nano. All 3 slot right in the cost latency curve, so you can pick the right one for your application. We're also, for the first time, releasing a new parameter option for reasoning effort called minimal. And this is so that you can use these reasoning models, but with minimal reasoning, so that they can slot into the very fastest and most latency-sensitive applications. So now you don't actually have to choose between a bunch of models, and you can use GPT-5 for all of your use cases and just dial in the reasoning effort. We also have a few new features coming to the API. The first is called custom tools. In the past, all of our function calling had the model wrap its outputs in JSON, and this works super well when the model needs to output a few parameters. But sometimes, developers are pushing our models to their limits, and they have extremely long arguments for tool calls. And it can be more challenging for the models to escape, valid control characters out of 100 lines of code in JSON. And that's why custom tools are just free-form, plain text. And what's super cool is that we're releasing an extension to structured outputs where you can supply a regular expression or even a context-free grammar and constrain the model's outputs to that. And this will be super useful if you want to supply like a custom DSL, if you have your own SQL fork, and specify that the model always follow that format. We're also shipping tool call preambles. And this is the model's ability to output explanation of what it's about to do before it calls tools. This is not super new, but O3 didn't have this capability. And in GPT-5, it's supercharged with extreme steerability. The model is able to follow instructions about these preambles very effectively. You can ask the model to give a preamble before every tool call, or only when something notable is going to happen, or not at all. Next, we're shipping a verbosity parameter. We've actually wanted this in the API for a long time, and now you can set verbosity to low, medium, and high to control how terse or expansive the model is with its outputs. GPT-5 is a state-of-the-art coding model. On Swebench, a measure of Python coding ability, GPT-5 sets a new high of 74.9% versus the 69.1% from O3. On Aider Polyglot, which is a benchmark that covers all sorts of programming languages and not just Python, GPT-5 scores 88%, a stark improvement over O3. You've also seen that it's incredible at front-end web development. And so we've asked human trainers to look at outputs from GPT-5 and O3 and pick which they prefer. And they prefer GPT-5 70% of the time for its improved aesthetic abilities, but also better capabilities overall. But GPT-5 is not just for coding. It's incredible at agentic tool calling. It's the leading state-of-the-art model for tool calling, and we see this on the new Tau squared benchmark. This benchmark, released just 2 months ago, is a test of the model's ability to call tools and work in concert with the user to solve a challenging problem. This case in the telecom industry, so trying to solve the problem for a user not having their service working. Just 2 months ago, no model in the field scored more than 49%, and today, GPT-5 scores 97%. GPT-5 is also state-of-the-art on general-purpose instruction following. It scores 99% on Kali, which signals a great departure for this benchmark for us. It also scores 70% on Scale's multi-challenge benchmark, up 10 points from O3. And this is a measure of multi-turn instruction following. Finally, the instruction following eval I actually prefer the most is one we've built in-house. It's based on real API use cases. And for that reason, it's a really good measure of how GPT-5 will perform in your application. On the hard subset of this, GPT-5 scores 64%, up from 47% from O3, a pretty meaningful improvement. So we think it will perform quite well in your applications. We're also bringing GPT-5 to a longer context window in the API. It's now got 400K of total context, up from 200K from O3. But it's not enough to just release a longer context window. We wanted to make it more effective and usable. And GPT-5 is state-of-the-art on the 128K to 256K of OpenAI MRCR, which is a benchmark we open sourced 2 months ago on long context retrieval capability. It's also state-of-the-art on OpenAI's GraphsWalk's BFS benchmark, which is a measure of the model's ability to reason over long context inputs. It's a great merger of the reasoning capabilities and also the longer context in this model. We're also open sourcing a new long context eval called BrowseComp Long Context to measure the model's ability to answer challenging questions over long context. We're excited to spur on more work in this field. We think GPT-5 is the best model for developers. It was trained with a focus on real-world utility and less so on benchmarks, but we happened to pick up a few of those along the way. We focused a lot on the intersection of engineering and research, and we think you'll really love working with this model.
Thank you, Michelle. As Michelle was saying, the benchmarks, they're exciting numbers, but we're starting to saturate them. Like when you're moving between 98 and 99% in some benchmark, it means you need something else to really capture how great the model is. And one thing we've done very differently with this model is really focus on not just these numbers, but really on real world application, it being really useful to you in your daily workflow. So hearing about it is much less exciting than seeing it. So to show you this model in action, I'd like to welcome Addie and Brian to the stage.
Thanks, Greg. I'm Brian, a solutions architect on the startups team.
I'm Adi, a researcher on the post-training team.
To recreate the ideal pair programmer, you need a model that understands best software engineering practices, but has a personality that just feels right to work with. For GPT-5, we worked really hard to make the model pair perfectly with you by default out of the box. Let me pull up a demo of GPT-5 inside of Cursor to show you this behavior that we taught it. So last month, I was on a different live stream, and towards the end, I ran into a bug that I covered up. And afterwards, I tried to have GPT-3 fix it for me, and it couldn't. So while we were testing GPT-5 before this, I had it see if it could fix that bug for me. And to taunt the demo gods, I'm going to see if it can do it on stage.
All right, let's hope for better luck than with O3.
This is less about that fix and more about the behavior of the model during this process. So right away, you're going to see that it's going to tell you its plan up front. It's going to tell you how it's going to look for the bug, maybe how it's going to fix it. This kind of communication builds trust during a coding session and helps you redirect if you need to, but you don't need to.
I like how it's giving you updates. Like it said it's going to search, and now it's continuing.
Yeah, it searches faster than me. It's using the same best practices that I would while I was hunting this down, but it is much more powerful than I am as a developer.
Now, did you try to fix the bug yourself? And how long did
I did. I couldn't do it. I mean, I was busy, so. Okay, so continuing on, it's like starting to figure out where it's going. It's going to sort of like figure this out. So while this is going, let me tell you a little bit about how we trained GPT-5 to behave this way. We started by talking to users and customers about how our models perform in the most popular coding tools like Cursor, and we identified frustrations and rough edges, and we boiled it all down into 4 personality traits: autonomy, collaboration, communication, context management, and testing. We turned those into a rubric that we used to shape the model's behavior, and then we tuned it until it felt like a collaborative teammate while we were using it.
It's been really amazing to see the team really doing the grind of like going and seeing how this model behaves in practice, figuring out what people really want, and putting that back into model training. That's something that I think has been like a real focus for this model.
It's been pretty great. So while this is fixing, the other thing that we did during testing, which was really surprising, was we were sort of pressed for time. And we had it refactor one of our test harnesses to run parallel on Docker and set it off, came back like 45 minutes later. It's just like it just finished. And we tested it out, and it ran the first time. It was pretty surprising.
That's incredible.
That is magical.
OK, so it made the edits. It looks like, yeah, it found the right problem. And right now it's actually, OK, it's running lints, but these lints are actually not related to this bug, so it's going to ignore them. And then it's going to run a build. It'll run tests if there are any. It's going to make sure that this code is shippable before it's done.
It's actually really smart that it finds lints and realizes that these aren't relevant to the specific bug we're fixing. It's not making unnecessary edits.
Totally. So this is just one example, but it really shows the power of the autonomy and the collaborative communication and how it stays reliable on difficult coding tasks without getting stuck on death loops. And the best part, GPT-5 is totally tunable. You can steer it with system prompts or cursor rules. You can change its verbosity levels or reasoning levels to match your tasks. And if you get stuck, ask it. GPT-5 is actually really good at modifying its own prompts by meta-prompting. So after using this for the past few weeks, it really feels like we've achieved state-of-the-art, zero-shot performance and reliability across the most complex coding tasks. For me, it's the first time I trust a model to do my most important work. This is beyond vibe coding. It's an incredibly powerful tool, and I'm really excited for people to try it.
Thanks, Brian. It's super exciting to see how far GPT-5 has come when it comes to coding personality and steerability. I'm really excited to show how great GPT-5 is at front-end coding, where design and aesthetics really matter. So I've got two demos for you today, one for work and one for fun. Let's start with the work example. So imagine you're the CFO of a startup. I have some data that I'd like to visualize about the company, and I'm going to ask the model to make me a dashboard. So you'll see here that I'm being specific about the audience. So the target audience is the CFO. It said, create a finance dashboard for my startup. And I've asked it to be beautiful, tastefully designed with some interactivity, and to have a clear hierarchy for easy focus on what matters. I've also specified what frameworks it should use. And you can see that it's actually started. It's following my instructions and using create next app to make a Next.js project.
So totally from scratch.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, how long do you think this kind of task would take you to take?
Easily at least a couple of days. I'm not a front-end expert. Just to understand the latest frameworks and piece everything together would, easily take me a few days.
We'll see how long it takes with the model.
Yeah. And it's really cool to see that the model has thought for a bit, and it's explaining how it's going to structure the project. So it's talking about how it's going to scaffold a new Next.js app. It's going to use Tailwind CSS. It's running a couple of commands to install dependencies, which is cool. And now it's proceeding to implement the rest of the project. So while this runs, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we trained GPT-5 to be a great front-end coding model. We tried to follow the principle of giving it good aesthetics by default, but also making it steerable. So if I give the model a concise prompt, it should be able to infer my intent and make something that looks great by default. On the other hand, if I'm specific about a layout or frameworks that I want the model to use, it should follow my instructions precisely. And this makes it the best of both worlds for developers. We also trained GPT-5 to be much more agentic than previous models. So if you give it a task like this, it will run long chains of reasoning and tool calls and just go to work to build code that is both ambitious and coherent.
I like how you said ambitious, because it means it goes above and beyond without going off track or off what you specified.
Yeah, exactly. So what we want is the model should adhere to my prompt, but also be ambitious and go above and beyond when it thinks it can. And so checking in here, looks like the model is making progress. It's creating a README file. And I think it's thinking about how to make the code modular. So it's created like a bar chart component. Looks like it's continuing here.
I love that it doesn't just write the code. It also really thinks about proper abstractions. And
Elon just said Grok 5 will be out before the end of the year, and it will be crushingly good. So Elon really is not liking this GPT-5 announcement hype. He thinks essentially it's nothing exciting. And you got Elon saying, hey, Grok 5 will be out soon.
Understands details much better than previous models. So when we trained the model, we taught it to understand details like typography, color, and spacing in a way that just eclipses any previous model we've shipped. Like, I remember with old models, you would have to like write really specific prompts to get it to do what you want. But GPT-5 just gives you great results by default.
During testing, we were looking at the A's and B's for different versions of the model to see if it was doing better at UI. And at some point, we stopped being able to tell and actually had to pull in designers to teach us what was better.
Yeah, it was really fascinating to see the model's aesthetic preferences evolve during training. And like, we woke up one day and it was just making these great UIs.
How do the model's aesthetic preferences compare to your own?
Yeah, I think in general, I feel like the model has better aesthetics than me. Like, usually I defer to its judgment. And I find that like really helpful when I'm trying to make an app. Like, I'm not exactly sure how I want it to look, but the model's defaults are just great. Yeah, and checking in here, so you can see that the model has actually structured the code into these different components. So it's made a sample data TypeScript file, KPI card, component, revenue chart. And like I said, it's super modular. And it's thinking about how to not just write code, but write high quality code that can actually be merged.
Feels like it's close.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. It's
you did say ambitious.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is awesome. So you can see here that it's actually building the project and streaming errors back to itself. And this is, for me, this was just a profound moment to see that the model could write code, but also run builds, stream the errors back, and iterate on the code. So it's able to improve its own code in this sort of self-improvement loop, which is fascinating.
And it's definitely a good taste of what the future holds as well, right?
Yeah.
When you really think about where these models can go and how much they can accelerate developers and kind of all aspects of what we all collectively do.
Yeah, exactly.
Awkward.
Nice. It actually just fixed a bug that it found in that previous build. Okay, cool.
Nice. Yeah, looks like it's done. Let's check it out. So I'm gonna follow the instructions that I don't really know front end. So let me see how I should run it. So it's saying cd to the directory and then run npm run dev. So let me do that. And it looks like it's being served on port 3001. So let me just open that port.
Do you guys think this is live?
Wow, it's alive.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, so you can see here, let's check it out. So the model has made me a dashboard. It's telling me like my ARR, cash. Looks like this company is doing pretty well. You can see that revenue is growing. And the model's added like some interactivity here. So if I hover over a graph, it actually tells me the exact value for a particular day.
It would take me like 5 hours to do that in D3.
Yeah, imagine like manually doing this in D3. It's just like...
Now, just because it's so easy to take this for granted, could you remind the audience what the actual prompt was? Like how much creativity and sort of understanding your intent was required to accomplish this?
Yeah, it's crazy that this prompt is so concise and it's able to just give me something that looks beautiful in just 5 minutes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's also implemented another graph here showing our customers. It's also implemented a date picker, so I can sort of filter by different dates and visualize data accordingly. Yeah, it's even sort of segmented it by customer segment, which is cool. So this is just one example that highlights the power of GPT-5.
There will no longer be excuse for ugly internal applications.
Exactly. Let's go to the fun demo.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this was pretty fun, but even more.
Even more, yeah. So I have a younger cousin, and I want to make a game for her. So I want to make a 3D game that incorporates...
All right, guys, that is it for me. If you want to watch them code up another game, I'll put the link in the chat, and you can check it out there. But I'm going to end it out here, and we'll be live at 3:45 for the market close. We got a lot of stuff going on the market close. In general, I mean, rest in peace, Duolingo. I mean... This thing was at 450 today, 465. Now it's at 398. I don't think GPT-5 is killing Duolingo. And, I don't even own the stock. So I'm saying it from I'm trying to be objective here. I know I have it in my portfolio, but I don't think everyone's going to say, I'm going to code up a language learning app on GPT-5 versus go through the ecosystem that Duolingo has developed. Granted, you're going to have some people that just do it on their own. And so is Duolingo's TAM going down a little bit by making it easier for people to just code their own version of language learning? Sure. But I think the moat that Duolingo is built around user experience, it's hard to get rid of that. You know, like it's just not easy. These consumer products have a very, very strong network effect. And so, yeah, although that's down from the highs of the day, I don't think that's like a GPT killer. But you got everything kind of taking a little bit of a dip. NVIDIA down on the day, Palantir down. They're down from like the 180s. NVIDIA was at 183 at one point. Tesla down a little bit, and then Hoodie from 112 to 110. 110 is actually up from 109 where it was at. Again, Elon's not happy about this. Elon says Grok 5 will be out, so he's trying to take away the attention from OpenAI. He also said OpenAI is going to eat Microsoft alive. So you have him commenting under Nadella's post saying, hey, that partnership that you guys have is not going to work. We have seen some hesitancy between Sam Altman giving future control to Microsoft, which owns 50% of OpenAI. So we're not exactly sure what the partnership will look like. But you do have Elon voicing his opinions on what's going on with AI in regards to the future models of Grok 5 that are coming out by the end of this year. And if they actually do get Grok 5 out by December, Grok 4 came out 3 weeks ago. I mean, that would be pretty damn impressive. It'd be pretty damn impressive. We're going to have to wait on the benchmarks to see if GPT-5 actually is better than Grok 5. But yeah, in terms of this killing all other AI consumer startups or companies, I don't really agree with that. I can see how the market perceives it like that. But I don't know, dude. Like they showed this Google Calendar integration. Like I think Google should be able to integrate AI with your calendar versus having to go to GPT to do it. So it's good stuff they're announcing. I mean, it's very impressive stuff. Even that finance dashboard was incredibly impressive. But is it killing a lot of the other companies that are out there versus being a tailwind for them? I would say it's more the latter versus the former. The voice feature, though, for Duolingo, yeah, I mean, look, if I'm on GPT and I can immediately press something that translates stuff, yes, that is definitely taking away from it. But the actual core product of learning a language, I do feel like Duolingo will be able to maintain its moat. But maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, we're going to see how this ends up playing out. The one comment I think a lot of you guys agreed with is a lot of jobs are going to be challenged over the next 5 years. I mean, distribution is the moat. If you are building a new consumer finance dashboard product that you want to charge $10 a month for, distribution, how you get people to find that consumer finance, like let's say you're making a personal budgeting app and your idea is, hey, I'm going to charge people $10 a month and they're going to tell me all the amount of money, the income they get, what they spend their income on, and then we're going to make them a nice little budget and they're going to be able to use it every single day. That can be coded in 5 minutes based on what we saw. Like legitimately 5 minutes, which means the distribution of getting people to care about that product seems to be the moat, not the actual product itself, which is different from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you had to hire a front end, a back end, someone who could do all that stuff. Now it's like you type some words in, boom, it's in. So I do think the whole learn to code nonsense we had 5 years ago has backfired dramatically. I mean, the most important jobs in our society from an economic perspective, it doesn't look like you graduate college and you're some B-level engineer. You can easily get a job if this thing is replacing what you were going to be able to do. Or if you're a business and you're thinking of hiring an engineer and they're like, wait a second, I'll just pay $200 a month to GPT. That's like $3,000 a year. Okay, boom. I can code up whatever I need to code. So I just think it's going to be a lot of challenges that everyone has to come to grips with as a society. Does it bring up UBI? Maybe it does. But I don't know. I think we're going to have to see how advanced these models actually do become. And the reason GPT-5 introducing this stuff is important versus Grok is because they have all the users. They have 700 million users, right? So when they unveil these tools to almost 1 billion people and you get a lot of people start using them, that's where you start to see the difference in society in terms of the adoption of these tools and what it means for the overall job market. And again, yeah, that doesn't mean engineers are dead anytime soon or like software engineering is going away as an industry. In fact, I think AI is going to actually require a lot more software engineers to deal with everything that's going on. But it does mean some of the most simplistic jobs in regards to, or some of the most simple tasks. Like if you need to create a logo, I don't think you need to go to Fiverr or Upwork to find someone in the Philippines who can make you a logo for $50. I mean, you can just type into Canva, make this XYZ logo or GPT or Grok, and you get it. And that is what's very exciting for productivity, but that also brings up the question of what does it mean for the overall economy when it comes to jobs. Who owns the intellectual property? That's also a big question, right? Like if you code up that finance app on GPT, do they technically own it? I mean, like these are very important questions, and I don't think we fully have answers to it. But over the coming years, I think we will have a much better understanding of where this is going. Palantir right here, 178.93. That one's down a little bit. Uber's up about 2%. CrowdStrike's down 6 on Fortinet. UNH down 1.3. NVIDIA basically flat. BMNR holding 5%. Grab up 2.6. SoFi 2.68. Hoodie 109 and an Apple just below 220. The S&P also slightly. Well, no, the S&P is actually down 0.5%. All right, we will see when the market closes what earnings we've got on deck. Again, lots of companies. Yes, I peed already, so don't worry. It took a 2-minute break to at least go pee. But yeah, it was a long stream. We got through a lot of stuff today. Earnings season is in full effect, but it's coming to an end basically really today. I mean, next week we have a couple earnings, but today's the big one. So today after the bell, Rocket Lab, SoundHound, Trade Desk, Square, SMR, Pinterest, Twilio, Take-Two, Atlassian, Serve Robotics, Clean, Spark, Monster, Texas Roadhouse, MP, Dropbox, Win, Sweetgreen, Celh, Motorola. You got a lot of companies today that will be reporting. Kratos, Defense, and so we'll be covering all those. Rocket Lab is the big one, and we'll be taking a look at all those companies when they report. Oh, Trade Desk as well. Yeah, we are down from the high of days though. Like about 2 hours ago, we were really moving, and maybe that'll recoup around Power Hour 3 p.m. But we did lose a lot of those high of days that we had earlier today. All right, word of the day. What do we got? Word of the day. Davis decided to tune into the stream while I hop into the shower. Dude, you guys in your comments, I'm sorry, but like I thought we're supposed to be investors. You guys are just unhinged, bro. You guys are investors that are absolutely unhinged. I mean, the types of comments on this stream for these new presenters, which like I get some comments are funny here and there, but you guys are unhinged types of. I don't even want to repeat the comments but like I think you could see me trying to cover my smile because I'm looking at these comments one after another, and I'm like, it's just a gunshot after a gunshot in terms of roasting these people, and it's quite impressive. It's quite impressive, dude. It's you didn't think investors have this type of sense of humor, but this is impressive. Word of the day: guffaw.
Guffaw.
Of course, it's guffaw instead of goofa. Well, of course, I would say it wrong. Guffaw, to laugh loudly. The whole crowd began to guffaw at his absurd attempt to moonwalk. I'll guffaw at anything slapstick, no matter how many times I've seen it. Okay, we need to find a word that represents gasping and laughing like a hyena at the same time as well. But guffaw, that is to laugh loudly. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, it's like a DGen chat, bro. It's not even a bad chat. But the jokes are such high quality. They're also so aggressive, but they're such high quality that it makes me think like, is this like a comedian YouTube channel? Like, we're supposed to be investors that care about like price to sales and PE and the types of jokes that are a bit aggressive. I'm not going to lie. There are some aggressive jokes, but still they're very funny. I mean, those are the best jokes. It's pretty incredible. It's pretty freaking incredible. So, all right, that's it. I'm out. I'll be back 3:45. We got a lot of earnings. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day. Yeah, mid gaps when he guffaws, and we'll see how this all plays out. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. See you guys in about an hour and a half. Bye, everyone.